All right. Good morning. I am so excited. Welcome to the first ever virtual Staining University event. Can't wait for you guys to give me a thumbs up and let me know that you can see us. But welcome to the show. I've got an awesome lineup for everybody. We've got some really good speakers that are joining us, and it looks like this is our biggest turnout ever. There are a ton of people on here. So all of you guys watching on social media or in the webinar itself, thank you so much for coming. This is really going to actually be really good, better than we ever dreamed. So super excited to have everybody in here. So I'm going to jump right in. This event is all about growing your staining or wood care business. This is about being a better business owner, being a more responsible business owner, and also getting some inspiration from other people in the industry. So maybe see some perspectives you've never seen before, and then also learn some hard skills. So we've got a great lineup. I'm going to just run through it here real quick. The speakers that we have coming on today. First off, my name's Caleb Roth with Stain and Seal Experts. We're based in Nashville. We've got Stephen Shires up here in the top left corner from the UK. He's actually coming from his vacation in Dubai. So if you ever wondered if the staining business is a good business to get in, you can go to Dubai. So he's probably grinning about that right now. But he runs Deck Clean in the UK, and he's done professional deck restoration for many years, and their market is different than ours. So it's going to be really interesting to hear what they do and how they do it, and see if there's any parallels there. Mandy Bain it says project estimator. She is the general manager. She is the vice president of operations for our service business here at Staining University. So she knows way more than she's going to let you think. And she's going to show us how to do some virtual bidding. So if you don't have time to get out and run estimates because you're doing whatever it is, she's going to help with that. And then Jamie Hodge is coming on, and he's from Coastal Premier Stain down in Georgia, and he's totally against running virtual estimates. So he's going to show us and talk to us just about the realities of running a successful stain business, what you go into it thinking you need to know, and then after years of experience, what you actually need to know. And so it'd be great to hear two perspectives there. Then, of course, you'll hear me around the lunch hour. Then we got Joe Everest coming in to talk about video marketing. Jacob Salem, if you heard him speak at our Staining University event in Nashville, you know who he is. Jacob has a huge track record with some really, really big names in the industry. Zig Ziglar, Les Brown, Kevin Harrington, and there's probably quite a few brands you're familiar with that we're not going to talk about that he's had some influence on. So that's it. And then the number one reason most of you guys are here, and I'm so proud to have this linking together of myself and the Wizard of Wood from Deck Restoration Plus, Everett Abrams. So he's going to do the very last talk of the day. So stick around for that. But let's jump right in. Why are you here, and why is Stephen Shires not talking right now? That's because I wanted to do an intro, and I wanted to talk about setting goals in your business. So I want everybody to grab a pen and a paper right now, because we're going to do something right before Stephen gets on. And we're going to ask ourselves a question, because a lot of you folks are here and you want your business to grow, and you want it, or maybe you're spinning your wheels. Maybe you don't know what to do next. Maybe you're just struggling with something. So I want to ask you guys a big question. When you go to put a puzzle together, what's the first thing you do? I want comments right now. Give me as many comments as you can. What do you do? What's the first thing you do when you put a puzzle together? Let's see the comments roll in. All right. The first thing that you do, some people say you look at the edges. Some people look at the corners. Some people say the corners. Lay out all the pieces, put the colors together. All right. Stop with the comments. The first thing you do is look at the picture. And there's the answer. Wow. So many answers coming in. I can't keep up. Where did it go? You envision. There's the answer I'm looking for. You envision the larger picture. You can't put any of the pieces together if you don't know what the picture is going to look like. And here again, we got another one. Look at the picture. Look at the picture. That's exactly right. And the same is true for your business. Before you can do anything, you got to get a picture in your mind. You got to know what you're going for. What's the saying? If you aim at nothing, you'll hit it every time. So now here's what I want you guys to do. And this is serious. This is serious stuff. So I want you to write this down. What do you want your business to look like 3 years from now? What do you want it to look like? Maybe you want it to run itself, and all you do is run the business part of your business. Maybe you want to just be the operator, the guy doing the tactical work in the field, and you have your office and your back end handled for you. You have that person. Maybe you want it to make a certain amount of money. Maybe you want it to allow a certain amount of time off. Please, in the comments, give me some of those things. What do you want your business to look like 3 years from now? Write this down. This is important. This is for you to keep. Write it down. 3 years from now, I want, and I want you to write it down like it's already happened. So in 3 years from now, my business runs 3 days a week and it makes me X amount of money and I spend X amount of time with my family. My business does this or does this. My business has 3 crews that have great crew leaders that do exactly what they need to do. They're paid extremely well and they make lots of money for our business. Whatever it is, write it down. And we got about 7 minutes before Steven's going to come on to talk. So some of this homework is going to carry over. David Hyde said, have a goal. What are those goals, guys? A household brand. So Daryl Knipe says he wants his business to be a household brand in 3 years. That's awesome. What else do you guys have? Give me some more. Give me some more. What do you want your business to look like 3 years from now? So Jacob Salem says in 3 years from now, he's a big thinker here, guys, and I want you to think big. In 3 years from now, my business will generate $25 million per year and I will no longer be in operations. Whatever that number is, you can throw that in there. But the idea here is most people overestimate what they can do in a year and underestimate what they can do in 3 years. So I think it's real important to set yourself some kind of a goal here. I mean, why are we doing this business? Why are we killing ourselves? Why are we sweating? Why are we staying up at night? Why are we doing this? To be the Nebraska stain leader, to have multiple crews, to be able to run my business from Dubai. That's pretty good. Love the script you gave setting the goal. Thanks, Jacob. Mike D'Antonio says all skills sharpened. I want you to go deeper. If your goal for 3 years is to have all skills sharpened, I want you to give me something concrete. Meaning, so it could be I'm considered a craftsman in my trade and I have 3 people trained under me that know all the skills and my business is successful. Whatever that is. Continued consistent growth trends. But what does that look like, Tessa? Consistent growth trends. What does that look like? Does that mean $300,000 in revenue? Does that mean you need a measurable goal? So Mandy, here she came. We need a measurable goal. So Justin, to become Nebraska's best wood care professional, but what does that look like? We got to put something concrete to that. Got to put something concrete for that. So I'm going to give you guys just a couple minutes to make sure that you have written this down. Write these things down. What does your business look like 3 years from now? And I'm curious what Jamie's back there saying, because Jamie's is probably going to be different than Steven's, and mine's different from everybody else's. All right, I think that's probably enough time. Next. What do you have to accomplish in 2023 to make your 3-year vision a true statement? So if you have a measurable goal, and let's say it's $300,000 in revenue for the year 3 years from now, and maybe you do $20,000 in revenue today, what would you have to do? What would be the first step that you would have to take this year? What would have to be true January 1st, 2024 for that to happen, to get to that place in 3 years out? What do you got to do this year? So what we're doing here is we're creating a big measurable goal for 3 years. What do we got to do right now to make that happen? And this is the work I want you guys to work on today, because we're going to stop this in just a minute. So I want you guys to throw throw some comments down in here. Have 100 franchises. So I'm going to talk about this 100 franchises for a minute. I don't know who this is because it says Facebook user. You may already have 50 franchises. And so 100 franchises, probably a goal you can make. If you haven't even started making franchises yet, 100 franchises is probably a tough thing to do without just a ton of backing money, venture capital money. So make sure the goal you set is something that you can do. It needs to be a big goal. It needs to make you nervous, but it needs to be something you could do. So if you have no franchises, maybe it is, I have my business franchised properly, and I have my 5th location opening on January 1st, 2027. Maybe that's the goal. So what would you have to do that? Somebody says respect from the community. I think you need to set the bar a little higher. You can get respect immediately, from doing the right thing. So keep going on this. Trained technicians that can run without me, an office manager and a salesperson. So what do I got to do this year to make that happen? You got to write the book. What is the salesperson's job? What does the office manager position look like? How are you going to train these technicians? Write the book. So maybe I have a full SOP and a job scorecard, like what if they did a good job or a bad job, for each salesperson, for our office manager, and for all of our technicians. And I've interviewed, and hired 4 technicians, an office manager, and a salesperson. That could literally be the goal for 2023. Brenda Farley says pressure washing crew, staining crew, and 2 trucks for paver restoration. And I'm off the truck and a salesperson. What do you have to do this year to make that happen? Somebody says sell 2 franchises per month. It may be Tim Milner. I'm not sure. Says it's Jeff Konopak, 2 franchises a month. Okay, that's doable. What do you got to do? 6 to 9 trucks, a building with warehouse space. So Alejandro, what do you have to do in 2023 to get those 6 to 9 trucks in that warehouse 3 years from now? Just got about 2 minutes left. I want you guys to write all of these things down, because about lunchtime today, that's when we're going to start working on this stuff. Now we're going to go straight into hearing from Stephen Shires. So we just got about 2 minutes before we bring him on. But attend meetings like this: personal growth, physical and mental and spiritual, employee relationships and education, marketing, and organizational development. Make sure when you write these things out you got to do this year, you write it down like it's done. So what does it look like done? So I have attended 4 personal development meetings or seminars. I have, interviewed for your franchise guy, Jeff. I have interviewed, if you want to sell 2 franchises a month, whatever your close rate is, I have interviewed 30 per month franchisee possibility, leads or whatever that is. There you go. Hunter Bowie says branding and let people know why they want to and need to use my staining company. So that sounds to me like something that's very doable for 2024, Hunter. So write it down. What do you need to do to make that true? We got 1 minute left for Stephen comes on here. I'm going to throw Stephen's brand up here. And so we're about to go on this, guys. So write all this stuff down. Golden Boy wants to do up to 5 million a year. That's an awesome goal. So what do you got to do this year to make that happen? So I wanted to give a word about our sponsor for today. The sponsor for this show, let me pull it off the screen here, is Expert Stain and Seal, Expert Professional Wood Care. So this show wouldn't be possible without you folks here watching it, but it also wouldn't be possible without Expert Professional Wood Care, penetrating oil-based stains and sealers, cleaners and brighteners, and you can expect expert performance. So let's get going. We're going to bring Stephen on. And here comes Stephen. Let's throw his image up. So Stephen Shires from the UK, Deck Clean. Stephen, did you write any goals down? Welcome to the show.
Thanks, Caleb. Glad I'm on here. It's a pleasure. Yeah, I mean, I want to bring out the best oils in the UK. The UK decking industry right now is fairly stagnant with only one real high-end oil.
Well,
All the rest are.
before you go too deep, Stephen, tell everybody who you are, man. You're the guy in Dubai, so everybody's looking at you like, who's this guy who owns a stain company who's on vacation in Dubai or on holiday, I guess you would say.
Well, yes,
Tell us about Deck Clean because you got plenty of time.
deck clean. I started deck cleaning in the late 90s, and then just carried on, just doing it myself. I loved the job itself. You know, it's a passion. Learned made all the mistakes everybody normally makes. Grew the company, and then I worked in London for a lot of years, and then came up from London back to the north of England, and then decided I was going to concentrate on that. You know, you get fed up of living out of a suitcase, that kind of thing. The reason I'm in Dubai is because it was a present from my wife for my 60th birthday present, which was it's a great surprise. I love it. That's not through Deckley. I work hard trying to get the products, trying to teach the younger guys coming up to do the right thing, to use the right stuff. You never stop learning in this trade, which I'm very passionate about. You've always got to get the right products for the job. And I just don't feel that we've got them in the UK right now. There's one or two good oils, and the rest are pretty much the DIY end of the market, more like deck paints than anything else. And I just feel that we need to evolve as an industry in the UK. So obviously, I've been following Everett Abrams for years, and then I came across Stain and Seal, and I love the oils, so I want them over here, and I am going to get them over here. And I think it's going to be a wake-up call for the UK, a good wake-up call. My goal is to grow my own business. I still like getting my hands dirty, you know, doing the decks myself. Get the better equipment such as the Terrace and Blitz that I think I've told you about before, Caleb.
Yeah, let me stop you right there. That is a machine it's like an Osborne brush on steroids that we'll talk about that more, but that's a machine that you guys should look up. It's Terrace and Blitz, and I'm going to put it in the comments.
Yeah, I mean, the best equipment you've got to learn. I mean, the Metabo sanders, right from the sanders to the brushes. But the most important thing is to get the finish the client wants. The client is key to everything. I want to make that happen. I like the job because I make people happy every day. You know, you've got a deck that looks like, you know, it's painted and it's grey and it's awful. And then you can make it look like they want it to look. Some people like it back to natural. Others want it to look like oak, that kind of thing. And I want to teach the youngsters how to do it. You know, I'm 60 now, so I want to evolve into a person that gives them the opportunity. I don't charge for my time. I do it because I want people to grow. Yeah, that's pretty much me. Why?
I like
but it's
that.
hard.
Yeah, I think
It is hard.
There's a lot of folks here that have been in the wood game for a long time, and it is a passion, or a sickness. Some people might say we love what we do here. So I've got a question for you. You spoke about oils, and you said there's not a lot going on over there. My understanding as a guy from Tennessee is I feel like in the UK, I've always heard it's wet and rainy all the time.
So, not really.
So if it is wet and rainy, or if it isn't, tell me about, first of all, water versus oil over there, and why would, if it is a lot of wet, would a water base not make more sense?
Personally, I've always been an oil guy. I've tried the water-based products. The water-based products in the UK don't work really because they don't compensate for the wood expanding and contracting. So obviously the water-based products then will peel. We have a company over here that is the market leader in DIY on the water-based products, and it lasts around 6 months before it starts to peel. And don't forget, the majority of our decks in the UK are grooved. It was marketed as a non-slip surface, and it's not. Once it starts to crack and peel, it just comes off. The problem is, without using harsh chemicals, you're not going to get it off, which is where I search for the best sanders, everything, the best bit of kit that you can use to do that. Hardwoods, oil, water bases, it just doesn't work in the UK. I feel quite strongly about that. I much prefer oils, easy to work with, and if they're applied right, they're really good. They're the best thing on the market.
I've got a picture for you that I'm going to throw in so everybody knows what the groove decking is. So now that you've kind of painted a picture of what the market looks like with groove decking, what does your typical deck restoration look like? Like kind of the steps that you would have to do over in the UK, because I want people to kind of see if your process is different than what we do here at home.
I think it's pretty much the same. I mean, if it's had an oil on it, then I would go on and firstly you give it a wash. You apply your deck cleaner. I don't know what you guys over there use, sodium metasilicate and oxalic acid to brine, which is pretty much the same as what we do over here in the UK. But the strippers are completely different, I think. There's still the sodium hydroxide that they use over here. Harsher chemicals, dichloromethane. I don't know if you have nitromorse over there or anything, but they use paint strippers that they use it on internal, external. And what I would do if I was going on a deck is, firstly, obviously after the site survey, go on. If it's a fresh deck with nothing on it, then we give it a light. First, give it a pre-wash, then apply the cleaner. I'm lucky over here that I have a company that developed a cleaner that cleans and brightens in one from Pure Seal UK, and that works really well on southern yellow pine, any deck really. And that does actually work. Kills all the lichen that's in there. Some guys still use a hot solution of bleach, sodium hypochlorite, which I'm not a great lover on. It's got its place, but I feel that's more for a maintenance side rather than going on with a 13% or a 6% mix and throwing that all over the place. So I've been searching for years to find something that'll steer away from that kind of thing, which is where the machines come in that I use now at present. And then after I've cleaned, then you got to leave it till you get 10% moisture, and then you're fine then for 2 coats of oil. Most of the oils over here are film builders. The Oatrol brand is probably the market leader in oils. But then we've got the lower end of the market, which is your Liberon, their film builders. It's pretty stagnant. The market over here is pretty stagnant, which is why when Stain and Seal came along, I've looked at the oils that you guys do, and it works a treat. I've had 4 gallons of oil over here, tested it, and I think it's fantastic. And I really want to get it over here.
Well, I'm excited about that. I don't want to spend too much time talking about Stain though, because I know a lot of guys have a ton of questions. What about fencing? Do you guys have a lot of fencing over there, and what's the process for fences?
Tons of it. We have loads of fencing. Again, that's water-based is good for fencing. You know, it is good. Log cabins, we have a lot of log cabins, and that's another untapped market, I feel. The maintenance on log cabins, on jacuzzis, hot tubs. Where there's a hot tub, normally there's a deck. So there's a lot of things that we can do over in the UK that I feel people they do a lot of house washes, driveway washes, that kind of thing, and they're a bit frightened, a bit scared of doing decks. Some people go on them with flat surface cleaners, which is another thing that I don't like. And I've even seen people go on there with a turbo, which is do you have the turbo jet over there?
The turbo nozzle, perfect for
That's
concrete.
the one.
Yeah,
it's great for concrete, and unfortunately, some people think it's great for wood. You know, they don't realize that it can kill a deck. So that's what I want to stop them doing. I want to educate them more than anything else. Educate the companies into the right way of doing it. And I've followed Everett Abrams for years. And I just feel the guy he's a legend amongst anybody in the wood care industry. The guy is a legend. And he just says it as it is. So he's one of my mentors who I look up to. Highly respect him.
same here, man. And I think probably everybody in the room. So I'm gonna, in just a few minutes, we'll start taking questions, but I got to ask you, what does maintenance look like that? Because that's a big thing that's been coming up in America is we need to get maintenance. We need recurring revenue in the wood care industry. Are you guys doing that? Is that something you're thinking about, or is that something you've been doing for years and years? What does the typical maintenance plan look like for a deck? Also, what are your intervals? And then how is the billing? Is it monthly, yearly, or you just call the people back? What does that look like over there?
With my clients, I generally advise when I do the deck, that they get it redone every 12 to 18 months. And then I do the maintenance. You know, it's a recurring thing. If you're just starting out, obviously we know that your first 12 months to 2 years, you're getting your client base. You've got to keep working on your client base. Publish every picture, everything. Word of mouth is paramount in the wood care industry. The next door neighbors, everybody. There's a lot of driveways over here in the UK. You know, you get that as well. Once the client trusts you, then, you know, you go back, you make their deck look exactly the way they want each time you go back. And you'll never lose a client. But each job has to be perfect. You know, you're only as good as your last job. So you've got to make sure the client is 100% happy before you ask for any money. I'm a great believer in that. And I've never had a failure with a client.
Are you washing decks yearly to maintain them, or is that every 2 years? And then how often do you restain, typically on fences and then on decks in the UK?
I have clients every year who call up, you know, they just want it booked in. They want it done as a yearly service. I explain it. It's like getting your car serviced, you know. You get it done each year. It's always going to look nice, you know, generally in the springtime. And I start probably around March, April, and then finish late September, October. But then, of course, if you've got an oil you can use in lower temperatures, then your season's longer. And then you've got your hard standing surfaces as well, your patios, your driveways. We seal those over here. We colour those over here. So yeah, it's a good add-on. Decking is a good add-on for anybody who's doing power washing as a business, but it's doing it right. That's the thing. That's the key.
That makes sense. So that's something we haven't talked about is in my business, we focus on wood only. But I do know that there's a huge opportunity with maintenance plans that if you do the fence and the deck, it opens the opportunity to wash the driveway, to wash the house, to wash the roof, to seal the driveway, to seal the patio. And so it sounds like you guys do a whole lot of that over there as well.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I mean, if it's outside any external cleaning, that's what we do. I mean, a lot of guys do the roofs. I don't. Anything above 5'8", and it's not me. But a lot of guys wash the roofs, the houses, driveways, patios. They reseal them. There's a lot of resealing going on, and finding the right products to use is key as well over here.
Nice. So I think is there anything so there's some people listening who've been doing this for years, and then there's people who've just getting started, never done it before. What are your thoughts? What is something that you would tell them or give them information you would say if you could only tell them one thing, or you wish somebody had told you 20 years ago when you first started? What is that information or advice you would give to the new wood care contractor out there?
Do your research. Make sure you do your research. Simply buying a pressure washer that's 3,000 psi doesn't say that you're going to do a cleaning job. Do your research on products. Do your research on the different species of woods, and do your research on make sure you never quote off a picture. I see loads of guys who quote off pictures, and people who are sending you the pictures only take a picture of a small portion of the job. They don't tell you the problems. If you're washing a driveway and there's spilled, the car's just dumped all the oil all over it, they're not going to take a picture of that. But I never quote off a picture. I always do that. And believe in yourself. Believe that you can do it. Ask advice. I'm a member of a few forums, and I'm more than happy to help people. I just think it's something. It's new in the UK. Not a lot of people will teach up and coming companies, and I think that's lacking, and it's unprofessional on the industry. There's a few who do, but there's a lot who don't. They seem to think they want a monopoly on it, and it's not right.
I like that. So now I think it's a good time for us to take some questions for you. I've got a first question here, and I know this is probably not the exact kind of question we're looking for, but in ranges, because we don't want to manipulate a market or anything. But give us a range. What is it? What's the average maybe price per square foot a range look like for a restoration of a deck over there?
Well, we do meters over here.
Okay.
Square meters, and it depends on the job. It really does depend on the job. I mean, you've got to look at how much the deck is probably worth. But I would generally say on the high end decks, around £35 a square meter, which is around about the same in dollars right now, I think. But around £35 a square meter. But if you're on the lower end of the decks, then obviously you adjust your pricing.
35 divided by 9.
But we also do. I mean, I replace deck boards. Do general maintenance. Always carry stainless steel screws. And if there's anything, you will get added bits on the job. But as a rule, probably around 35 quid a square meter.
Okay. What from Brenda Farley in Ohio? She asks you, what company or app are you using for monthly charges to spread payments out for clients? So are you doing that? And if so, what are you doing it with?
No, I don't do monthly payments.
Okay.
No, it's not. I have a couple of clients who I'll do as, 3 visits a year. It's something I want to develop, but at the moment, no, I don't do monthly payments.
Okay. All right. So next question here is, what's the most common wood species in the UK?
Pine.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah, pine. It's pine or spruce is probably the not southern yellow pine, but the deckboards range here from 20 millimeters thick to 32 millimeters.
So 20 millimeters would be just shy of an inch.
Yeah.
And you said to 32 millimeters?
32.
Would be that's about 1 3/8 inches, just for you guys wondering. And that's in the price per square meter is probably somewhere in the range of about $4 a square foot that he said earlier. So who's trying to do the conversion? That's right. How long does a typical job take to complete over there? So let's say you got your average job that you expect to see in most backyards. What kind of man hours do you have in a project, and how many trips are you seeing on that?
Well, 2 days. That's from obviously you wash. I try and get as many washes as I can done in a week, and then go back the week after and oil. But I just get there as early as I can and kind of group them all together and then work through them that way. The average size is 30 square meters per job. We haven't got as much land over in the UK for decking. A lot of people have it as an add-on in the garden. So yeah, around about 30 square meters.
So that's 30 times 9, 270. So what, about 270 square feet?
Yeah.
Pretty good sized deck, reasonable sized deck.
Yeah, reasonable.
Yeah. So I've got more questions, but I see Jamie Hodge is in the back here. So if you hear me, Jamie, and if I've got you for 10:30, but if your schedule makes it to where you got to go earlier, just let me know and I'll put you in front of Mandy. So Kevin says, what's your perspective on hot water cleaning? There's guys, Bournemouth jet washing. Very interesting YouTube presence.
Ricky. Yeah. You don't need heat. Heat just gives you fuzzies, really, on decks. I use a cold water pressure washer, 21 liters a minute. So that'd be 4 gallons over 4 gallon a minute. And turn that washer right down. Use the 40-degree tip.
Awesome. Okay, so we are going to put Jamie in front of Mandy. So Jamie Hodge will be up next. I'm going to throw his picture up here so you guys know who Jamie is. But we'll go back to these last few questions here. So Justin Menendez from Nebraska says, has the EU or United Kingdom hampered oil products due to their environmental policies?
Yes, high VLC. We used to have Cabot over here years ago, around 20 years ago. We had Cabot, and it was the best thing ever on decks at the time. Then the VOC, volatile organic compound, stopped Cabot in the tracks, and we just couldn't get oils, not oils that performed. And now everybody's on the environmental. They love products that are environmentally friendly, so they have to be very low VOC for the oils.
Okay. So I've got this question here, but I'm going to skip it because I think the next question you can add this in. But it says, what's the best steps to prep an older previously stained deck? So we'll come back to that one, and you can add it in to this question. Do you sand every deck, or does it depend on the condition of the wood? So what's the best, what's your steps for just maintenance cleaning and staining a deck? And then do you sand every one?
If it's pre-treated, if it's been done before, which more often than not it has, I sand every day. Get rid of the old coating off the deck. You can't put a fresh coating on without removing the old one that's failed. And that brings me back to the terrace and blitz. As we said, in the UK, we have a lot of groove decking. So finally, I found a sander that I can walk behind that solves that problem. It sands in between the grooves, and it's not a metal brush. It's a polycarbonate brush, and it works a treat. I mean, I could sand 60 square meters in 2 hours.
Nice.
With this
so I got another,
and then
that's nice. I love that machine, and hope we can get those here in the U.S. So Adam McKinney asks, he said he's still a little unclear if you're doing maintenance cleaning every other year or actually restaining. So let's just tighten this up a little bit. When you say you go see your customers every year, I'm assuming you're using an oil, and if you are you cleaning and staining every year, or are you cleaning every year?
Cleaning and staining.
Okay.
We clean and stain every year.
Okay. In the U.S., the industry standard is, to my understanding, is about 2 years on flats and 4 years on verticals for restaining, and probably need to wash it every year. High-end customers that want it to look picture perfect, nothing wrong with staining it every year, but that's not your average customer though. So, and I got a great comment for you here. I don't know if you can see that, but Everett Abrams says he's watching and loves listening to the Wizard of the UK. Appreciate the love. He says he appreciates the love from across the pond. What a great message regarding how to restore wood and expanding knowledge through education. That's why we're here, man. Appreciate you coming in and helping us out.
I mean, Everett Abrams is, he's a legend. I mean, I've watched him have disagreements online, let's say, with bleach lovers, and he educates the way people should be educated. Bleach has its place. His stains and your stains. He knows what people want. He's been in the game, so long, and I really look up to his knowledge, the amount of knowledge that the guy's got.
Well, having knowledge and then sharing it are usually two different things, and they don't always go hand in hand. So it is, the industry would not be where it is without people like Everett Abrams, that's for sure. So we got 2 minutes left before we bring Jamie Hodge on to talk about what it's like to run a stain business in the Southeast of the United States, and how to be successful, and kind of the ins and outs of that. So I hope you can stick around today and listen to all those things. Is there any final words or parting wisdom you want to get? You got over 100, well over 100 people watching you here on this thing. So anything you would leave them with?
Take a look at the terrace and blitz, guys. Your productivity over there. I've seen the way you guys do it, over in the US with the floor sanders, etc. But take a look at the terrace and blitz. It will revolutionize the way that you go about doing the decks over there, especially hardwoods. As we all know, Ipe is the worst wood to deal with.
That is for sure. It's not the easiest to work with, at least to learn. It's not the easiest to learn. Awesome, man. So I just want everybody to, in the comfort of your home, give a round of applause here for Stephen for coming in. Stephen, thank you so much, man. It's been a pleasure having you on the show. Please, we will have you again. I think we need to do an entire Stain and Seal show with you to just talk more about this stuff. But I think you've kind of given an eye-opening look into what other stain and wood care markets look like. and let everybody know that maybe it's not so much different there than it is here. And so we're all doing this same thing together. So you guys have been a country and probably had decks longer than we have. So we could probably learn something from you guys. So I appreciate you sharing that with us. And I hopefully you can share this out with all the people over in the UK, and we can bring some collective knowledge together and wisdom, and do something big.
No, hope. Yep, that's the aim. That is the aim, Caleb. Right now, I'm going to take my missus for dinner, and then I will be straight back.
Well, before you do, I'm gonna throw up some of the love you're getting here. I'm gonna put them up quick. You're getting lots of applause, lots of thank yous, lots of waves and high fives coming through here. So everybody does really appreciate you coming on here. So we're gonna get Jamie up next, and we really appreciate you coming on. So
thanks, guys.
All right, man. Have a great day. Stay. You can stay here as long as you want, but enjoy your dinner, and don't get in too much trouble in Dubai.
Okay, no worries.
All right.
Take care, guys.
See ya. That was so cool. Man, it's so awesome to get the perspective of other people in this industry. It's such a caring industry that everybody wants to help. Everybody wants to learn. Everybody wants to grow. And that, for those that don't know, that was Stephen Shires from the UK, from Deck Clean, and it's spelled Cleen if you want to look it up. And just super excited. And just to summarize what he said, they have southern yellow pine that's imported, and it's grooved. They have grooved decking over there like we see on the screen. So a little bit different. And that Terrassen Blitz machine, we've been working on trying to get those over here for a while, but nobody's got it yet. But we're going to keep working on it, and hopefully we can share that love when we figure that out. So just want to remind everybody that this is Jamie Hodge coming up next from Coastal Premier Stain in Georgia, southern Georgia, down there. He's probably wearing shorts right now, if he's got pants on at all, right? And I know it's always hot down there, and it's not so hot here in Tennessee. So Jamie, I met Jamie several years ago. He brought me into his home, let me stay the night there, and he fed me, I think, moose, elk, duck, turkey, chicken, quail, alligator, crawfish, and steak, all on one grill, maybe chicken legs too. He had a grill just covered in everything, every meat you could think of, and I think he killed all of it with his bare hands. So he's has a background in as a federal firearms and probably, I believe, self-defense instructor. And so he's got a long background of being an instructor, does a great job. He's a great person, and has ran Coastal Premier Stain. I'm not sure how many years, but for quite a few years. And he does not use the stain that we make here at Expert Stain and Seal. So it's very interesting to get a different perspective and hear what other people do, and to let everybody know that there's more than one way to skin a cat. So Jamie, thank you so much for coming on. I'm going to get your sticker up here, and welcome to the show, man. Jamie, thanks for coming.
How you doing, man? Good to see you. Glad we could finally get together and do this.
Yeah, man, that's for sure. If you can tilt your computer screen down just a little bit.
We tried.
We'll be able to see more of you. There you go.
Yeah, we tried. Is that better?
We can see you now, man. That's awesome. So normally I would like to completely get off the screen and let you take it and go. So if you're comfortable with that, we'll do it. If you prefer me to stay, I'll stay. But man, tell us about yourself and maybe the struggles you see in the industry, or maybe the things. I know we've talked a lot, and you said a lot of guys get into this industry unprepared. And so I think that's near and dear to your heart. So man, tell us about it. And if you want me to jump in the background, I'll just jump right off here.
Well, I started my staining career. Well, I started my staining business in 2014. I was at the end of my law enforcement career. I spent about 30 years in local, state, and federal law enforcement. The last 14 years I spent as a senior instructor over the active shooter program for Homeland Security. And I knew I was at the end of my career. I'm a high energy person, and I needed something to do. I'm not one to sit around, and I have very expensive hobbies, hunting and fishing and Harley. So some friends of mine owned a local fence business in the Middle Georgia area, reached out to me, and we were just talking, and they had an individual move here from Texas that owned a staining business out there, and convinced me to start a staining business here on the coast. And I put a lot of thought into it. It wasn't something that I just jumped into. It took me about 6 months because I was on the road 2 weeks out of the month, traveling all across the United States, training local and state and federal law enforcement officers with active shooter response. So, and the program that I was over is a $10 million program. So I had a lot of responsibility, and I just couldn't jump ship. So I finally decided in 2014 to go ahead and give it a try. And we started, and I started like probably a lot of guys start. Just didn't have a lot of knowledge and jumped out there. I started my business actually with 3 pump up sprayers and brushes. So, like a lot of us, we didn't have all this high end equipment these guys have now. I started with 3 pump up sprayers and a bucket full of brushes and started staining. First jobs I actually did was houses. I jumped right into the house staining business, and that transitioned over into decks and fences. And then, like a lot of us that got started in the staining industry, I went through Wood Defenders 1-day boot camp and went out there, got certified, and then the rest is history. And then bought a ST250, and then various other spray equipment. So, I see a lot of stuff that's happening in the industry, and honestly, the guys now that are able to start a staining business because of you and me and Roy Branch was having a conversation the other day, and he said it best. What Caleb has been able to do is the American dream. And you brought a lot of industry leaders into the game and these Facebook groups. And honestly, Caleb, I got to give you a lot of credit because I don't know where most of us would be without you. You're young, energetic, and ambitious, and I appreciate that because, you brought Everett Abrams to the game, Kenny Duggan to the game, Aaron Andrews, and you brought some of the industry leaders into this game, and I learn a lot from them guys. And I tell guys every day, there's not a day that I don't go on a job site where some days I'm the coach, some days I'm the student. And you always got to be open-minded to learn. So I started my business in 2014 with a very small goal of just making $50,000 a year. And I was able to do that. And ever since then, it's just progressed and jumped there. I run a little bit different business. I'm very hands-on. My guys don't go out without me being on a job site because I'm really concerned about the quality of my work. I'm not out here trying to shotgun a bunch of jobs. And we do really good work, and I'm proud of the work we do. And I started my business in 2014. We're fixing to be 2023. What is that? 9 years. This will be my 9th year in the business. I'm slowly trying to take everybody's advice and ramp down a little bit, give my guys a little bit of leeway. And me and Austin had a long conversation this week. Probably I'm going to let him start running a crew for me, and I'm going to sell jobs. And then eventually I'll probably hand the keys over to him, and I'll just be a salesman and let him run most of the stuff. He's a lot younger than me. When you get to be in your 50s, what needs to be important is time becomes more important than money. And that's just where I'm at right now. And we're very busy. I stay booked up about 3 months out of the year. And I built my business and my brand. And one thing about me is when I get a phone call, people know I'm not the cheap staining guy. And I don't want them to know that. So I work with a lot of high-end develop commercial contractors here on the coast, real estate agents, fence building professionals. And they know that I'm going to do them a good job, and I'm going to give them a good warranty, and I'm going to do what I tell them to do. So, but the biggest thing that's been that I love the interaction with my customers. Me and you had this conversation last night. I've actually sold 5 fence jobs last week where one of my local competitors, he don't even go to their house. He just calls. When they call him, he gives them a rough estimate on the phone. And I'm glad he's doing that. I love to go meet these customers and sell the jobs. And one thing I can tell you is you can't do a risk assessment on a job or a water penetrating test over the phone. And I think it just works out for me. I schedule 1 day a week to go do estimates. I don't care about having multiple crews, an office manager. If I was a younger version of myself, you had this conversation a while back. I'd try to have a staining crew in Savannah, Georgia, Brunswick, and Jacksonville. But I'm getting to the age now where I'm just happy where I'm at. My guys are out today pressure washing. And so that gives me a little time to do this kind of stuff right here and keep them busy. And actually, I let Austin. I sold 3 or 4 pressure washing jobs last week. And I just let him keep the money. I feel like you need to share the wealth with your employees. So, I spent 30 years in law enforcement. It was a great career, and I've helped a lot of my law enforcement buddies. There's a few on here today that they finished their careers, and I've helped them start their staining business. So, and it's amazing the friendships and the relationships I've built, in this industry. Everett Abrams, you and Ashley, and all the different guys I'm friends with on Facebook. I get calls all the time. Guys get hung up on jobs and have a question. They call me from Louisiana. I had a phone call yesterday from Nebraska, and I enjoy helping these guys, try to figure out what's the best method or what's the best reasonable option to fix the problems that are happening on these jobs.
Get, man, I like it. I think you're doing a great thing. What do you think? We'll take questions here towards the end, but what do you think is some of the things that you see people totally blindsided by? So they go into this business with one expectation, and then they're blindsided by something different. What do you think that thing is?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things that you're going to run into with this business. One thing I see from helping guys start their business, they don't have reasonable expectation or reasonable goals that's attainable. I had a friend call me the other day. He's got a very good government job, GS-13, 5 weeks a year vacation. He don't like his job. He wants to quit and start a staining business. He's got a family, 3 kids. And I told him, I said, you need to reconsider that, because there's about 3 months out of the year I can't stain, or I used to couldn't stain. I offer other services now. I said, let's start off small. Let's buy you a couple. It doesn't cost a lot of money to get in this business. That's what I love about it. You don't need a lot of high-end spray rigs. 2 airless sprayers, 400 foot of hose, some brushes, and a skill set, and you can go make money. But I told him, I said, let's do 1 fence a week before you quit your government job. You got insurance and benefits and a 401, matching 401. And I see a lot of guys they don't understand that there is no days off when you run a business. There is no days off for me. I hear it all the time. My buddies, well, Jamie, you could take off and go fishing. No, I can't. I got a business to run. And I'm always answering my phone whether I'm on vacation or I'm on an adventure. There's no days off. I mean, I'm always answering, fielding calls. There's always something to do. I mean, last Sunday, the only day off I had, I'm out here loading 40 gallons of stain in my spray rig on a Sunday, So there's no days off when you run a business. I mean, it's hard to find balance in your life when you have a business to run. And when you're trying to start a staining business, here in my part of the country, it amazes me still today that the people that'll build a fence or deck and won't even consider staining it. When I first started my staining here, Caleb, people thought I was crazy. I mean, they're like, nobody's going to pay you to stain a fence. And I just took that as a challenge, and I proved a lot of people wrong. And even today, I can ride around in developments, $500,000 houses, and you'll see just fence after fence after fence after fence. It's not stained. I just, I don't know why. It's just, you would think that most people would with the price of wood today, that my phone would be just going off the hook. And I get the 3 to 5 phone calls a day, but I'm the dominant stainer in this area, and by no means am I trying to be the stain king anymore. But you would think I would be getting more phone calls than what I get. But actually, I'm glad I don't, because of the way I run my business. I stay booked up enough. We did 5 jobs in the last week, and I hit that wall yesterday. I'm like, oh, that's it. I'm glad I got this podcast with Caleb, because I need a day off. So, and I've got to meet with one of my high-end clients this afternoon with a big restoration job down on the coast. So that's one thing I see is, and I hope nobody takes this wrong, but I do see it in this industry where it's a copy of a bad copy of a bad copy of a bad copy, and some of that is informational sharing. Some of that is the chemicals that we use. I don't jump on a lot of Facebook groups, because I see some bad information on there from time to time. And if you try to educate someone, sometimes they take it as you're trying to target them or something. But I mean, there's no reason for a new guy out here starting now, not to be light years ahead of me with the your 2-day training class, with Everett Abrams 2 and 3-day boot training class, with the information in the Facebook group, with the YouTube video. I mean, a guy now can be light years ahead of where I was at, because for years and years and years, all I thought I was coached and taught that bleach, that's your go-to wood restoration chemical. And when you brought people to the table like Everett Abrams and some of these other guys, when I first heard of oxalic acid, I'd never heard of it, So, but yeah, we're in a good position right now. I'm actually looking at starting a mobile training delivery point for fence builders out there, where I'll take my spray rig, I'll come and stay with them and go on a job site with their crews, and they can pick whatever stain they want to. I got 3 brands I'm going to try to coach them to stay with, whatever they decide, as long as it's not an off brand that you can't work with. I'll stay there to train their crews how to stain fences and all. That's something I'm looking at doing in the future with my business. So, but that's one of the things, having realistic goals. I mean, I hear guys, I want to make $500,000. I'll tell you, it's hard to make $500,000 a year in the staining industry, from my perspective.
It's I think a lot of people think that these huge corporations and big companies, that everybody's making $500,000 a year. And you'd be very surprised to know that there's a lot of big CEOs of major brands, Fortune 100 companies, that don't make $500,000 a year. And so, and we're talking net, but gross, $500,000 a year gross in the staining industry is not that common, very, very uncommon. So
No.
it's, but the thing of it is it's typically a higher gross, it's typically a higher gross profit margin in this business. So maybe you do $200,000, but you were able to keep $1.15, where
That's right.
like with a fence business or other traditional businesses, to make 100,000, you might had to do 600,000 or 700,000 or 800,000 in revenue, or maybe $1 million. So we do have a unique opportunity in this industry to have typically higher margins in our work, but we also have to have higher margins because we have limited season, we have time off, and you got callbacks.
That's
you
right.
missed a spot. You got to prepare for callbacks in this business. And you can eliminate those, but you got to prepare for them. So what would you go, I think you've already covered this, but I want to keep this conversation going. So what do you think, when you've helped a lot of guys that are already in the business or getting started in the business, but with the ones that you go and you help them along the way who've already are established, what are the biggest things that you see that they're missing? Or maybe you said a copy of a copy, but maybe I don't want to say the bad information, but what do you see that they're missing from their perspective? Probably the top 2 or 3 things you see when you go to help these guys with their staining business, what they're missing that would make all the difference if they just knew it.
Well, I mean, one thing I think a lot of guys, everybody that calls me, and I even had to look at my own set, I'll tell you, there's a lot of money to be made in this industry. And one thing I just told a buddy of mine, if you can't manage $1,000, you can't manage 10,000. You got to learn how to manage your behavior, because I know there's plenty of guys in this industry about this time of the year, they go to the pawn shops and sell everything they got and start all over in the spring. So you got to plan, you need to change your behavior. And one thing I did, Caleb, in 2015 is and me and you've talked about this. I'm a big Dave Ramsey guy, and I followed his baby steps. And with my business from 2015 to 2020, I paid off $200,000 in personal debt, house, boats, cars. Totally changed my behavior. And so you can do a lot less. You can make a lot less money and do a lot more if you change your behavior and learn how to manage. And it also helps with your business too. When you learn how to manage your money, it helps you in your personal life and your business life. I still know guys and friends in this industry that if they make $1, they spend $1. If they make $5, they go to Walmart, spend $3. You got to learn how to manage money. And I tell everybody in this industry, you have to have an end game. Nobody wants to be a 65-year-old stainer out here. I'm getting to the end of my staining career, and I got things that I want to do. I'll probably always have some hands in the pot at some point. But have an end game. Have a 5-year attainable goal. Where do you want to be in 10 years? 15 and 20 years, I tell everybody, number one thing I think you need to do before you start a staining business, go sit down with a good CPA and run a legitimate business. Because I'll tell you, after working all these years in law enforcement, when I was working at Flexi, a good friend of mine, my workout partner, was an IRS agent. We're working out one day, and I told him what I wanted to do. And he said, well, Jamie, let me tell you, we consider all you guys in that business model low-hanging fruit. Make sure you run a legitimate business. Last year, I had workers' comp auditors show up at my house. I got reported that I didn't have workers' comp. These guys I worked 30 years in law enforcement. They showed up with badges and guns at my house and wanted all my information. I had to give them everything I had. I got reported I didn't have workers' comp insurance, which I was told I didn't have to have it. And I gave them all my documents, and I got cleared because I don't give any employees work vehicles and schedules. But anyway, I would say sit down with a CPA, have a good financial advisor. If you're going to get in this, talk to your wife, have a good goal, have obtainable goals, and go for it. You know, the good thing about this industry, Caleb, and you know this, and everybody knows it, you can be the guy that's got a job that works at a government job, state job, works for a corporation, and do this on the side and make really good money. Or you can be and it's according to what market you're in, you can totally quit your job and run a full-scale business. I just think that the problem we're going to have in this industry is finding good quality help. I mean, this is not easy work. I mean, there's a lot of days that I have to really lace up my bootstraps, because I'm telling you, here in the summer, it's 102. I had 2 major heat casualties last year. One of them was me, and one of them was one of my employees. I nearly had to call an ambulance on. So, I mean, this is hard work. You know, this is hard work. So there's a lot of things to consider. I mean, I could go on and on, but I know you got some other questions. But you know, if any guys want to reach out and talk to me when we get through, I'll give them my phone number. They're more than welcome to reach out to me. I've been in this industry. I haven't been in it quite as long as you or some other guys, but I've been in it long enough to know what you need to do. You know.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's really good advice about workers' compensation, running a legitimate business. A lot of guys do something called piercing the corporate veil. And so if you have an LLC set up, if you've done all the right things, but you don't have your finances in order, and you go buy groceries with your business account card, you have pierced the corporate veil. So if you hire someone, and then let's say your truck's involved in an accident with one of your workers in it, and the insurance company sues you because someone was hurt very bad or killed. When auditors and insurance companies come in and lawyers come in and go to sue you, and you're protected with an LLC, and so you say, okay, I have an LLC, but they audit you and they found out that you bought groceries with your business account, you pierce the corporate veil. Now you're personally liable. At the end of the day, I think all of us are personally liable to some extent, but if you pierce that corporate veil, you're done. They're going to take your house, car, everything's on the table now. So the importance, and people don't tell you that, but the importance of having all the things in place, the insurances, the CPAs, the attorneys, the LLCs, it's there and important. And that's why maybe if you have a new business and you say to yourself, well, these other guys are bigger than me, so I can be a lot cheaper, and you're just running and gunning and you're making good money, but you're maybe the cheaper or lower priced guy in your market, that can catch up to you, because the higher price and the higher margin is not so that you can go buy a Lamborghini. It's so that you can pay the CPA, you can pay the attorneys to file the LLCs properly, so you can pay for the insurances. We pay workers' compensation insurance for 22 people, and it's very expensive, but we're safe, we're covered. And I don't like doing it, but we do it. And so I think that's very good advice you gave there, is to really study about doing the right thing in your business and running it properly, because at the end of the day, you have a proper business. So that's really solid advice. And I think just so you know, you got a lot of people here that said, speak the truth. They love hear what you're saying here. So I don't know how to pronounce this name. I would love to know, but it says, if you can change your attitude, it will change your altitude. John says, amen to everything you're saying here. Jake Bell, CPA, LLC, and insurance is a must. But Dave Ramsey changed my life. You know, from age about 17 to about 28, I listened to Dave Ramsey at 1 o'clock every day. He raised me. It was life changing for me as well. Got a question here from Matthew Wynn. He says, any advice for a Canadian fence stain company looking to bring my business to the southeast area of the USA, because the working year here is only 6 months and I'd like to be able to work year round? And he heard about us. I guess he's primarily a fence builder. He heard about us from the Dan Wheeler at the Fence Industry Podcast.
Yeah, I just had an individual. He sent me a message through Facebook Messenger just yesterday or day before, wanting to know, just give him some advice about his business. He was only able to generate $60,000 last year. This is his second year of business. Well, you and me, it takes time to build a business and build a brand. It just don't happen overnight. And it's taken me 9 years to get where I'm at now, where my phone is ringing, So, but basically in Nebraska, unlike a lot of the states in the Midwest, I mean, you're fighting an uphill battle because you can only really stain 6 to 8 months out of the year. So if I was in a situation like that, I think Aaron Andrews moved to Florida. I would, for all these guys that are really struggling trying to stain year round, some of it is location. And I'll tell you, the Southeast is wide open. I tried to get my son to start a staining business in Savannah or St. Augustine, Florida. Like a lot of young people, they can't see the forest for the trees. But yeah, I mean, it's wide open. When I tell you the Southeast is wide open, I rode around in Savannah the other day, and I occasionally work up there. If they'll pay me a mobilization fee, I'll go up there and work. But I can't stain in Savannah what I stain here. But it's wide open. I mean, when I tell you wide open, the Southeast is wide open. I mean, I just had a buddy of mine from Tampa moved to Tampa and started a fence staining business, and he's got 1,400 foot of fence. And I'm trying to find him. He reached out to me yesterday. Wants me to come stain it, but that's a little bit outside of my service area. And I think I got Charlie Hilton on that job. Another guy helped get his business started. I think Charlie's going to go down and help him. But the Southeast is wide open. I mean, you're going to have some struggles in the Southeast. Me and you've talked about this, Caleb, because in the summer here, you're not going to go stain a fence before 11 o'clock because of the heavy fogs and dew that we have. The moisture content is 25 to 30%. So we have to wait till the middle of the day. So you're going to have some struggles even year round here too. So.
Yeah. And so I'll touch on the wide open market. I agree. The Southeast is a wide open market, but I would say that any market in the United States is a wide open market for a company that does a good job, does what they say they're going to do, and takes pride in their work, and charges a good fair price, has good branding, checks all the boxes. Man, you can go anywhere and be. There's such a need for service businesses. When I was in Canada last month, the amount of people that they said, literally, it does not matter what the price is. We can't find anyone to do it. Whatever the price is, we'll pay it, come do it. And that was across the board for all services. They literally don't have enough people to do the work. So Canada, you may be in the wrong market in Canada. I mean, there's markets in Canada that if you'll just go do the dang job, you can print money 6 months out of the year and take a vacation the other 6. So I think getting that right business plan is real important there.
Yep.
Hunter Bowie says, any recommendations on a CPA that specializes in stain and painting businesses? I have a good CPA now. I think a good CPA is a good CPA. You need to have one that's going to be that's going to work for you, because a lot of people will just do your taxes but you need a CPA that understands small business and understands the tax laws and things like that, so that you're not paying more tax than you should. So having a good CPA that actually calls you, challenges you, and questions you is probably a pretty good sign that they're doing good work for you. Yeah, so Justin says 87 IRS agents, 87,000 will be working to audit such small businesses. Yeah.
Well, let me, there's not going, I worked at the place where they train the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center cannot train 87,000 federal agents. So you don't have that to worry about.
Yeah.
But,
So,
but we can protect ourselves as business owners. No different than what we do in the staining industry and what someone does that builds homes. We got to protect ourselves. You need to have a good CPA, a good financial planner. You need to have liability insurance. And You just got to protect yourself and run a legitimate business. I mean, I'm expecting any day to get audited just because of my business. I'm expecting to get, and I've got all my documents for the last 7 years. I keep them in files. So I'm expecting to get audited. And that's another reason to hire a good CPA, is because if you get audited, they're going to represent you. Another thing is having QuickBooks. I think it's the easiest way to manage your business as a business owner, is QuickBooks. And trust me when I say this, I'm not very computer literate, but if I can do QuickBooks, there's anybody out here watching can do QuickBooks. I sit down at the end of the month when I get my statement from the bank, and I go through and put all my stuff through QuickBooks. And at the end of the year, I just download everything on thumb drive and take it to my CPA. And because I got some people out here that I'm friends with that are running businesses that sooner or later they're gonna get caught. And,
this is true, man. It's so true. So Alejandro Bardo says, can you unpierce the corporate veil? Does it reset every year? I didn't know this, and I've spent my business debit on groceries. That's a great question for a tax attorney or a CPA. The good news is the year, it's a new year, and you can, start over, fix it, do it right, man. Charles Cook said, I'm thinking of starting a staining business. I've already learned quite a bit. I didn't know this morning. Thank you. So Charles, please reach out to our office. Anybody that's listening who needs help with this or point in the right direction, you can call us 615-785-1861. We'd be glad to help. John said, I started the process to go south. Do your homework. So Justin, it takes time hustling to make this business work. In Nebraska, I stayed 6 to 8 months, and comments about knowing your finances and how to save for the winter is a good thing. So what are your keys to getting in with realtors, developers, fence and deck builders? You got any advice on that?
Well, one thing I'll tell you, Caleb, about this, and you know this, you and Everett, all the industry leaders know this, you will never get anywhere in the staining business without networking with the community professionals that, real estate agents. I'm in with the biggest real estate agents in my area. Every time they sell a house, they go look at the house, they got a nasty fence or deck, they call me, or they recommended that fence or deck get stained so that the house will generate more income. The fence builders, every fence builder I got here, the only problem I have with the fence builders is they're telling my customers, and I try to educate them all, not to stain the fence for a year. So I try to educate them, I need to be on that fence within 6 to 8 weeks. That's my timeline for staining a fence here, pressure treated pine. Real estate agents, all your developers, try to get in with them. I'm in with most of my big high five developers. I do a lot of work for them. Fence builders, hey, go find out where they're working and go take their stain crews lunch. It's not uncommon. Hey, I'll call a couple of guys, hey, where's your guys working that day? And I'll go buy Chick-fil-A and get them lunch. Do something nice for them, give them gift cards. I mean, I built this relationship with my fence builders, and most of them don't want anything in return. I've had a couple bad experiences with a couple fence builders that want me to give them like 15% commission, which we know is unrealistic, And what I tell my fence builders, if you get me in there on that fence within 3 to 4 months, you can give them an additional 2-year warranty, because there will be no bowing, warping, or cracking on those fences, and it'll help you get any callbacks too. So that's the model most of my fence builders are using here. So
that is the biggest reason, in my opinion, because my history as a fence guy. Number one reason for callbacks on fencing and decking is due to warping, cracking, and twisting, and it really happens during the season changes from winter to spring. Man, you'll have tons of callbacks. So that's the number one way I know to talk a fence guy into staining is your fence is going to look good and your callbacks are going to be next to nothing. So I got some more questions here for you. Let's scroll through them and find. Brenda Farley says the best thing she did was hire a good bookkeeper, which is a good deal. Here's a question. Do you use only subcontractors instead of employees?
Brenda, I don't do any sub work, and I don't sub out any work. I run a really tight ship and really small crew. I got 3 guys, and I got 5 total. Some of these guys are retired law enforcement. They just want to make some extra side money. And I got 2 that work with me every day. And, you know, I just don't run a big crew because I can get a lot done by me being on the job. You know, I did a $5,900 dock job yesterday in 6 hours. I just don't need big crews. I don't need multiple crews. I make plenty of money with my niche, with what I do. And that's one thing I love about. Here's what I can tell you what I've seen with other fence staining individuals that run multiple crews. Either I can be on the job and make sure the job's done right, and it works to my advantage, because all these homeowners, the number one complaint they have is they never see the business owner until it's time to get a check or they get a call back. And I'm on every job. So I use that against my competition. I tell them right out the gate, you're going to see me here with my crews. It's going to take me a little bit longer to get to you, but I'm going to be here from the start to the finish. Now, the only time that I don't show up on a job site is my fence cleaning. I let Austin do all my cleaning for me now. He knows what he's doing. We're both members of PWNA. We've been through all the training. We go to training every year. My business model every year is to pick a class, and we go to a class. We just went through a big training that Everett put on and Deco put on and Sean from F9 Products put on up at L&H Pressure Washing Supply. We spent 2 days there. So I don't sub out any work. I know that works for some people. It just don't work for what I do. I'm very OCD about my work, you know.
Oh, that makes sense. Got a good question here for you from Kevin Eves. I believe Kevin's over in the San Francisco Bay Area. You do an oil penetrating test or water penetrating test on every pre-sale visit. What method are you using, and what's your visit estimating process look like, since you don't do anything virtually?
Well, I mean, basically a water penetrating test, all I do is when I get there and I discuss with the homeowner, you know, what their expectations, what color, you know, I walk around with just a bottle of water and just start pouring it on the fence, on the deck. What we're having here now is I'll have homeowners say, well, my fence has never been stained, but they're the third homeowner, and they don't know that Thompson's water seal was put on that fence two years ago. Or these 5-quarter deck boards, everything that I do is pressure treated pine. This is going to blow people's mind. I've never stained a cedar fence or deck. I don't know if there's one in the Southeast down here where I'm at. I always do a water penetrating test because I get all these calls from guys across the spectrum. Well, I just stained this deck with Everhoo's brand. It won't penetrate. It won't penetrate because of the barrier that's on the wood. I don't want to go down the mill glaze theory, but that barrier will not let a semi-transparent stain. So, you know, I do that water penetrating test to figure out if there's a barrier on the deck or fence on every job. And I just walk around because I got bit on a couple of jobs. You know, you go there to stain and you spray the fence and the stain's rolling off the fence and there's a clear sealer on the fence that's been on there. I don't sell any clear sealers because what I've seen is you'll get married to those jobs. Here, if you stain a fence with a clear sealer or toner, in a year it's gone. Now, I did do a job the other day in Thompson's water seal. The lady paid me $1,000. She was adamant Thompson's was going on her fence, but she got no warranty, and I backbrushed every bit of it, and it actually looked pretty good. It's been about 6 months ago, but I do a water penetrating. That's why I go to the job sites. I want to gauge my customers' expectations. I want to look for risk assessments, how close the houses are. I got a friend of mine that sprayed down a $90,000, the wife 40th anniversary, didn't look in the neighbor's backyard. All you got to do is look over the fence. And there was a new $100,000 Corvette she had just bought her husband for their 40th wedding anniversary. He didn't look over the fence, and he was using coffee brown on a shadow box fence and stained the whole side of that Corvette down. So, I mean, there's a lot of things I look for as a neighbor got a swimming pool. The average landscaping price on St. Simon's Island, I do a lot of work there, is $40,000 to $50,000 for the landscaping. So I need to look at those plants. A lot of plants don't have a lot of tolerance for oil-based stain. So I'm doing that risk assessment to determine, you know, water penetrating test, what kind of plants, swimming pools, concrete. And you know, there's a lot of customers out there that I've met that we're just not compatible to work for each other. You know, I try to talk to them and gauge their expectations, you know. So that's the reason I enjoy going and meeting all my customers. Normally I build a long-lasting relationship with them. I've got hundreds of repeat customers. But, you know, that's just what works for me. After I get through this podcast, I got to drive to Brunswick and meet one of my high-end clients on a big community development they're doing on the coast. So
I've got a question for you. You talk about this $100,000 Corvette. All they had to do was look over the fence or look through the fence because it was a shadow box. And this question is not a crew bashing question. This is a leadership question. How do you handle a situation like that? How do you approach that and make it not happen again? And at what point do you draw the line between mistake versus negligence?
Well, I mean, everybody makes a mistake. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that we don't make mistakes. I just had to, I had a customer and we did a fence. It was the first of this year. Had a brand new Tesla in the driveway. I knocked on the door, sir, can you please move your Tesla? I'll get out there and get it moved. I knocked on the door a second time. Sir, will you please? And I was using Oxford Brown. I was using airless. And everybody thinks because you use airless, you don't have overspray. You can absolutely have overspray problems with airless. It's just not as much with a low pressure system. But I mean, anyway, so he came out and moved the car 75 yards down the street, and somehow I got Oxford Brown all over that car. And I was there watching Austin. And what I do is I use range flags on top of the fence. We always put the rain on a windy day. I put range flags on the top of the post. And if I'm cutting in and Austin spraying, or if he's spraying and he sees that flag, that wind direction change, he stops. Well, I had to go spend $500 to get that car professionally detailed. And it was just the right thing to do. I mean, I told the homeowner I was sorry. It happens. After you do that, you have to spend that kind of money. The other day, I showed up on a job site in Callahan, Florida, just outside of, and my buddy runs a big hydro seeding company down there. One of his workers had parked his brand new Corvette right next to the fence. So I just rolled out I covered the whole car up with plastic and stained the fence. I mean, you're just going to make mistakes in this business. I'm on every job site. We make mistakes. We get a little overspray. It just happens. Stain is hard to control, but you just do the best you can do and claim ownership for what you do and apologize and say, hey, we're going to do whatever it takes to make it right. That's just part of the process. That's just part of being a responsible and professional business owner.
That's right. I like it. Here's a question for you. And I think the answer to this is obvious, but at what point in growing your business should you get more established with a good CPA and insurance? Would you start with one, or once you start generating more income?
Well, this is my nephew here, so we're fixing to start him a staining business. But he's not starting a staining business till he comes and works with me for a while. So I think you need to have I think you need to necessarily jump out of the gate and hire a CPA? Do I think you need to have a CPA and $1 million worth of liability insurance to get started? No, but I think it needs to be in your business model sooner than later, because you can't work for some of the people I work for. I have $2 million worth of liability insurance. I pay $100 a month for it. I can write it off. I don't think you need to have that. Initially, what you need to do is either go through Everett Abrams training class or Caleb's. You need to get training first. I don't recommend anybody start a staining business without getting some sort of training. And I told a buddy of mine the other day, I said, you need to have a work plan. Me and my employees have a work plan every year. We sit down and talk. We're going to go to some training throughout the year. I was told the other day, well, Jamie, you don't need to go to LNH. You already doing what they're. I said, you don't understand. There's something Everett's going to teach that I'm going to learn. There's something that Mark Truliano is going to teach with paver sealing that I'm going to learn. There's a lot that Sean from F9 is going to teach that I'm going to learn. So, I learned 2 or 3 things that's going to help me. Probably a lot of people don't know is one thing I tell most people, you got to start off and learn one profession before you can move over and get cross-trained into another profession. We do a lot of residential commercial pressure washing. I went through I'm a member of PWNA. Me and you talked about this, Caleb. We want people to stay in this industry. The washout rate's about 3 years, and I think a lot of it is because money management and getting lead generation. But what I do, anybody can do. I'm real big now with decorative concrete coatings. We do a lot of concrete staining. I'm really big with hardscape sealing. These are all things that most anybody on this podcast to do. If I can do it, they can do it. But I never did this without getting adequate training. And, I've added all these different services, and what that does for my business on those rainy days, I got things to do. I can keep my guys rolling. My guys are young and they want to make money. And I want them to make money. Austin's out today. He's got $1,000 pressure wash. He's out washing today. But do I think you need to just out the gate go hire a CPA, Cameron? No. We're going to sit down and do some talking. But I think it needs to be in your work plan. The problem in this industry, Caleb, from my perspective, is the tail wags the dog a lot of times. And, you need to get good training. You need to look at your behavior with money. And because it don't cost a lot of money to set up a bit to run a staining business. You can go buy a good used cargo trailer, a couple airless, 400 foot of hose, brushes, and some degreaser, and you can go make some money. But there's a lot that goes on with this and wood restoration about using the proper chemicals, and I'm sure you're going to ask some of those questions later. But no, I don't think initially out the gate that you need to have a CPA, but you need to run a legitimate. I think you need to have a business account. I do think you need to keep your business and your personal finances separate. There shouldn't be any interaction. I've got 3 accounts: my personal account that my government retirement check goes in. I got my business account. Then I got another account. Every single job that I do, 30% comes off of that job and goes in my tax account. I pay quarterly taxes. I got slapped on the hand about 4 years ago and owed $33,000 in federal taxes. I said that will never happen again. So, but these are all some things that you just need to consider.
I agree. I don't think, to speak to Cameron's point there again, in my opinion, I would try to identify that a CPA or accountant ahead of time and just go talk with them. They'll talk to you for free. You don't necessarily have to hire them, and you can actually hire them without paying them a lot of times. Now, if you go to an accounting, a big firm or something, they're probably going to want to run it more like an attorney's place. But if you find a good attorney or a good CPA in your town, you can go sit down and talk to them and say, "Hey, I'm a young guy. I want to start a business. What do you think I should do?" That's what they're there for. And so I think you could certainly get in touch with those guys. Same with the insurance guy before you ever do the first job. And I started without insurance, and I very quickly got it. I wouldn't start a business today without insurance, though, because what if the guy with the Corvette sued you and said, because these people are out there. What if your first job you stained a Corvette, and it was the most impossible customer in the world that said, "No, my Corvette is ruined. I want a new Corvette, $190,000. That's a risk. That is risk, and you can't, as Dave Ramsey would say, you can't measure risk. So that's it, man. I think make those relationships early, and don't steal from your family. Do it right. That's all I got, man. Jamie, I think you've just delivered. Got a ton of great information here. A ton of people. I want everybody to give Jamie a round of applause. Give him some love here for coming on and taking time out of his day. Been wanting to do this for a long time, and I think we should do it again.
Yeah, I'm actually planning on coming up to your training. When is it? February? When's your next boot camp up there?
We're February 16th and 17th in Nashville.
I guess Tim Cox wants to talk about, if you have a second, I think me and you talked about this. I'm having to transition my business model next year for a couple reasons. One is to keep me more on schedule. 2 is because I'm getting older. So I'm actually inducing more. I'm going to actually induce a water base. I've been using it, Everett's DRP. I'm going to about 50% of my staining next year is going to be water based because, well, one, I just met with 2 different HOAs in the last 2 months on the coast here, and they absolutely will not let me use oil-based stains. I don't know what's happening. I don't know if it's environmental that's moving down here. I can't leave that much money on the table by trying to force them, because one of them is going to be a 500 house community, and they were adamant there will be no oil-based fence or deck stains using this development. I'm okay. Well, I got one that we can use. So they've already picked their color. But Tim, I'm actually going to DRP. Everett, I've been using. I'm not. And Caleb, you know how I am. I don't hitch my wagon to a lot of brands. But one, for a lot of different reasons. One, I got to have a stain that's quick drying here on the coast, because if it says we got a 10% chance of rain, it can rain. I mean, that's that bad here on the coast. And I deal with heavy fogs here on the coast. So I've actually had some issues since I started my staining business, being able to stay on schedule, because I can't show up to stain a fence or deck until 11 or 12 o'clock. Well, decks are absolutely probably the number one thing that put people out of business. Decks and overspray. But with a deck, I use a thermometer gun to check the temperature on my decks. I think that's one of the big things guys are, they're not checking the temp. I think high temperature on these decks is the reason we're having a lot of deck stain failures with oil-based stains and water-based stains. Ever to tell you quick, do not put my stain on a hot deck. Spray it with water first. So I'm actually going to, because I've used this stain, it's a deep penetrating stain. It's incredible. I put multiple coats on, back brush. It looks incredible. I got happy customers. I've been using this stain now about 4 or 5 months, and I've done some big jobs with it. It looks beautiful. I want to be staining at 7 o'clock in the morning. I want to be done by 12. And it's hard for me to get my guys to show up at 12 o'clock when it's 113 degrees. And I'm going to start, I still will be heavy oil based, but I use a solid stain 9600 series. And I hear some controversy. I think a lot of it is applicator error. You know, you can't put a good stain over a bad failing stain and expect it to work. You know, I also can't get $5 to $7 a square foot for deck staining. But I'm incorporating Everett's DRP water-based stains. And, you know, I'm still going to use my 9600. I do a lot of dock and deck staining here. And, you know, when I first started, I probably walked away from $150,000 worth of business in 3 years when I first started, because the deck had been painted, or it had acrylic, or it had a latex on it. So now I've got some options how to deal with those different jobs, you know. But anybody out there, you know, I'm pretty easy to get in touch with. If you got any questions, just give me a call. I mean, I love helping guys. I mean, that's what it is. We're all stronger together. I don't care. I've said this. I've seen some animosities between staining companies, and one thing I can tell you, I just had this conversation with an individual yesterday, my new rep, and I said, I'll tell you right now, I've never heard Caleb say a bad word about anybody's stain. And that to me is what it exemplifies a true professional. There's enough money in this market for everybody. There's enough money, and I buy all my cleaning products from Caleb, because when you order from Caleb and Ashley, I ordered some stuff a while back and it was at my door. It beat me to the house. I don't know how y'all are doing that up there. Y'all got incredible logistics, so I want to give you a hand for that. And I appreciate this opportunity. I tell all the guys, you know, get some training, go to Everett's, invest some time. One thing I see, guys will not invest money into themselves and their business. Put some signage on your vehicle. Nothing bothers me more than seeing a guy running around pulling a spray rig with no signage on his vehicle. Give that customer 5 business cards. Build those relationships with in your community. And you know, this is a fairly easy business to get going. So, but I appreciate everybody's time.
Jamie, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Everett Abrams, thank you for standing by. Everett's Deck Restoration Plus. If you guys don't know that he is a sponsor of this event today, it wouldn't be happening without him helping us. So really appreciate you, Jamie. And
I enjoyed it. If y'all need anything, just reach out to me.
Awesome, man. We will see you. Let's do it again very soon.
Okay. Thank you.
All right,
y'all
guys,
have a great day.
Everybody give Jamie a round of applause. Up next, we got Mandy Bain, who is so excited to get her on here. Mandy is the Vice President of Operations for Stain and Seal Experts. She runs our entire service division. She does a great job. Some of you guys saw her at the Springfield Staining University event. Her background is a school teacher and a math teacher, 5th grade, if I'm not mistaken. So she's used to dealing with a bunch of little kids running around like me and that act silly all the time. And so there you go. So she works very well here, and she has taken our service business through COVID. We weren't able to go out and do as many quotes and estimates as before. And we spent a lot of time before that running 7 to 10 estimates a day, and just a lot of time away from our family. And what we wanted to do in our business, I knew the importance of seeing people in person, and I knew the importance of shaking hands and risk assessment in backyards, but I also knew the importance of my time. And I also knew that if we did a good enough job of covering all bases virtually on the phone and email and in pictures, that we could run our business without running estimates or near as many estimates. And so what Mandy's done in our business, she's taken us to complete probably 99.9% virtual estimating for our stuff. And she does this with a lot of different ways. Photos, videos, pictures. She uses a lot of different resources. And so she's going to talk to you about that and show you about the whole bidding process in general, how to bid fences, how to bid decks, things of that nature. And then she's going to show you how she does it virtually as well. So I want to bring Mandy on, and everybody save your questions for the last. And so we know Al Martin said, so she is smarter than a fifth grader. That is for sure. I just wanted to remind everybody, this event is sponsored by Expert Professional Wood Care. We make penetrating oil-based stains, and we make wood cleaners and brighteners, and super excited to have us as a sponsor. Obviously, this is the company. We manufacture that stain, and it's a really great product and does a great job no matter where you are in your service business. So without further ado, Mandy, thank you so much for coming on. It's great to see you. Say hello, and I'm going to get the heck out of here and let you take the stage. You are on mute.
Oh, thanks, Caleb.
Awesome. Mandy, I'm going to turn the wheel over to you. Are you ready for the slideshow to come up?
Sure, let's do it.
All right, let's go it. So here it is, Staining 101 or Bidding 101, and it's all yours.
Thanks. So if I don't know everybody, my name is Mandy. I've been here a little bit, and I manage the service side of the business here. Bidding, invoicing, project management, a lot of the parts of the business. So what I kind of built here is bidding for the beginner. This is kind of for if you have not sent a fence or deck bid before, kind of the bare bones basics of it. So let's get started here. I do mostly virtual bidding. I've been on a couple in-person estimates this year, but I don't do a ton of them. So here's kind of my process on this. So this is kind of the basics of how to not run in-person estimates. You want to use the resources that are available to you. My Salesman's a great one. Google Maps measuring, and I'll show you that in just a second. Google Maps Street View, Zillow listing, and then homeowner photos. And these are kind of how you get the bigger picture of the project that you're bidding. So here's Google Maps here. You can hover over an image, a house, whatever. And then if you right click, it goes to this drop down menu here in the middle, click on measure distance, and then you just click your corners of your fences. This works most of the time. It does not work so much if there is a lot of tree coverage, or if it's a brand new build, it might not be on Google Maps yet. So keep that in mind. But if your fence is there, you can get the footage straight from this, no problem. So you can see here the length of this. And that kind of keeps you from having to drive out there with a wheel. This is Street View. If the neighborhood has a drop down where you can go into the Street View, I can take a look at the sides of this fence. From here, I can tell that this is a privacy fence. It appears to have not been stained before. I don't know that for sure, but it looks like it's pretty raw, a couple years old, pretty easy, needs a cleaning, and then needs to be stained. And in the corner up here, it's really small. It looks like this picture is from February of 22. So this is a fairly recent picture. And you can just kind of see this needs to be cleaned and then it needs to be stained. And then I can look at the Zillow listing or a realtor listing or whatever program. I can see that this house sold kind of the end of 21. So essentially, it's a fairly recent picture. It kind of goes hand in hand with that February 22 Street View. Again, 6-foot privacy fence. I can see the general condition of it. As long as nothing has happened since February to the fence, I have a pretty good idea of what it needs. you have questions, go ahead and type them. I'll get you as I go. You can use the Google measuring with decks as well. This is a very standard 12 by 12 deck. It doesn't have any ground access. So this would be 12 by 12, 144 square feet with 36 linear feet of railing and probably 4 posts. Pretty standard on, you know, most houses around here, most residences. Sometimes you end up with an unusual shaped project. You can measure them the same way you would measure other decks or fences. I kind of go in here and I cut out the pool. A lot of times with homeowners, if I'm looking at this as an overhead, I will take a screenshot of this and send it to the homeowner and say, hey, can you confirm this footage? Is this still what it looks like? Have you made any additions? Anything like that, because that's basically what you need to know. You know, your footage is the most important part. After I can get a kind of an overview of the project alone, I ask the homeowner for photos. And this works well for me because a lot of times homeowners don't have time to meet up with me. They don't want to take off work to meet in person so I can look at their fence. They appreciate just, hey, here's some pictures. Let me know what I'm looking at. So this is kind of what we talk about on in either a phone call or an email thread that I would be having with a homeowner. I would want to know if they know of any products previously used. Is there a bucket in your garage of stain that might be on the fence? We would want to know those products and when they were applied. I need to know if they have a color preference or an HOA requirement or whatever, you know, kind of set the expectations there. I want to know, if possible, the date of install of their project. You know, when was the deck, when was the fence built? That gives me an idea of how old it is, and if it hasn't been stained since then, kind of what it would need as well. Like Jamie was talking about with, you know, what's in the yard, and this is something that photos can kind of skip over, and we need to know about sensitive landscaping or obstacles in the yard. Japanese maple trees, those, you can't even look at those things. They are not fun. Vegetable gardens, koi ponds, prize-winning roses, new sod, pools, sheds, concrete pads, pergolas, campers, classic cars, or brand new Corvettes. We want to know if those types of items are in not only your homeowner's yard, but their neighbor's yard. You know, is there anything in your neighbor's yard that we want to be aware of? Is there anything that, you know, that you need to protect? Are you putting your prize-winning roses in the fair for some competition? Just so we know. Then part of my conversation will be, okay, so if this is a, you know, residential fence and you have a shared line, are we doing both sides, inside only, outside only? Are you going to split this responsibility with a neighbor? That kind of information is good to know. And that way, if they do want to share it and their homeowner wants to split it with their neighbor, you know, you can say, I'll make a separate line item for your neighbor. Any questions on these photos? Anything kind of part of the conversation that we talk about with our homeowners? Okay, would you charge more for no access decks, or would you add a charge up to the square footage price? It kind of depends on how high off the ground the deck is. So one thing about no access decks is if it's pretty high off the ground and our crew would have to go through the house, I do need to know that for scheduling, because the homeowner would absolutely have to be there at the start of the project. That just depends on how tall it is. In the photo from the other slide, let me go back here just a second. This one, from the shadow, it looks like it's probably, well, it's hard to tell. It's not, you know, a foot off the ground. It's a little bit up there. it looks like maybe an 8-foot ladder. And I would ask that homeowner, "Hey, how tall is the back of this?" If it's way off the ground, then yeah, then we're gonna have to use a big ladder to get the outside of those rails. So that would increase my bid a little. Okay, can you just stay on one side of the fence, or will it overspray or bleed to the other side? Matthew, there are times when we do want to, only stain one side of the fence. You can do the light multiple coats, and it won't bleed through too much. I usually do have a kind of disclaimer if I do send a bid for a one side only, that there is a potential for some bleed through, especially around areas where there's knots or around the edges. If it's a shadow box fence, I don't recommend doing one side. The other side will not look good at all. So we can stain one side, but I do set that expectation beforehand that you can have some bleed through. That. Okay. If they agree to the proposal, do someone physically double check everything before you accept deposit? Not typically. For the most part, if I can get the information as far as the length of the fence or the footage of the deck, all the information, and if I can get some recent pictures, and I know for the most part what the scope of the project is, I don't usually go out there and double check everything. I pretty much have the information that I need to give a good estimate. And you have to be careful. If there's parts in the pictures that you're not really sure about, you do want to kind of clarify or say, you know what, let me come out and see this in person. Might be a difference. Let's. All right, Jeff, most of our decks here are well off the ground, so you can usually get to the outside with a pad and extension bolt. Yeah, definitely. Depending on how your crew or you or whoever goes about doing the railings, a lot of times you don't have to be right up close and personal with the outside, so totally doable with an extension pole. Okay. All right, I'm gonna keep going here. All right, so downside of asking homeowners for photos is sometimes you get this, which the good part about this photo is that I can see that it's a 6-foot, probably privacy fence. It looks relatively new, but I'm gonna need a little more detail than this. So this is not ideal. And then you might get this, in which case, whew, doozy. All right, let me just pause there. Hunter, do you require that the customer agrees to having the fence cleaned prior to stain? I do not. Well, if it is a brand new build and it's less than 2 or 3 months old, we don't require a cleaning. If it's older than that and it has started to gray, we really don't want to stain it without cleaning it first. And that cell comes with education for your homeowner. And also once they get the fence built, you want to say, hey, in the next 6 to 8 weeks, we want to look at getting this stained so that you don't have a higher cost of getting it done, and that kind of thing. All right. So now that we have your information, you will need to find your line items for your bid. So in the coatings industry, stains, paints, all that good stuff, we use square footage. If you're a builder, you probably use linear footage, but with stains, we want to do square footage. So to find your square footage of a fence, you need to take your linear footage times twice the height, and that gives you the square footage for both sides of your fence. That's kind of the general formula for that. This is These measurements down here are for our products. So for the cleaning needs of a fence, 8 ounce of cleaner goes about 200 square feet when mixed. 8 ounce of brightener goes about 200 square feet when mixed. And then as far as staining, standard privacy fence, 140 square foot per gallon. Board on board where the pickets are overlapping slightly, you're looking at 85 square feet per gallon. Shadow box, 50 square foot per gallon, and the picket fences are 100 square foot. And the picket fences are typically where the pickets are spaced 2 to 4 inches. So anything other than that, you might want to do a little extra. Okay, so let's go back to this fence that we looked at earlier. This is 168 linear feet of 6-foot privacy fence. Okay, so in order to find my square footage here, I'm going to take 168 times 12, multiply by 12 because the height is 6 feet and I want to double it. So that's 2,016 square feet of fence that needs to be stained. This fence is raw and unstained. It's approximately 2 to 3 years old. It needs a pretty basic wash with eco cleaner and brightener, and then it needs to be stained. Okay, so here's my needs. This is kind of my material list, my grocery list that I'm going to order from the store. So I'm going to need 10 cups of cleaner and brightener. So a gallon is 16 cups, so I'm going to probably get a little bit extra just in case. I'm going to order 1 gallon of eco cleaner and 1 gallon of wood brightener. And that will get my fence clean. When it comes to staining, I'm looking at 140 square feet per gallon. 2016 divided by 140 is 14.4. So I'm going to get 3 buckets of stain. Okay, and here's my totals down here. These are the retail prices. If you were a homeowner and wanting to DIY it or whatever, this is what your price would be for your materials. All right, now we're going to draw up our bid. So you know that you have $859.95 that you need to spend in materials alone. Okay, if you divide it by the 2016, your cost per square foot is 43 cents. Okay, and now what you want to do is you want to take your labor cost, whether you're doing it yourself, whether you and a helper, or you have a crew or whatever, your labor cost that you're going to need for your job. You want to add it to your materials, and generally you want to multiply it times 2. This gives you a 50% margin and gives you little wiggle room for overhead and profit. Okay, so when we're bidding a deck, okay, this is a pretty new deck built in the last couple months. It has not been stained before. I measured the railing on it, measured the floor. I can tell from these homeowner photos that it's got 4 steps, and it's a pretty basic in and out job, no problems. Okay, the landing is a 12 by 14, and Caleb makes fun of me. I say landing. It's a floor, but I call it a landing. 168 feet of floor, 30 linear feet of rail. There's 4 steps and there's 4 deck posts. You can change the deck post to tall, short, however you want your line items to be, but these are my basic line items here for this. We are going to clean this deck. We're going to give it a pretty basic wash. It doesn't need much, but the homeowner does have dogs, and there's some dog prints and some dirt and stuff on it that she wanted off. So we're going to clean it and then brighten it. I'm going to need for this project 2 8 ounces of both eco cleaner and brightener. That gets me, that'll get that deck done, no problem. And 1 bucket of stain will be fine. The total material cost in this project is going to be $265.97. So we're going to go right here. Again, the cost of your materials, $265.97, plus your labor cost, whatever it is that you need to make, your crews need to make, that kind of thing, and times 2. And that gives you a 50% margin for profits. These are some light items you might want to consider in your bid. Everyone does it their own way. This is how we do it. For fences, I usually have a cleaning light item, whether it's a basic wash or a complete restoration, depending on what the fence needs. A staining per square foot. And then additional masking charges for particular objects, if it's applicable. For decks, cleaning, that might mean a pretty basic wash, or it might mean a complete restoration. Your floor square footage, your railing, steps, deck post, underside of decking, if your homeowner wants that. We don't always stain underside of decking, especially on a job like this. No one's going to be under there, so we're not going to stain the bottom. And then privacy walls, benches, that kind of thing. If there's additional kind of parts of the deck, that would need to be included in there. So that is the kind of overview, the 10,000 foot view of kind of building a bid for a fence or a deck. And from here, I can take some questions if you have them. This is not the 201 version. This is the 101. So any questions you have, I'd love to answer them. Let's see. What factors, okay, Tony, what factors would lead you to uncharge? I don't think I understand. Maybe upcharge. Okay, let me just move down here. How do you figure your material on lattice, Daryl? Lattice isn't going to be a whole lot extra. You might add a little bit kind of onto your material list, you know. But as far as putting it in the bid, I just make it part of the fence. You know, it might be a 6 foot privacy lattice top fence, and you might add a little bit onto each square footage on that. I wouldn't add too terribly much. You do want to mask a little bit better if you do have some lattice. Let's see here. Matt, do you ever have the customer walk the fence and send you a video? Yes, I do, and that's my favorite. Alejandro, how do you charge for posts? I kind of just set a tall post line item. So basically if the post is more than 8 feet, and then I have a short post line item if the post is less than 8 feet. And I generally just count them. Charlie, do you provide all estimates via email? At what point are you giving your sales pitch when sending estimate at initial contact? So I do send bids via email, and then I like to call them about the time that I send it over, make sure they're able to open it, give them a chance to take a look at it, ask them if they have any questions. And at that point, that's where I'm telling them the benefits of basically what my bid is, why we need to do this restoration, why we need this, cleaning. But during my information gathering process is kind of a lot of that, where I might call a homeowner while I'm looking at their pictures. Hey, I noticed that it looks like you have a stain on here. Do you happen to know what kind? Oh, it's a water-based. Here's what we'll need to do. Or here are our options. Here's the expectations you should, here's what we can do versus what, you can expect to see. So that's kind of that part. Tony, yes, what factors would lead you to upcharge? As far as restoration, if a deck has had 15 years of very regular maintenance of a water base, that restoration is going to be pretty hefty. Otherwise, on decks, things like privacy walls or louver walls or anything kind of not standard, that it would take my crew either extra man hours or would take significant extra stain or anything like that. Those are things that I would want to upcharge on a bid. iPhone to iPhone videos work great. Me having an iPhone, but a customer has Android. What's your go-to upload the service for video sending? We use Gmail. and I prefer that photos and videos from my homeowners go into my Gmail. That way I have them all together. I don't use my phone a whole lot because then I will not remember where these photos are sitting. So that's my preference. I just had a light bulb moment. If a prospect will do a video or pics, we will give discount on job. Sure. If that, not going to bids, it does save gas, time, risk, all that good stuff. So if that works for you, then yeah. How do you calculate your time needed to complete a project? What formula do you use? I've been working with our crew for quite a while, so I have a pretty good idea of how long it will take them to do certain projects. So I don't really have a formula that I use. I generally do things by half days. So if a deck needs staining, if it needs a full day, I'll schedule a full day for it and use, that amount of time on my man hours kind of estimation on that. Charlie, what is your follow-up process after providing an estimate? How long do you wait to follow up? What does that follow-up look like? I try to call my homeowner within a couple minutes of sending that estimate. One, to make sure they receive it because it does go to their email. Two, to see if they can open it and see if they have any questions and if it makes sense. You are going to have those people that have sticker shock when they open their bid because their cousin said they could do it for a couple $100. And that's just not always the case. So, but for as far as follow-up, I usually like to do a phone call. I'll leave a voicemail if they're not available. And then if I do leave a voicemail, I will also send a follow-up email. If I don't get a hold of them the next day, I will call and email again. And then I might wait a couple more days and, say, hey, just wanted to touch base with you on this. Wanted to know if there's any questions I could answer, anything like that. I'll let them know I'm currently scheduling for the week of whatever date, weather permitting, kind of give them the scope of what I'm looking at and give them an idea of what they can expect from us. Let's see. Jessica, how do you bid 3 or 4 rail fences? This is an exception to the square footage rule that I do. Through farm fencing, I usually bid in linear feet. So as far as stain estimation, 3 rail fence uses about 5 point, there's what is it, times 5.5 divided by 165 for coverage. 4 rail is 6.5 160. But I do those in linear feet because the square footage on those is just kind of a pain. What's a good starting price for post pricing? Been trying different approaches, but wondering where's a good standard price would be for under 8 feet. Alejandro, I wouldn't get bogged down too much in the posts. Just make it make sense. Think about how long it's going to take you to stain that. If a post is going to take you 15 minutes and you have 4 of them, well, there's an hour, or however long it's going to take you to do that. So just keep that in mind. If it's going to take you an hour to stain all the posts, then make sure you include a man hour, in your bid for those posts in particular. Let's see. Casey, depending on how many guys on a crew, typically you can say for every 1,000 square feet should take about an hour and a half. That's a good starting point. That depends on difficulty. Yeah, that looks like it's probably for an answer for fence staining. Good starting point. Tanner, how do the stain and seal crews apply cleaner and brightener? We use pump up sprayers, but feel this method takes too long, especially on larger fences. On decks, we use pump up sprayers. If it's a significantly larger fence, we might downstream an eco cleaner. But we recommend the pump ups. What do you do if it's a new development and not on Google Maps? Great question. That's usually where your homeowner photos are going to help you the most. A lot of new developments, Google doesn't update them quite as often as we want them to. So if the fence isn't there, you can, if the house is there but the fence isn't there, you can generally get a good idea of what their yard looks like. But that's where your homeowner photos are going to come into play. And if it's a project that you just can't quite get the outline of in the photos, then you might want to say, hey, let me come out and take a look at it. When's a good time for you? It might be one of those in-person estimates that you just need to do. Okay. Daryl, do you figure more stain for spray application over brush application? Considering overspray. So the footage that I put on this slide back here, oh, this one. This is generally for spraying, for fences. Brush application, we usually, for a deck, we will usually brush a deck. So I don't really account for too much more. I do like to be cautious with my stain estimating. I do want to send our crew and with more stain than in theory they should need by a couple of gallons just in case. But don't really have too many issues with that. Thanks, Abby, for the footage information. There's our farm fence equation for stain needed and 4 rails underneath. Okay. Thanks, Justin. Hunter, how do you bid for a larger prepper cleaning on a 3 or 4 older horse fence and has lichen on it, needs a heavy clean? Then if it needs a heavier clean, it's going to need a little more pressure and need a little bit more love, then you might just want to up your footage price a little bit, because it's going to need 1, more materials, and 2, probably more man hours. I do that all in linear footage. Most people, most homeowners or companies or whatever that have fences like that, they know what the investment is in it. They know that there's maintenance involved. So just be prepared with that one for extra material. Okay. What close, Kenny? Hey, Kenny. What close rate do you shoot for by doing virtual estimates? Oh, here comes Caleb. What close rate do I shoot for? I like to see 30 to 40% close rate doing virtual estimates on most residential projects. We don't want to get them all because that means that our numbers aren't right. So 30 to 40 would be kind of where I'm aiming. Caleb, any input on that?
I think you've done a great job. I think you've opened up some eyes here. Is that the end of your slides? It looks like it probably
that is. Yep.
And so this is awesome. So you didn't go into gross profit margin and things like that? Looks like you stopped.
Not this time.
Awesome. So some people asked, are we going to do more slides later, more in-depth bidding? And the answer is yes. And we could do that now if everybody, because we've got time, if everybody says, hey, I want more, I want to learn about cost of goods sold and margins, we can do it. So I'll kind of crowdsource. If you guys wanted to keep going, she's got more. If you don't, then we'll stop it here. But Mandy, on the big farm fences and stuff, not a whole lot of people do those like Hunter does, but that is who does the big farm fences in our office? I always steal those because
Caleb gets those.
those are my favorite.
Those are his jam.
Those are my favorite kind of jobs, and so I look at it differently. I know our guys can spray about 1,000 feet per hour of 4-rail with 2 guys in a truck, and so I can figure, do I need 1 truck? Do I need 2 trucks? And so I just generally, those are, you got to run those jobs. You got to run them just a lot more efficiently than your average backyard fence. Because if somebody's got, let's say you're $4 to $6 a linear foot for a 300-foot backyard fence that's a 4-rail. Well, when somebody has 13,000 feet, they're not going to pay you $4 to $6 per linear foot usually. So you've got to get fast. You got to get heavy duty, and you got to go faster on those, and you got to get really dialed into your processes and your stain usage. So that's how that goes. Mandy, I don't know how busy you are today, but we're getting a resounding yes. More. 201. What was the last slide you were on? Where were you at?
That's a great question. I think I was at the end. Line items.
Did you cover cost of goods sold?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you did. Okay. Well, she did. All right. Well, how about let's talk about cost of goods sold a little more.
Sure.
You want me to? You stay here, and I'll take the wheel on cost of goods sold.
All right, let's do it.
I'm going to get rid of this. But Tom Reber from the Contractor Fight says that you cannot grow your business without making at least a 50% gross profit margin. And so I'm going to give you guys a link here. I'm going to drop it in the thing because this is a great link that you can use so click on that. You guys can look at it, and that will give you a margin calculator. So if you don't know how to figure margin, you can use the calculator, and it will do it for you. And I'm gonna try to pull that up on my screen here if my internet will allow me, and show you guys some numbers. And we'll just talk about gross profit margins for a minute. So I'm going to present a screen share here, and I'm going to click a Chrome tab. Here we go. All right. Okay. So this is that link I gave you. And so the power of gross profit margin, the power of margin is incredible in understanding this. When I grew up in the fence business, we used a 30% gross profit margin, and we couldn't figure out why we never got new trucks, why we starved to death and never had any money. And that's a big problem. And raise your hand if you're there right now and you're like, I'm working myself to death and I can't get anywhere. I can't get the new truck. How do these guys do it? Raise your hand. Be vulnerable here. And if you're there now, or if you have been there, raise your hand, because that is a huge problem in the industry of all trades, all service type businesses. So gross profit margin is very, very important. Tom Reber again says 50% gross profit margin is where you got to be, and that's what Mandy outlined. She showed you that a cost of goods sold, which is generally your labor and materials, what it cost you to get the job done. That includes paying for labor, not working for free, but if you had to pay for the labor, what would it cost? And so there you go. That's cost of goods sold. And if you just multiply it times 2, it's a really easy way to get to that 50% margin. So if your cost is $100 and you want to do a 50% margin, your revenue, the price you would charge is this $200 number, and your gross profit is $100. Now the gross profit is not what you take home. Gross profit is there to pay overtime, to pay overhead. And that means your insurance, office staff, truck payment, leases, rentals, whatever you got.
The light bill,
you got to pay
everything.
That. All of those expenses have to come into that. But I want to show you that this calculator is super cool, because let's just say it costs you $2,344 to do a job, and you want to go to a higher margin, which I am here to tell you that the wood care industry will afford a higher margin. So let's just say you wanted to go to a 65% margin. This calculator will do it for you instantly, and it will show you your revenue, and it will show you your gross profit. If you're like us, we tend to run a higher gross profit margin because we're in a seasonal business, but it is my duty, responsibility to make sure that our crews have an income 12 months out of the year. I feel personally, and it's a personal goal of mine, to not lay my people off. And so far, knocking on wood, we've never laid anyone off because of lack of work in the wintertime. Like right now, it's rained for the last week. Our guys are still getting paid. And that's very important to me because hiring new people every year and putting your people on temporary unemployment is it's tough, man. That's hard. It's hard to keep crews when you're doing that. But I want to show you the power of gross profit and using a margin. So here's what I want you to look at. Why it's so important to get things dialed in and tight in your business is because of the difference between gross margin and net profit, gross profit and net profit. So net profit, for those that you don't know, when you have gross profit, it is there to pay all the bills. It's there to pay all your overhead expenses. And once all that is paid, you are left, hopefully, with net profit, which is the real profit. That is the actual profit that the company makes. That's what you use to grow your business with. So the cool thing about 1% margin over here, I wish I had a bigger whiteboard, but increasing your gross profit. Let's just say, let's go back to $100 because this is probably going to be easier. And I'm sorry, guys, I'm on the fly here. So we're teleprompter free. So if your cost is $100, and let's just say that you're running a 50% margin and your revenue is 200, that gives you a $100 profit margin or net profit right there. Let's say that your fixed cost is $75 and you are left with $25 in net profit at the end of this job. And you can add as many zeros on this as you want. Let me show you. So we know that our cost is $75. That's the cost. And our net is 25. If we go up 2%, our profit went up to 108.33. 108.33 minus 75, 108.33 minus 75, because our cost is the same, so now our net profit went from $33. I'm sorry, went from $25 to $33, and we only raised our price by $8. So 2% increase in gross profit, $8 increase on our price that we charge the customer, but that increased. Let's see how many percent that is. That's a good Mandy question. Let's say $25 plus 25% is 6. So that's a 30% increase in net profit. So you charged $8 more and you got a 30% increase in net profit. You raised your price $8 and you brought home 30% more money. So that 2% is an incredibly powerful number. That's the most powerful number of your whole bidding thing, is that extra $8 made a huge difference on what you keep. Let's play with it even more. So let's say we go to a 60% margin. Now our gross profit just went from $25 to 100 and let's see, to 75. So our net profit just went up 300%, and you only charged $50 more. So you raised your price by $50. You went from a 50% margin to a 60% margin, and you increased your profitability, net profitability, by 300%. So now guys ask us, why don't you just look at a project and guess and you kind of figure out what it is and you just guess a number, or you just bid at whatever. This is why, because once we understand these knobs on this machine and how it works, we can manipulate them, and we can go, if you go to a 75% gross margin, now your profit has gone up 1,000%. Now, I know some of you guys are scratching your head here, and some of you, a light bulb's coming on and going, holy cow, that's incredibly powerful, which it is. It's incredibly powerful. But I want to show you something, because the question you're asking me now is, well, isn't this price scalping? Isn't this unethical? Isn't this a problem to charge more than a 50% margin? And first, I'll illustrate it by telling you a story. I had a house for sale not too many years ago, and I had an inspection, and I had to have two things done on my house. One I could do myself, one I could not. One was a 3-way light switch, and I had to get it done today. So I called Hiller Plumbing in Nashville, $150 million plumbing company, heating and cooling, HVAC, electrical, and plumbing. They came out with their $7 3-way switch. They replaced the switch, and they wrote me a bill for $1,500, and I paid the bill. Now that was a $6 switch, and that was there was how many
One service call.
One service call, $1,500. The point of that is Hiller Plumbing went from one guy in a truck to 600 trucks and $150 million in revenue in less than 15 to 20 years. And the way they did that was by having high profit margins. So let's just say that the cost in that project was $100 for the light switch, and for the trip out there, the cost of goods sold, they charged me $1,500. They were running a 93% gross profit margin. And the more I study bigger businesses that grow, like Netflix, Amazon, Amazon's not a good example, but Netflix, Starbucks, any service business that scales to a very large number, Uber, all these companies, they run the phone company, the telephone company, the electric company, they run 90 to 100% gross profit margins. And that is how they're able to throw money back into their business over and over and over to grow it quickly. And so I share this with you to say it is incredibly important to have a good, profitable business with a higher gross profit margin so that you can be there in the long term to take care of your customers, to take care of your team members, and to take care of your own family. It's incredibly important. There's no reason to go so far to only get this far. You have to continually educate yourself and learn about these kinds of things and understand that all these other companies charge higher margins so that they can invest back into their company. Because when you have multiple trucks, when you have insurance, you have 401ks that you're matching in your company for your team members, you can't do those things without margin. That's what the margin's there for. It is to grow your company. And without good margins, you cannot afford to offer the benefits. You can't afford to pay the most money. You can't afford to do the things. And if you can't do those things, you'll never get the kind of quality team members, A players that you need that are going to take your company and run with it. So for you guys out there who are all saying there's no good help out there, you can't find people who want to work. If you paid double what you're currently paying, could you find those people? Would that problem go away? Raise your hand if the answer is yes. So if your average technician or your average office manager, average whatever, if you paid double, would that problem go away? Would you be able to find the right people? I think for most of you, the answer is absolutely. So is it a money problem or is it a people problem? And there's no good people, or is it that you just can't make enough money yet in your business to afford the kind of people that will take you to that next level? And so what do you notice about these companies that are running these high margins? Netflix, the phone company, the power company. Everybody in every town wants to work at the electric company because they pay great and they have great benefits. They want to work at the railroad because they have great benefits. They want to work at wherever, the top person in each industry always has the best people because they generally can afford to pay the best. So I challenge you guys to take a look and understand what your numbers are, figure those numbers out. And then let's go on a mission here to, over time, I'm not saying that you can go from a 30 to a 50 to a 90% margin in 1 year, but set yourself a goal and say, you know what, we're going to get to 50% margin. We're going to do it that way all 2023. And then if you master that, maybe you shoot for 55, maybe you shoot for 50. We have a goal in our company that we set last year, and we've done a really good job of hitting it. And we're going to do it again next year. We're going to run a different goal, and we're going to try to go further. And so I think understanding this cost of goods sold, and then this gross profit margin is an incredibly powerful thing that you can bring into your business that will change your life and the lives of all the people in your business. So I think this is super, super important.
And just to add to that, Caleb, if you're not already, if you don't already have a running P&L sheet, you need to start one yesterday. You need to keep track of all the pieces that go into each part of your job, down to how many miles away, how much stain you're using, all the pieces that are important to help track your numbers.
Yeah. And so I'm going to run through some questions here. And I hope this was insightful for some of you guys and ladies. So Brenda asked Tom Reber, R-E-B-E-R. He's even got an HGTV show now, but his company's called The Contractor Fight. And he's been there just like I have, just like others have. And he talks about the struggles and what you've got to do to earn. Nobody wants to quit their 9 to 5 for freedom and then work, 9 to 9 in their service business. So Daryl says 30% margins not cutting it anymore. Tanner needs to up his margins. Brenda says thanks. Nick Lee says, Caleb, here in OKC, business as always very steady, but our main issue is the wind days are killing our schedule. How would you tackle that issue of constant wind days over 20 mile per hour? How do you stay profitable when you can't get production out at times? I would say take the blinders off and start thinking outside the box. If it's 20 mile per hour wind, 90% of the time, it sounds to me like you've got the best marketing strategy on the planet. If you said, here at my company, we stain fences and decks by hand. We don't use sprayers because the wind is really high here and we don't want to stain your house. We don't want to stain your car. We're not trying to throw overspray in everybody's backyard. We do things proper and we do it by hand, and figure that out. Like if you did that in your market and you figured out how to do that, you could name your price and you could work way more than you could if it was, than the guys. Everybody, don't be the guy sitting on the sidelines. When everybody's sitting on the sidelines waiting for the wind to die down, go out there with some brushes and rollers and figure it out, knock it out. You can build a marketing platform around that. If that was my market, I would figure out how to do it without spraying. And that is something Mandy and I, we don't know how we're going to do it, but one day we're going to have a staining company where we never spray. How do we do it? I don't know, but we're going to do it. But that's the way it goes. It's just like the old timers, man. When the chainsaw breaks and we got to clear these trees, get the axes out, get the hand saws out. We're just going to do it the old school way. And so, 80% or 75% production on a day that's windy is better than 100% production or zero, right? Better than zero. Justin says, for about 5 years, I struggled with margins and understanding it. Last 2 years, I have been learning about margins, gross profit, expenses, overheads, now getting between 70 to 80% margin. Take time to know the numbers. Awesome. 70 to 80% margin is very strong, very healthy. You could go higher, but there's really, you would probably don't have to unless you just have a huge overhead. 70 to 80% gross profit margin is where you can retire. Justin, let me ask you this. Since you've gone from the margins you were before to 70 to 80%, what difference has it made in your mindset and in your confidence about your future and the ability to grow your business, take care of your team members, and retire and give your family at home, your wife, the security and the sense of security that long term, if I break my leg, we're going to be okay? What's that like? Tell me that when you can. Here's a question from Daryl. Do you base your labor off total man-hour figure? I'll answer that. No, we base our pricing off of P&Ls, which does include total man-hour figures, but we work into it backwards because we don't want to sit down and take the time to break every single job down for man-hours. We assess what it's going to take and we set our pricing. So for instance, let's just say that we decided that we're 75 cents a square foot is the price we need to be, figuring the average amount of hours that it's going to take and the material and things like that. and then we do the job. And then if we do a P&L on it and we look and we say, well, we actually were at a 63% margin, or whatever the number is. We were shooting for 75 and we came in at 63. Then we would adjust our figures moving forward, and we just back ourselves into it. So we're constantly, every single job we do a P&L on it. I mean, QuickBooks, it does all those things, but I like to do it in a spreadsheet just for myself so I can color code things. And Mandy's, she sees all of these, and she just hits the numbers. And if something's not quite right, I do the P&L, and on the top of the work order, I put the percentage on it. It goes back to Mandy, and she sees it. And we know if something's off. Once we look for why is it off? Oh, it was 2 hours away. That one just had more man hours in it. Or, you know, it was just the whatever was on there didn't come off. We had to spend some time sanding it, whatever. Or you realize, hey, that's 3 in a row that we were a little lower than we wanted to be. We need to go in and change our pricing. On a 4,000 foot farm job at the moment, any tips on farm fencing? Stay moving. Don't stop. Keep moving. So many guys want to stop and take breaks. A real farm fence crew will run a flatbed truck with as many barrels of paint or stain they can get on the back. And they'll have 2 guys with short hoses hanging off the back, staggered, spraying both sides of the fence, and they'll be staggered to one another so they're not spraying in each other's faces, and they're getting this fence going. And the third person's driving the truck, and they usually keep a timer in the truck. And the very best I've heard of was about 43 minutes. Every 43 minutes, the timer goes off in the truck, and the guy who's driving the truck will get out. Here's my candle. They'll get out, and on machines that have a drum sucking pump, they have the intake tube goes down into the barrel. Every 43 minutes, the guy gets out, he tilts the drum up so that you can get everything out of the bottom of it. And then as soon as it sucks dry, he opens the lid on another barrel, which he's already got ready to go. And he just takes the tube out and he drops it right into the new barrel, turns the pump back on, and they're literally shut down for 30 seconds tops. And then he jumps back in the truck and they keep going.
If you have a fourth person, they can be pulling hoses if the hoses are too long.
Yeah. I think on smaller crews, you're going to have longer hoses, but the really fast guys keep short hoses, so they're not dragging anything. And we tend to run longer hoses because it's not our everyday job. But if we were running everyday farm fences, short hoses, and just staying on top of it. So Joel says that profit margin calculator is a game changer. Yes, it is. It is omnicalculator.com, and you can just search margin calculator. Joe Everett says that the customer says you're too expensive is just really saying that you're too expensive for their project. That's true. So it looks like we got a lot of good responses here. Matthew wins. Mine just exploded. Remember the power of profit margin. It's incredibly powerful. That goes back to my statement. How do you keep that pace when the weather is a constant issue? I think that's just an issue. You know, Mandy, you have a lot of struggle with weather sometimes, like this week, and that's just the way it is. That's another reason why profit margin in the staining business needs to be higher if you're going to run a full-time business, because you're going to have rain days. You're going to have days that you can't produce income. So let's say the average construction business or fence business or painting business can run 100% of work days, where the staining business, you may only be able to work 65% of work days, but you still have 100% of the bills. So that's just something you need to take into consideration.
And Caleb, just to touch base on that, I do have some people that ask me on occasion, do your homeowners have issues, you know, with all the rescheduling? And what we've found is that if you communicate regularly with the homeowners that are on your books and let them know kind of what's on, they're usually okay. It's when you schedule the time to show up with them and then don't show up is when they start to but if even the day before, hey, it looks like you're going to have rain in your area, can you let me know in the morning if it rained, and if it does, we'll have to reschedule, that kind of thing, just so that just keep in touch with them, and they usually appreciate it.
Communication. I used to communicate when I was a one-man show. I figured out that if I would communicate ridiculously too much, like every day, I gave every customer an update, and it was a copy and paste email. I could just say, here's what I did today, here's what I'm doing tomorrow, and here's the order of all the other jobs that I'm doing. and I put all the last names so people would know who they were, and I would copy and paste. I didn't group it all in one email because I didn't want to share email addresses, but I would copy and paste and send it to my entire customer list, and I would send it every day. And so people felt like they were hearing from me every day. They were rooting for me. They said, wow, you got 3 jobs done today. That's awesome. It looks like if everything goes well, I'll be on Friday. And people were able to schedule their stuff accordingly. Nick Lee said, great advice. I'm going to go back to the painting by hand. Years ago, I stained a deck for a customer, and they had their fence stained, and it was beautiful. And they were using Baker's Gray Away stain. And I thought, wow, it looks nice. And apparently they had a conflict with the contractor, and they didn't hire him again. But I asked him some questions about how they did their job because I was curious. And he said, well, they did it all by hand. And I said, what? And this was a fence, about a 200-foot backyard fence. They did it all by hand. And I said, really? And he said, yeah, they sent one guy, and they said he was an old guy, came out here, and he brushed and rolled the whole fence. And he did it in a day. And I was like, I'm doing 2 fences a day with a sprayer, and this guy did 1 fence a day with brush and roller. He used half as much material, and he didn't have any overspray issues. He didn't have to mask anything like I do when I'm spraying. And so ever since then, I've known it was possible. And I've also wanted to strive for that. So Justin says he stained 3 fences by hand this year, less de-stain to use. I think he's saying he used a lot less material and lots of bang energy drinks and something good to listen to. So I want to talk back about Justin. So I asked him the question, since he's gone to a 70 to 80% gross profit margin, what has that done to the way he feels? And he said, winter is so much less stressful. Wife physical therapy schooling paid for in cash. Trip to Azores paid for in cash. Knowing my numbers have allowed for retirement, saving, and debt-free living. I think he said, sorry, I have large fingers. This is true. But yeah, Justin, thanks for sharing that, man, because that's the inspiration I want people to take away from this. Is this business is one of the only businesses I know that we can do this, that we can get a good margin in. And if we prepare properly, we can really grow something special.
Justin, talk to me about the Azores sometimes. It's on my list and it has been forever. I want to pick your brain.
Yeah. So Daryl says, do you brush decks to avoid the time and masking off the house, or spraying a deck is just a bad idea? Would spraying and back brushing a deck be a possibility, and spraying a deck be a possibility faster? So long story short, there's many ways to skin a cat or a deck. And so I think all of our polling and all of the opinions we've heard is that a hand-finished, hand-brushed deck looks better than a sprayed deck. And so if you're spraying your decks and back brushing them, that's fine. A lot of the really good guys love to do them by hand. And if you do them by hand, you do use less material and you have less masking to do. So really, it's going to be preference. But I'll take quality over quantity for sure. So decide what you're going to do. Never heard a customer complain about over communication. So I think that's about it. Does anybody else have any questions for Mandy? All right. So George, Azores. Awesome, man. I can't wait for Mandy to go to the Azores. That's going to be cool. Awesome. I'm going to switch gears. And everybody give Mandy a round of applause. Thank you so much for taking time out of your day and helping us out with this. And if you want to learn more about Mandy, remember, she's always available at our office. Our office phone number is 615-785-1861. And we pride ourselves in having the best customer support, best technical support in the wood care industry. It doesn't matter what stain you use. If you call me and you have a problem with a Home Depot stain, we could probably get you out of trouble and get it fixed up for you. So please give us a call, and we're here to help. That's what this whole program's about. Is the staining business has been good to us, and we want it, and we're confident it can be a good thing for you and your family too. So everybody says thank you, Mandy. You're a star now. You're a big hit.
Great.
Yeah. Mandy needs a raise. She does. This is true. All right. So remember, guys, this event is sponsored by Expert Professional Wood Care, and we couldn't do it without this stain. We couldn't run our business without this stain. We couldn't do anything that we do without this product being available to us. And yes, clearly and honestly and openly and upfront, we do manufacture this product. We manufacture it for the staining professional, for the wood care professional. But it is so easy to use that a homeowner can use it and still expect expert results. Wood cleaners, stain and sealers for fencing, decking, log homes, you name it, we've got a product for it. And we would love for you to consider us for your next project. I know a lot of guys are on here who have come from maybe another stain manufacturer's background. And maybe you've heard something about us. I would consider the source. If you've heard something about us, I would consider the source. Usually only great things to say. We're here to make a better product and be the world's most responsible wood care company. So guys, thank you for watching this segment, and thank you to Expert Stain and Seal for sponsoring the show today. So I'm going to get back into doing some coaching, guys. So remember when we first started, thanks again, Mandy. I really appreciate it. When we first started this morning, we looked at some banners, some screen captures about puzzle pieces. And so for those that weren't here, I'm going to bring you up to speed. For those that were here, it's time to bring those notes back out. So hopefully all of you guys are writing notes. I know I've got several pages of notes already wrote from the speakers this morning. And so to bring you guys back up to speed, I asked the question, and I'm going to ask it again for those that weren't here. What's the first thing you do when you're going to do a puzzle? What's the first step you take? What is the first step you take when you're going to do a puzzle? Please put the answers right here in this comments. Give me your answers. The first step you take when you're going to do a puzzle. What do you do first? Waiting for the answers to come in now. The first step you take when you're going to do a puzzle. And of course, Matt Lowry gave us the answer first. This morning, we got about 100 answers that were find the edge pieces, separate the colors out, turn all the pieces over. But the answer was you look at the picture. You look at the big picture. And in our businesses, I think a big mistake we make is we don't look at the big picture. We don't look at where we're going, what we want to do. What's the big picture? You know, where do we want to go with this thing? And so I'm challenging everybody to get their pen and paper out right now. And I want you to do this because this is maybe the most important thing you do in your business this year is to plan for next year. And so we're going to do it right now. We're going to get out our notebook and we're going to write down, what do you want your business to look like 3 years from now? What does that look like? Most of you have already done this. If you haven't, do it now. What do you want it to look like? And I want you to write it down on paper. Not type it. Do not type it. There is a, let me write that number down. What is the percentage? There is I've got it in notes because I attended a seminar the other day, and there is a 42% increase in recall when you write something down versus when you type it or text it into your computer. All right, 42% more recall to your brain connection when you write this stuff down in your own handwriting. So write it down. What does your business look like 3 years from now? And I want you to paint the picture as it's already completed. So in 3 years, my business is ... We have a full-time staining business that has completely replaced my household, my current job's income. My wife's able to stay at home. Our office is fully staffed. We have stain crews that work all year round. Whatever that looks like, I want you to write it down. Put it in the box there. Put your answers in the box for me too. So anybody who wants to share. All right, we're going to move on to number 3 because this is where we left it. This is where we left. In order for that 3-year plan to be true, what do you have to accomplish in 2023 to make your 3-year vision a true statement? So on January 1, 2024, what does it have to look like? What has to happen? What has to be true at January 1, 2024 for you to make that big dream, that big goal 3 years from now a true statement? What are our answers, guys? Throw them in here. I'm going to wait on you. Got some answers coming through. Throw them in the comments. This is really important stuff. And again, I want you to write it down like it's already happened, like it's already done. So whatever your statements are in your business, I'm going to pull up some software that I use, and I'm going to look at some of the statements that we've done, and I will share those with you. Let's go. What are we doing? So here's a good one from Matt Lowry. 50% margin, 4 crews running, 4M. I don't know if that means 4 million, and I don't know what kind of business he's in. Me working on rather than in. That's good. So what do you have to do to make that a true statement? Christian says, my vision is normal working hours for all team members, 3 crews that operate the same way I do. Office team of 3, large office, and shop space. So if that's the 3-year goal, a good 1-year goal could be, I'm going to give you guys an example, is we have written all the job descriptions for a crew leader, for a technician, and for an office staff member, whatever that staff member is. We've interviewed and hired. We've interviewed 20 people for each position. We've hired 4 people, and we've looked at 6 or 10 or 20 spaces to lease. If you don't go look at the office space and go look at real estate, you're never going to get there. So what could that goal be for this year? And I want you guys to seriously write this stuff down. What do you got to do this year to make that big dream come true, to get you on your way? Daryl says, I need to hire a CPA and get my accounting on track. That's easy, Daryl. You can do that in 15 minutes. Give me a bigger goal. Give me a bigger goal, a bigger vision. Alejandro says, website, advertising, branding, employees, admin. So if that's your 3-year goal, your 1-year goal could be your 1-year, or even if that's your 1-year goal, it could be, I have a functional website. I have a functional arm that advertises and brings me in X number of leads per month. I have trucks with full branding on the side of my trucks and business cards and website and shirts that match. So that's 4 boxes you got to check, right? You could put that in. And I have 3 employees and 1 office admin staff hired, trained, right? You can write something simple as that. What I'm teaching guys here is the same things we do in our business. We have a business coach and we pay a lot of money for this same kind of stuff. And so I'm just passing that information on to you guys for free. So I want you to take it very serious, because this is the same stuff that big companies use to grow with. So what is that 1-year vision got to be? What do you have to do to accomplish this year to make that 3-year goal come true? I'm curious what Joe Everest is writing down. I see Joe's in the backstage here, and I know he's probably taking notes and writing it down. So I want you guys to do the same thing. So a good 3 to 5 year goal, and we're going to call it this 3-year vision, would be, we have one system for all of our bidding and accounting and email marketing, you could say, one system. And there you go. You've got something to look at, and that's a tangible thing that you can do. Some of our 3 to 5 year things. You know, something I said earlier this morning is, so many people overestimate what they can do in 1 year, but underestimate what they can accomplish in 3 years. So Daryl's long-term goal is to launch his unique operation to a scale that can be a multi-division franchise. So what do you got to do this year to you there in 3 years. So guys, when you have this wrote down, your 3-year goal, and then your 1 year, what you have to do, what does that look like? Once you have it written down, give me a thumbs up, a high five, put the hand up, give me a comment that says done. Say I'm done. Put it in the comments. Some coming in. Got some dones coming in. That one's from me. We got some dones. We got some dones. We got some dones. All right. Now, guys, I want you to take it one step further. If you know what you got to do this year, and when I say this year, I mean the year of 2023, this coming year, and what you guys are doing right now is you're pre-planning your year. This is as simple as it is. It's really this simple. Growing up in the business, I always had a lot of trouble and anxiety over knowing I needed to plan for next year, and I didn't know how to do it. I thought it was something special. I thought it was like this magical thing that you do, and I just didn't know how to do it. But it's as simple as this, and that's what we're doing. So everybody's done. So this is awesome. All right. So you know what you got to do this year. Okay, let's break it down a step further. What do you have to do this quarter, the first quarter of 2020? What year is it? 2023. What do you have to do this quarter? What are the top, let's say, 5 things you would have to do? Top 3 things. Let's take it down. Let's go the top 3 things for you to make your 1 year vision a true statement. What does that look like? What do you have to get done? 3 things, top 3 most important things you got to get done this quarter. This quarter. What do you have to accomplish in Q1 of 2023 to make your 1 year vision a true statement? So on April 1st, there's 3 check boxes here. What does that look like? What does that look like? And if you want to lay 10 things out, let's lay 10 things out. What are those things? Lay them all out on paper. What you think you can get done in quarter 1. What does that look like? What does that look like? I want to remind you guys that this is important stuff. So please, please, please take this seriously and get it in. Get me your comments in the box when you get these next things done. What do you have to get done this quarter? So if it is to hire a CPA firm by the end of the year, then quarter 1, one of the things you may do is you may need to interview. You could say, I have interviewed, met with 3 or 5 accounting firms, and I have decided on which accounting firm I'm going to use. That could be the one that you go. That could be what you say. If the goal is I have a marketing function in place in my business that brings me 10 leads per week by the end of the year, then the goal could be right now we have to start figuring out if we're going to hire a marketing company or if we're going to hire a marketing person or where are we going to start? We have to set those steps. I have done this. I have reached out to 5 marketing companies. I have interviewed them and I have gotten quotes from them and I know what it cost and I have pulled the trigger on said marketing company. Marketing companies are usually going to take 90 days just to get rolling, just to really kind of start getting into the groove. So if this is a marketing goal for the end of the year, really right now is the time to start working on it. If your goal is, let's look at some of these other goals down here. Written description of an office manager. That's a good one. You can write a description of an office manager quickly. You can beg, steal, and borrow for an office manager description and tweak it to your needs, which I think is what a lot of people do. So it may be Christian, maybe it is, I have written a job description or job scorecard. A job description's tough. We're looking at job scorecards. So basically, if the job's done right, if your office manager came in, or a stain technician, or a power washer, or a fence builder, and their job scorecard said, as a blank stain technician, whatever, you would score 100% if you had this box checked, if you had this box checked, if you did this, 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 and this. That could be a job scorecard. Maybe that's where you start. And maybe you steal an office manager offline. Maybe you get an offline template for an office manager job description and you tweak it to your needs. But Christian, for you, it could be, I have written the job description and job scorecard for office manager, for stain technician, and for stain sales person. And I have interviewed X number of people. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Chuck says, build and use the margin calculator on every job, build and implement an SOP manual for all employees, and incorporate a sales and social media management for our admin assistant. Okay, so Chuck, I want you to rewrite these similar to the way I'm going to spell it out here. The margin calculator is a means to an end. What is the end? I have gotten a 50% margin on 95% of all jobs in Q1, or I have gotten a 62% profit margin on 75% of all jobs Q1, or I have done 52 jobs in Q1 with a X number profit margin. The calculator will give you the ability to do that. And so the goal, I have done X number of jobs at such and such profit margin. This is not just one thing. This is, okay, we have to discover what our margins are with the calculator. We have to do P&Ls on every job in order to make that happen. We have to raise our prices incrementally or rewrite our pricing guide so that we know where our, so that we're making the margin we want to do. And we have to do, maybe you're going to a higher margin. So maybe you have to do a little more work on your web presence or your bid software or the presentation of the bids that you're doing to make sure that they look better so you can close more jobs at the higher rate. Because if you talk the talk, you've got to walk the walk. So build that first priority out a little better. And then this number 2, build and implement an SOP manual for all employees. So this one needs to be wrote in a way that would basically be, we have an SOP manual that everyone in my company has signed off, read and signed off on, and maybe even passed a test on SOPs. And so the way we'll build this priority out as we go, and this priority could be such, but there's going to be a lot of things to that. So maybe you have to look at some other SOP manuals. That's a task you got to do. You got to write all the steps down for every process. First, you got to identify the processes you want to be in the manual. You got to write the processes for each one. You got to get them printed and get employees to sign off, read them, take the test, and sign off on them. So there's a lot of things under that, but that is definitely a very doable thing you could do. In the first quarter, you could build and write that manual over Christmas break, and then you could spend the rest of the quarter implementing that manual so that at the end of the quarter, that SOP manual is in place, signed off on, trained on, and understood in your company. Number 3, incorporate sales and social media management for our admin assistant. So maybe it could say our social media or our admin assistant posts X number of social media posts per day on X number of platforms and makes 15 follow-up calls per week and has a 40% close rate. It could be something as simple as that. Mandy says, you want your goals to be highly measurable and objective. Think of it like a checklist where you can check the box unless the listed item is true and can be proven. So the thing that you want to be true in this first quarter, that top priority, there may be a lot of tasks that fall under that, but it's the one big thing. And so there's 3 big things that we're talking about right now that we want everybody to pick. So we talked about Chuck's. Let's talk about Daryl's here for a minute. I currently lose out on 125 to 150 calls a year for the past 3 years now, trying to manage everything myself. I need to secure a salesman and someone to take calls while I'm in the field. There are call centers that you can hire that will do this for you, answering services. There are automations that can be built. There are, when I say automations, I mean online tools that can be built that says, hey, how can we help? And then it says fence staining, deck staining, power washing, fence building, whatever. Click on the box. And now it says, okay, you need your fence stain. Tell me about your fence. Is it a new fence, an old fence? Does it need cleaning? And you could build out some simple automations on something like Facebook Messenger. And if you can't take the phone calls, at least when the phone rings, you could say, you could set up an automated text message on your phone, because when your phone rings and you're on the other line, or what can you do? You can hit the button that says, basically ignore the call, but it sends them a text message that says, can I call you later? You can make one of those that says, I'm sorry, I'm either in the field, or on another line right now. However, your business is very important to me. Please click the link to go through our automated onboarding service, where goes to Facebook Messenger, and it asks these 2 or 3 questions. And then now the customer can at least put in their information, they can put in their job, and then it can even request photos, and they could put it all in there. When you go home at night at 9 o'clock at night, because I've been there, sometimes when you're done in the field, that's the only time you have to work on it. Now you've got all these leads there in your Facebook Messenger, and you can see their pictures. You know who they are. You know where they're located. You know what they need done. You can ask any qualifying question you want. And now you can go in and you can get those 125 to 150 calls per year. And you can reduce that. Loss down to way lower than that. That's something very, very easy and possible to do. Let's see here. Nick Lee says full sales process for every single client. Follow up, I guess, for every sold and not sold deal. That is true. Brenda, make a video on my website for hiring, website SEO, GMB SEO, Google My Business, edit photos and videos for social media, YouTube, possibly hiring an employee or a company, SOP, wrap trucks, trailer, looking to hire a business coach. Awesome. This is a lot of stuff. Pick the top 3 things. And maybe that one of those goals is my website is fully built out with SEO. And I have 5 videos on my website that explain our processes. And Joe Everest is going to talk about that in a few minutes. But that one thing right there could really be a thing. And then all these other tasks could be under it. Website has 4, my website has 1 blog post per month. So that would be 3 blog posts are completed April 1st that are heavy in SEO. And if you do just a little research, you can write a blog post answering common questions and include things like the keywords, like your local city that you're in, the area you want to work in, and the services you provide, power washing, fence staining in Nashville, wherever. And that could be a blog post that you wrote. It doesn't have to be fancy, but it will be SEO. And so you can do those things. I have gotten a designer to design a wrap for my truck, and I have gotten 3 quotes. That could be a task that you do, Brenda. Nick says 2 full-time crews for staining services, 2 full-time crews for pressure washing and paint striping divisions, sustain 50 plus sales every month. So that's a lot right there. That's a lot of things to do in a quarter. So the question is, if you're going to scale that fast, do you have the processes in place? Do you have the job scorecards and positions outlined, things like that in place? So you want to be sure that you don't take on a goal that's too big in a quarter, because it's better to get a little bit done than fail at getting all of it done, right? You solve by getting Job Nimbus. Yeah, sure. Job Nimbus will help a lot of people. We've used it for years. We're actually moving out of Job Nimbus as we grow, but Job Nimbus is certainly an outstanding tool. Jeremy Townsend says we're at a 29.5% closing rate this year, and we stay busy. Caleb has taught us to avoid filling up the schedule with low margin jobs since we've increased our sales over 100,000 this year, and we're not wasting time with customers wanting lowest bids. Awesome. Kevin says also on manual, always useful to think about something like that as iterative. Don't worry about being perfect or even complete on the first draft. Expect revisions. Absolutely. Write your manuals. If you guys are writing SOPs or processes or job descriptions or whatever it is, sales pipeline, sales playbook, write it. Something is better than nothing. And then update it and make it better as you go. So Alejandro says, pink collars, Jill's office, responsive bid. There you go. I'm not sure what those are, but those sound like stuff that you guys can research. Bring my business to fence and deck building companies in my area. Make their fence and deck last longer. So David, that priority could be written as, I have called, emailed, and sent a photo text message to X number of fence and deck companies in my area within a 60-mile range. And maybe that number is 50 or one a week or whatever it is. Maybe it's literally one a day. And imagine if you just called and text and sent an email to one fence company a day in 90 days, or 20, 40, 60, that'd be 60 working days. That would be 60 companies that knew who you were. And you did it all in the first quarter. Simple as doing one task a day. Sinjin, Nick Lee, follow up. What are your thoughts on bringing in a partner at 50-50? I have heard there is only one kind of ship that won't sail, and that is a partnership. So block user, we're getting some spam. We're getting popular here. We're getting spammed. So there you go. So guys, now that you've got your task in here, everybody got your top three to five things you want to do this year wrote down. Raise your hand if you, or say I'm done, say I've got it, I'm complete. If you've got your things, write them in the box if you want to share them. If you share them, I will do my best to give you my free opinion on how those work. And I want to bring your attention to the bottom of the screen. If you're a new fence person, stain person, wood care person, and you want to join the biggest and best wood care community online to learn more stuff like this, go to Staining University. It's a Facebook group. It's the #1 professional wood care community on the planet. It is clean. It is safe for family. It's safe to have your wife, your children in the room, and you don't have to worry about somebody cutting you down, somebody using profanity. It's a safe place, and every stain imaginable on the planet has been talked about in the group, and somebody in there is going to have some expertise that can help you out of a tight spot if you get into it. And again, I want to remind you of our sponsor for the show today is Expert Professional Wood Care. Expect expert results, guys. If you've never heard of us or never tried us, please, I urge you to do yourself a favor and try using a stain that is a penetrating stain that has lower, almost zero temperature restrictions, can be used in 20-degree weather or 120-degree weather. No flash drying, no lap marks. Very easy to use, and just a really good product. We would be nowhere without this product in our business. So Expert Stain and Seal. You can check us out at realgoodstain.com. All right, guys, you have your three things that you want to accomplish. Now we're going to take it a step further. It looks like all of you are done. We're going to decide if you can do nothing but the top three, which we've already done. If you could do nothing but the top three. And I'm going to say, Joe Everest, if you're watching, give me a thumbs up if you're ready, because you're real close to being on here. But if you've got your top three picked, now we're going to take it a step further. If you could only complete one thing this quarter that would change your business, the most important thing, if you did only this, it would make all the difference and get you closer to that 1 year, to that 3-year goal. What would that one thing be? Guys, throw it up here, share it, because I've been doing this for a little while, and if you've got a priority that you think is your #1 thing, I want to look at it. I want to see it, and I want to give you feedback on it. So throw your #1 thing. If you could pick out of the three you just outlined, if you could pick only one, what is that? What is it going to be? Only one. Let me give you time to put it in the comments here. And it's incredibly, I'm incredibly humbled by the amount of people we have watching this thing, man, that we have just a huge audience today. We've kept nearly 100 viewers this entire time, which is first for me. So incredibly humbled for that. What would you recommend for a fencing contractor business owner? We want to start staining, but not sure if we just need to add a stain crew and offer the added service to our current business, or if we need to start up a separate staining business. Jessica, it depends, right? It depends on where you want to go. If you want to dip your toe in the water and see if it works, you could certainly start either referring or subcontracting someone out to do that work for you. And you could offer it as a service in your business that you do, and you train your people to do it yourself. If your goal is to really scale, it depends. Do you want to just add revenue to your fencing business and value to your fencing business, or do you want to start a whole nother business and have somebody manage and run that separate business for you? Then probably, and staying for all your fencing competitors in the market, then probably maybe starting your own business would be a good idea. That's the way I did it. Matt Lowry's in the same boat as Jessica. Yeah, man, there's a lot of ways to do this. So Alejandro's adding some value here. Thank you. Pink Collars and Jill's office are both virtual admins. Responsibid is a bidding software. Chirp is a program that sends custom text emails, send gems, and every door direct mail. Brenda says, I would create a different name with SOS and website. This will allow you to separate businesses, but allows different targeting and people or in Google ranking. This is true. Matt's number one thing is to increase margins to 50%. Matt, what are your current margins at? Tell us where that is. Where are you running right now? Justin says improve margins to 80%. I love it. I love it. So I have sold X number. So you're at 40. So a 50, that's good. I think you could go to 50. So in fact, I'm certain you can go to 50. If you answer the phone and do what you say you're going to do, 50 is going to be something you can do. So I have completed X number of jobs at a 50% margin by April 1st. There's your goal. If that's the number one thing, that's it. But you're going to have things that you have to do to complete that. So I want you to write those tasks down, such as I've done a P&L on every job. I've done a P&L, profit and loss, on every job or on X number of jobs. I would recommend every job. Think about the things you have to do to increase that margin and write those down. But if that is your top priority, how are you going to accomplish it? Because there may be things you have to do, tasks that you have to do to accomplish that. But that is your one goal. I love it. That's a good one. Tanner, excellent customer communication. Well, maybe that looks like I have given a before, during, and after action report to X number of customers, and I have received. That could be one, or it could be I have received X number of 5-star reviews mentioning communication. I have whatever that. I mean, we're all over the target area with that. So excellent customer communication, way too vague. Let's get it dialed in with I have received blank 5-star reviews with the customer communication mentioned, or I have I really like the before, middle, and after action reports to every customer or to 50 customers this quarter, because that will that will create excellent customer communication, and you will get those reviews as a result of that. Don't let the 5-star review be the reason you're given excellent customer communication. Give excellent customer communication, and you're naturally going to get the reviews. Justin's going to go to 80%. So his goal could be, I have quoted all jobs. I have quoted 75 stain jobs at 80% margin. I have closed 40 stain jobs at 80+% margin in quarter 4, or 95% or 85% of all jobs go to 80. Going from 70 to 80 is going to be a tough jump. So you may need baby steps. You may say that 30, if you know you're going to do 100 jobs in a quarter, you might say 33% or 33 stain jobs are completed at an 80% or higher gross profit margin. Daryl says, I need to secure a larger facility to manage my in-house operations. Is that going to move your business the furthest? Is that the number one thing you want to do this year? Probably not. Maybe it is. You know your business more than I do. If that is the case, then that could be written out as we have 5,000 square feet of space, and we're fully moved in and operational by April 1st. And so some of the tasks that you would do under that priority would be, we have contacted a realtor, a commercial realtor, to help us find the space. We have seen 25 commercial spaces. We have physically visited 25 commercial spaces. We have signed a lease. We have began moving in, and we are fully operational. So you can build that one out. Nick Lee, number one thing, take myself out of working in the business and working on the business. Stop doing the menial tasks until you build out this is a really good 3-year goal, maybe a 1-year goal, but do you have all of the things in place, the processes, the SOP manual, the job descriptions or scorecards, the people hired, all of those tasks, are they in place? Are those things in place? Because that is what you're going to be working on when you work on the business. So you have to go ahead and do those things and then implement them in order to go full-time working on the business. Christian says, use my CRM to the fullest by having detailed descriptions on every variation of service we offer so I can have future office managers and lead technicians operate it easily. That is good. So CRM is fully implemented, fully automated, and implemented or trained on. And that could be the task that you do to make this priority true could be simply, we have written job description, or we have written descriptions for every SKU that we offer: privacy fence, chain link fence, wood fence, 5 foot tall, 4 foot tall, 6 foot tall, power washing, roof washing, staining a fence, staining railing, staining deck floor, staining deck post, privacy fence, shadow box fence, whatever it is. All of those are built out. And any other thing that you have in that CRM, email templates fully built out. Hi, thank you for reaching out to Ozark Fence. We're so happy that you're going to be working with us. I saw Joe perk up in the backstage. We're sending over a quote. Here's our process. Please check out this video. If you need financing, please click here. If you want to find out about our business, please click here. Your email, your quote is attached to this email. Please sign below and send back a signed copy or whatever. Build out all those email templates. So go ahead. That number one thing, your CRM is fully implemented and built out. Write down those things that you got to do to make that happen. Those are your top tasks. Nick says, amen. That's one of mine as well. But remember, sometimes you can make too big of a goal or too big of a priority, and it will overwhelm you and you just won't get it done. So remember, we overestimate what we can do in a year and underestimate what we can do in 3 years. So remember, 3 years is the big picture, because, it's kind of like the people that say, I'm thinking about going to college, going back to school, and it's a 4-year program. And then they say, well, I'll be 45 years old. And so I'm just not going to go to college because I'll be 45 years old when I get out. And the answer to that is, well, if you don't go to college in 4 years, you're going to be 45 years old, right? So take the time. These things don't happen overnight. So if your goal is really more of a 1-year or 3-year goal, make it a 1 or 3-year goal and do the steps now that your future will thank you for. So write those priorities that really are going to move the needle for you right now. You can't take step 2 until you take step 1. Goal for 2023 is less jobs and higher profits, quality over quantity. Sure. Oh yeah, this will be on YouTube. Learn and grow stain distribution side of business. Yep, Justin Menendez, going to be the biggest stain distribution hub in the Midwest, right? I don't know what Nebraska is considered. I think that is the dead center bullseye of the Midwest. Maybe it's Springfield, Missouri, though. All right, everybody, put your top priorities in here. There's close to 100 people watching, and I've only got about 10. So everybody put them in here. What's the top priority? Even if you're a big company and you're scared to say it, say it. Say, what is your top priority for this quarter? For me, it is to build out a marketing function in our business that runs completely without me and brings us in X number of leads. And I don't do it. It's done automatically. So Matthew says, sorry guys, the kids are needing attention. Thank you for the helpful advice. Looking forward to seeing us at Staining University and FinTechs. Yeah, we will do it. So Matthew Wynn, just please do this for me and let me know how it works out. Just starting out January 1st marks my last day of work at my old job. Goal for first quarter is to stay busy enough to prove myself I have made the right life choice. Lex, now is the time to write out these priorities and get them done. Get them done. Send me your priorities, what you're working on, and I will help you make this thing work. So Alejandro says, look at McDonald's. Every cheeseburger is made the same. Figure out the processes, then automate them so anyone could do it. Justin said Midwest. I'm glad I got that right. He's a big guy. I don't want to get it wrong. I want to remind everybody that this top priority, this is your top priority. Give yourself the top 3. So remember we outlined 3. I want you to leave this webinar, because we've got 5 minutes left before Joe Everest comes on. I want you to leave this webinar with the 3-year plan. What does it look like 3 years from now? What does it have to look like 1 year from now to make the 3-year a reality? What do you have to do this quarter to make that 1-year vision come true? The top 3 to 5 things. Once you've identified the top 3 to 5 things, and I want you to make this high level stuff in very, very, very measurable, very detailed. You have to get the details right on this. You can't just be vague. And then what's the number one most important thing? If you could only do one thing, outline what that is. And then I want you to take the rest of today and tonight and this weekend to, under each of those statements that must be true, I want you to write out all the stuff, all the tasks that you have to do, and a way to measure it. You need to measure this stuff. If you don't write it down and have meetings on this in your company, you'll never make it come true. So if you're just a one-man show or a one-woman show, you've got to have the meeting with yourself, and you've got to hold yourself accountable. If you've got a whole team, you've got to find something. You've got to find a software. You've got to find a notebook. You've got to find a Google spreadsheet that you put on the board. And every time you check off one of those tasks, a bell rings, a light lights up in the office. There's a celebration. Man, we just got one of our priorities or our tasks done. Only 3 more tasks, and we've completed this priority. Can you believe it? We're about to move into our new building. We're signing the paperwork on Thursday. And now we can do this same process every quarter in our business, and we can reset these things, and we can figure out, and you're going to get these priorities wrong the first time, most likely. I got them wrong the first time. After about 1 year to 2 years of really setting these priorities, you're going to start to see the light, and you're going to be light years ahead of what you thought you could be in 3 to 5 years. So I encourage you guys to do this stuff. This is the most important work in your business. This is what working on your business, not in your business, is. And if you never take step 1, you cannot take step 2, 3, 4, 5. So please, please, please do this stuff. I am available and open to anyone, anytime, to email me, to call me, to Facebook Messenger me, and run your priorities by me. And I will help you with this, because it's important stuff, and I believe in this, and I believe in this industry, and I want you guys to succeed at the highest level. And when you get this done in your business, do the same thing in your family life. And a great way to do it in your family life is to say, what are the top 5 or 6 most important relationships in my life? And in 10 years from now, how do I want those relationships to be? And then back yourself into the same process. And so this is important work. I want to commend everybody for sitting here. We've been in here for 3 hours and 27 minutes, and nobody has left. Very few people have left. And this is just incredible. Do this hard work. Do the work you got to do today so that you can be who you want to be and take care of your family like you do tomorrow. Get your profit margins right. Understand that. That's important stuff. There's no sense in quitting like my wife's grandpa said. He said he sees so many people that quit $1,000 a week job to go get $1,000 a month, to start $1,000 a month business. You don't want to do that. You want to get these things right. You want to understand the knobs and the levers and all these little buttons in your business, what they do, and setting these goals, setting these priorities. is the key to make this stuff happen. And so coming up next is Joe Everett, the fence expert. He's got a great talk that's made a huge difference in his business, and it's made a huge difference in my business just following what Joe said. We got about 30 seconds before he comes on. And again, I just want to remind everybody that this stuff is not free. Obviously, it takes a lot to build out the software and do the emails and send and keep everybody communicated with. This is sponsored by, brought to you by Expert Professional Wood Care. And I really appreciate you guys using our stain, trying our stain. If you want to try our stain, you can go to expertwoodcare.com. If you want to buy our stain, you can get it from many of our dealers across the country. Ozark Fence is one of them, and Joe's going to come up next to speak. We've got a full dealers list online. Justin Menendez is a dealer. And please, please, please support our dealers. They have gone out on a limb and bent over backwards, believing in us to carry our products, spending their hard-earned money to hold inventory so that you can conveniently have it there local to you. So please take care of our sponsors or take care of our vendors. And if you don't have one nearby, that is okay. We have the fastest ship times in the business. So you can also check out Stain and Seal Expert Store at realgoodstain.com. And without further ado, here we go. The big talk is coming right up from Joe Everett. Joe, whew, man, how are you? Fantastic, man. Fantastic. So glad you're here.
I've been enjoying being a fly on the wall in the backstage area here, just kind of soaking it all up. I love it a lot.
Hey, this is the coolest thing I think I've ever done on the internet. This is really cool. I can't believe how many people are here watching this. And it's really got me pumped up and wanting me to do more of these. So
it's really good. And the engagement is really good. Like you guys watching, I was going to say watching at home, wherever you're watching from. Yeah, great engagement. Appreciate it for sure.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. And so tell us, I'm going to jump out of here because I'm going to give you the wheel here, but I want you to paint the picture for those that don't know Joe. He's probably not going to do a very good job of patting himself on the back or introducing himself. So I'm going to do that. Joe Everett is a third generation fence guy, Ozark Fence in Springfield, Missouri. And one day he decided that, it would just make sense to get on YouTube and start telling his story about his family fence business. And lo and behold, he became, how many subscribers now, Joe?
A little over 46,000.
46,000 subscribers. Not much compared to some of these million subscriber people that do a lot of dumb stuff on the internet. But in the world of people who put true value out there in an industry, in a niche, unheard of, the highest, nobody has more followers, nobody has more subscribers in the fence industry, and in the stain industry, nobody's got more subscribers than you. You talk about staining, and you've got a huge following, and you have a huge following because the content you put out is real, and it works, and it's entertaining.
Sure.
And you are who you are. So when I go to hang out with Joe anywhere in the world, Joe is the same in person as he is on the internet. And people see that. Like at Fence Tech, I remember people came up to Joe and they said, Joe, they shook his hand. They were shaking. They didn't know what to do. And they said, Joe, everything I've learned about fencing, I've learned from you. And then they go, I can't believe he's the same exact person in real life that he is on the internet. I thought it was an act. I thought that's just, something he did. No, Joe is Joe. Genuine human being, one of my very best friends in the world, is going to talk to us about video marketing. So Joe, the floor is yours, man. Knock it out of the park for us.
I appreciate it, Caleb. Guys, I appreciate you guys tuning in. I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate a lot of things kind of find out. But no, it's really good to be here, talk with you guys. If you guys have been to any of the staining universities and seen me talk, you have an idea what we're going to talk about, right? We're going to talk about the importance of video marketing and getting yourself out into your, I would say local community, but some people are regional. And so really you can get your content, you can get your message out to your people, out to your community, and however large, pretty quickly and easily. And they can get to know you as a person. I mean, we all hear it when we're talking about marketing. People do business with people. They don't do businesses with business, or they don't do business with businesses, right? So, and this is illustrated by the story of Nike shoes. So, in the early to mid 90s, Nike had an issue with selling, or not an issue, but they were losing market share to say Reebok or Adidas or any of the shoe manufacturers. And so they're losing market share. They're trying to figure out what's going on. And so they did a bunch of market research, and then lo and behold, come to find out, no one really knew who Nike was, right? So, and this is right when, I don't say right when, I mean, I think you've seen influencer marketing going back to, I don't know, John Wayne and back before him probably, but they realized they didn't have a spokesperson. And so people didn't know when they went to go buy shoes, they just saw a shoe with a swoosh on it. They didn't really know who they were or what they represented, anything like that. So they went and hired. So usually I ask, so we've got some pretty good interaction. So in the early to mid 90s, who did Nike go and hire to rep their brand? Any guesses? I'll give you guys a couple minutes, or not a couple minutes. We'll probably give it a minute, right? Who did Nike hire to rep their brand for their sneakers, for their shoes? Can I click this? Let's see if I can click this and bring it up. No. Matt Lowry's got it right. Jordan. They hired Michael Jordan. And since hiring Michael Jordan, usually when I give this speech, I have the number right in front of me to see what they've currently paid him to date. But it's over $2 billion with a B. $2 billion. Jordan has been paid through direct brand deals, through, he's got the Jordan versions of the tennis shoes, through direct and indirect sponsorship and all that. $2 billion, because they realized Jordan's pretty good at starting relationships and forming relationships with other people who like to use their product, the tennis shoes, right? I'm not going to get in the debate on who's who in basketball, right? But he was one of the greats. I think we can all agree he was one of the greats in basketball. So by hitching their wagon to the horse, they realized some pretty massive gains as far as sneaker sales. When I'm looking at that example, I'm thinking, well, I don't have $2 billion to go hire someone similar to a Michael Jordan, but I did have video gear. I had a camcorder at the time, so this is probably going to start aging me here in a little bit. But it doesn't matter, right? The technology itself doesn't necessarily matter. I had a camcorder, and I'd read this book, They Ask You Answer by Marcus Sheridan. I highly recommend you guys look up. There's a revised edition now. Really jump on wherever you go to buy books or download books or whatever. Marcus Sheridan is someone you'll want to look at as far as content marketing goes. And the basic philosophy, and he expands on this, right? But the basic philosophy is, if your customers are asking you a question directly, there are other customers out there, potential customers out there, that have a similar question. So rather than answer this question over and over and over and over and over, you can answer it once, post that video online, and so future customers or other potential customers that don't feel comfortable reaching out with this question will find an answer to their question. So that's what we started doing for Ozark Fence's YouTube page. Now, it hasn't been updated, so it's a little out of date. So if you pull up the videos, but you'll see me in what might look like a professional setting. It was actually in my living room. I went on Amazon, bought a backdrop, and bought the whole thing with some entry-level lighting, right? And this camcorder that a buddy of mine had, and started filming content and started recording just, what does a fence cost? Well, it's going to vary, right? But what does it vary on? Or what does it vary by? What about my yard impacts how fence is charged, right? Or how fence is figured. Talk about service area. Talk about, do we build fence all year? Do we stop in the winter? The most common questions, like literally me and my dad and my sister all sat around and said, what are the 20 questions we're tired of answering on a daily basis? Let's make some content about them, right? So it started there, and then we just went on. I went on to have a live Facebook show called Ask a Fence Guy Friday, where I just Friday around noon went live for, sometimes it's a half hour, sometimes an hour, and just talked about what we were doing in the community. Whether it could be on site where we were building fence, or it could be on site. We did a couple on sites where we were staining fences, just showing kind of what we were doing and putting a face with the brand, right? A face and a name with the brand. And it always started off with, hey guys, I'm Joe Everett with Ozark Fence. It's Ask a Fence Guy Friday. Love to answer your guys' questions, talk about fence in general. Now, there for the first, probably for the first month, maybe two, My mom was the only viewer, but she was your typical mama bear, to where she's like typing all these affirmative statements, like, you're doing great, you look good, the fence looks beautiful, just all this stuff. And but then slowly but surely, we had people start trickling in. After a few months, it got to be where it was a pretty big show, and we just talked about fence. We just talked about what Ozark Fence was doing in the community, whether it's building fence or repairing fence or staining fence, or if it was at one of the local events we were doing. It helped people associate me with Ozark Fence Company, and I wasn't sure if it was working, right? Because you don't get direct feedback, right? No one, right after you do a video, you don't typically see someone in the chat or get a phone call saying, hey, I just watched your video. I want to do this massive fence or something to that effect. But what solidified it for me was, so in these videos, we were talking about who we were, but also what products we use. We talked about that we like using the Postmaster Steel Post and why we like using it, the lifetime warranty, and on and on and on, cedar materials. And anyway, so one day I went up. Now, this was obviously pre-pandemic. We were still doing in-person proposals. Went up and knocked on this lady's door, and she answered and said, hey, I'm Joe Everest with Ozark Fence. She goes, you are the guy from Facebook. You're the guy that talks to me about all this fence stuff on my Facebook. I said, well, yeah, I mean, we do those. Sure. I said, let's go take a look at what you got. So we walked around the back and we got the measuring. She wanted a privacy fence. And so we were talking about just the materials used, right? We were talking about that we use steel posts and cedar materials. She goes, yeah, that's one of the videos where I met you, was that you were talking about the steel posts because they last so long, and because they last so long, they put the warranty that's a lifetime. She said, honey, one thing you should talk about is your lifetime's longer than my lifetime. So I think a lot of warranties might cover my lifetime. She's an older lady. But she had watched these videos, right? She knew me when I came and knocked on the door. She knew what products we were already going to talk about when we got to her backyard. And that's when I realized my job that day was simply to give her a budget on what this fence is going to cost. It wasn't to try to introduce her to the brand and talk about who we were and what we did. It wasn't to try to explain the products and explain why they were important to her. She already knew that. She'd already seen the videos. So that's what really solidified it in my mind. And one thing leads to another, and the video gear gets upgraded, and the lighting gear and audio and all that. And then here we are today, right? Doing videos about fencing content. How can you get started? So that's the number one question I get, is people understand that it's important. They understand they should be doing it. What kind of equipment should they be doing it with? Well, great news. You might be watching this live on a piece of equipment that you could use, right? So most everyone has a smartphone with incredible resolution, with incredible space, as far as memory space goes. You've got a device where you could create these recorded or live videos at any given time, right? So I've got whatever, it's probably not the latest version of the iPhone, but it's one of the recent ones, right? It does 4K video. Some of the videos we record are on our phones. If you watch the YouTube page, The Week in the Life, we record some of that with phones. On something, similar to this. This is a Joby stand. Jobies are pretty decent as far as quality goes. I think Gorilla Stand is like a brand, so this probably isn't a Gorilla Stand, but it grips, right? So all these little white parts are rubberish. You can wrap them around a post. So we would wrap them around like a terminal post and get it figured up to where it would hold the phone just right, or a tree limb. We've hung these things upside down off tree limbs before. You can get as creative as you want to with it. But the point is, you have equipment already on your person. You don't even really need to have a tripod. It definitely helps if you can set it down. It frees up your hands. You can start creating content today, is the point. Now, first thing I would probably do when you're ready to start upgrading is you'd upgrade the audio. There's a lot of audio options as far as just what to use with your phone. A lot of them plug in directly. There's some Bluetooth options. And then you get into, lighting, that sort of thing. But you could start creating content today with your cell phone. That's the biggest thing. It shoots 4K. I mean, we shoot 4K for a lot of our videos, but then we don't even upload it 4K. Just because a lot of the people that are watching it aren't necessarily If you're watching on your screen, it's not actually 4K unless you select the selector for 4K. Anyway, it's going to record in a higher resolution than you'll even typically upload with anyway. Starting off, cell phone, upgrade to a tripod, upgrade your audio. Then you could work on upgrading lighting. But a lot of time we're outside anyway. We record this indoors in this studio because we can control the weather in here. It doesn't matter. Actually, today's a great example. It's nasty and rainy outside. It's cool and just not a great day for shooting content, but we can turn on the lights and the audio, and all of a sudden we're recording content. But starting out, you really want to create content outdoors. I would suggest creating content on site at wherever you've just completed work. There's a fence guy named John Bowdy, Stony Creek Fence, where he does a lot of great content, but you don't typically see John on it. So John's like a lot of you guys, and understand that you see me on camera a lot, right? Or if you watch a YouTube channel, you do. I've gotten more comfortable with it, but understand I wasn't comfortable on camera either. It's kind of weird. I'm sitting in an empty room, surrounded by some equipment, staring into a camera, talking to essentially myself, right? So this isn't naturally comfortable. But John's one of the guys that's a lot like you, to where he wasn't comfortable at all being on camera. So he started it a lot. He started a lot of his early video with lives where he would set it up on his Facebook page, on his company's Facebook page, start a live and call it, project walkthrough wherever. Now, SEO is always important, right? So it would be, if I were going to do one about a fence we recently installed, it would be project walkthrough, 6-foot privacy fence, Republic, Missouri. If I wanted to do business in Republic, Missouri, because people start searching that, right? They're like, oh, I'm in Republic. Let's see where he's at in Republic. And it would be me at the house. And the camera doesn't even have to be faced at me. The camera can be faced towards your project. Now, we can get into the weeds on this if you want to, but it's better to shoot in landscape than in portrait, right? Unless, okay, there's some different video formats that like TikTok likes vertical and that. But if we're doing Facebook Live, let's keep it simple, keep it landscape. A lot of his videos were facing towards the fence. He'd say, hey guys, it's John of Stony Creek Fence. We're out here in this example, or out here in Republic, Missouri. We just wrapped up the 6-foot privacy fence. Now, this is a really nice fence. We installed it with cedar materials on steel posts. It's interesting to note that the steel posts have a lifetime warranty, and that's anybody's lifetime. And we use cedar materials because they naturally don't want to warp or twist. We pre-stain the materials with an oil-based stain that also comes with a warranty. This fence is top of the line. Now, one thing I need you guys to do. So what I typically do is I walk around these projects after each and every one of them's done. I make sure all the rocks are picked up, make sure the gate swings free and clear, make sure there's nothing here that I wouldn't want to be here if I were the customer. So while we're walking through here, if you guys could watch with me, and if I miss anything, if you could let me know in the comments below. And then he would just walk around the fence. He'd walk around the inside of the fence, walk around the outside of the fence. He'd show himself operating the gate. If it were a pool fence, say with a Triton latch, he would show the operation of the Triton latch, how to lock it, how to unlock it. He's presenting the potential clients all sorts of information without it being a sales pitch, right? So it's simply he's bringing them along with what it looks like on a typical day to do a job walk. Does a couple things. So if I'm a potential client and I find John's company and I'm looking at it and I see that, they have these lives. The great thing about Facebook Lives is they go on to stay on your page as a recorded video. So if I'm scrolling and I'm seeing, well, John at Stony Creek Fence does all sorts of these project walkthroughs. So that tells me if he does a fence for me, John's going to come do a project walkthrough, and it might even be on Facebook. And when he comes to do the project walkthrough, these are the things that he's going to be looking for. Rocks, make sure the gate swings free and clear, make sure no boards aren't nailed, make sure everything looks, if it's a pre-stain, make sure everything looks consistent with the color we'd expect it to look like. Make sure it's a great product through and through. As a potential client, I know now I have somebody that's going to go through that, because that's a pain point, right? That's a fear that customers would have, not necessarily just with fencers, but with anybody, is they're not going to get the product they expect. Right? What if they're not familiar with the company, what if they don't get what they expect or anything like that? So it's also building confidence, right? It's also building confidence that there's a contractor that cares about their project enough. He comes out at the end of the project, he walks it himself. This is what he's looking for. John gets a fair amount of viewers on this, and obviously not all of them are fence clients, right? But he gets a lot of viewers on this, and people are commenting below, hey, fence looks great, or this and that. If he missed a rock, they're letting, hey, you missed a rock, this and that. Hey, here, go look at this board. It might not be nailed. So John's interacting with them on the chat. He's building a community within his community. If that makes sense. He's building a group of people that constantly watch his content to see where's the next walkthrough, what's the next fence he's going to be doing. Guys, how much did this cost John? Absolutely nothing, right? He already had the phone. He has a phone for business purposes, for taking calls and all that, I'm sure. He already had the phone. He was going out there anyway to do the project walkthrough. He simply took a few minutes of his time to type out a live description and then walked around the fence. Now, he may not have walked around it as quickly, since he was going live and interacting with the community. So maybe say it took him an extra half an hour, and I think that's excessive. But even if it only took him a half an hour, if it did take him a half an hour, think about the marketing costs there. That's probably the most effective, most cost-effective advertising and marketing John does, is these live project walkthroughs. And this isn't just fence. This is staining, right? So Caleb tells a great story, and I don't know if he'll tell it today, but if you see Caleb, you should talk to him about, or ask him about his early days on social media, because I'll let him tell it. But you could start off with, hey guys, just got to the project. It's right behind me. Again, use the keywords. So Facebook and YouTube both do automatic talk to text, right? So you can see subtitles automatically. We don't have to upload them. They just pop up, which tells me there's technology within Facebook and YouTube that listens as you're speaking, so it can generate the subtext, which means it knows what you're saying, right? And it's cataloging it and all that, which means the words you say are important. So you're giving yourself SEO. You're providing SEO as you talk. So you're going to say the same thing. So if I'm staining a fence here, if I'm staining a fence in Ozark, say, hey guys, out here in Ozark, if you feel comfortable, you could say a neighborhood. Hey guys, I'm out here in Quail Ridge in Ozark. We're staining up this 6-foot privacy fence. Now, this privacy fence was installed a couple years ago, so we've already been out to clean it, made sure it was perfectly clean, ready to go and accept stain. Today, we're going to be staining it with a cedar tone by Expert Professional Wood Care Products, right? And if you wanted to leave it live, you could. This is kind of the big thing on platforms like TikTok, would be you would just leave it on a tripod and let them watch you do the work. You could also stop it and then pick back up with a video once it's done. Hey guys, just wrapped up this fence. If you guys are just joining us, it's a 6-foot privacy fence over here in Quail Ridge in Ozark. It was a fence that's a couple years old. We came in, we cleaned it, make sure it was perfectly fine to accept stain. It was ready to accept it. We just got done staining it with a cedar tone by Expert Professional Wood Care Products. What do you guys think? I think it looked beautiful. I'm actually going to take you for a walk around, make sure we got everything. We got under the 2x4s. We got in all the cracks and crevices. If it's a shadow box, just make sure it got in all the nooks and crannies, right? And so you're just going to take them around. And that might be a great time. So say it was a 6-foot shadow box fence. That'd be a great time to explain about why shadow box fences are so much more expensive to stain than privacy fences, because you have so much surface area, so much more surface area to cover, right? And you've got all these nooks and crannies. It's a great time to explain this, right? And you can explain it to your potential clients. You're going out anyway. You're going to do this project walkthrough. You're going there to meet the client anyway. Why not shoot a quick video? If the client's there and they're willing, which is hit or miss, a client testimonial on video is worth its weight in gold. I don't know how much that weighs, but however much it weighs, it'd be worth its weight in gold. It's incredibly powerful to hear someone else besides you talk about the work your company's done. It's why we all value reviews, just regular written reviews, so highly. If the client's there and they do a written video test or written video testimony, no. If they do a live video testimonial with you, it'd be huge too. It's just that easy, guys. It's getting over the hump of not feeling comfortable. Like I said, you can shoot it with a camera. You can record it with a camera shooting away from you, so that you're not present. You don't have to see your face, because typically you can kind of see when people are uncomfortable on camera, because their eyes will always be down, right? So if you're watching the video, my eyes would be downcast rather than making eye contact with you while you're watching the video. Because think about it, the camera's up here, right? They're watching themselves to make sure that they look okay and that they're presentable and stuff like that. So anyway, the camera can be shooting away, right? Don't worry also about having to sound perfect, like, because that will be the next thing is, well, I just don't know what to say, and I just don't speak clearly, and I say and on, I stutter or stammer. Perfect. That's what makes you, right? So in the beginning of this, during the introduction, Caleb says, Joe's just like he is in person as he is on video. Well, that's because I don't edit out ums and ahs, and I don't read from a teleprompter, and I don't make sure we get everything perfectly right? Like that's why these talks sometimes go down rabbit holes, is because not everything's perfectly prepared. I'm a real person, and I just want to talk to you. And that's how you can be for your clients, right? You're just a fence builder. You're just a fence stainer trying to show others your quality of work because you're proud of it, right? And you think that they would like to watch it, is the point. So it starts with a cell phone, and then you can upgrade to a tripod, and then you can upgrade to some audio equipment. Most of what you're going to be doing will be outside, but if you ever moved inside, you could get into some lighting. You could then a lot of guys don't want to use their cell phones though, because I got to charge this thing constantly because video does take up a fair amount of battery. So you would invest in something like a GoPro. This one's a 9. I think they're on GoPro 73 by now. I don't know. There's a new one every other year or every other month anyway. It's a GoPro 9. It does really great video. It records okay audio. We use this a lot for the week in the life. We got it hooked up with this, I don't know, an attachment arm. I'm not sure what you call these, but it can grip onto, let me see if I can't illustrate this for you guys a little bit. There we go. It can grip onto a piece of pipe. You just tighten it down on whatever you want. This thing's been on like four-wheeler handlebars. It's been on a forklift, so we attach it to a forklift to do some videos, that sort of thing. It's a great upgrade. And now GoPros, they have these add-on accessories for audio, which the first thing you always want to upgrade is going to be the audio, because there's studies out there that talk about the effect talk to the effect of audio and its importance on retaining audiences. So think about when you're watching a video. If the video has questionable video quality, resolution, if it maybe is a little grainy or it's in and out of focus, but the audio sounds really good, you're more likely to tune into it. Now flip that. If the video resolution is incredible, if it's 4K, if it's 8K, and you're watching it on all this technology, it's crispy, clean, but the audio crackles and it comes in or goes out and it comes in and it's kind of crazy. Sometimes you can hear me, sometimes you can't. That's going to be annoying, and you'll tend to click out of that faster than you would the video that has poor resolution, just has poor video quality. The first thing you want to upgrade is audio. If it's crispy clear, people will want to watch it. They'd be willing to watch it longer than if the video quality is crispy clear. They will, what would we say that? They would give audio a higher ranking, right? They would give audio higher preference as to video quality. So GoPro would be a great investment if you don't want to use a cell phone. Well, I was getting ready to say you can't go live. You could go live, but it would require some more equipment, like a laptop or something like that, to stream it. Battery life is pretty good on them. So you can upgrade audio, though. So that would be the first thing I would upgrade there. And then you kind of get crazy from there, right? So this is a Sony a6600. We recorded a lot of video on the 6600. I don't know, Braden, how much do we record on the 6600 now? Very much or no? Not a whole lot anymore. If we're doing time lapse or stuff on a tripod, just long form stuff that doesn't have to be just really, really good. The A6600 with this Sony G lens. So the G lens is actually really nice. So I think, anyway, we've upgraded cameras from here to something even crazier. But the point is, there's always an upgrade path, right? And then you can be as basic as, the point of this whole thing is basic as your cell phone, or you can go pick up a mirrorless camera of your choice. We like Sony. There's people out there that like Canon that will fight us because we like Sony for whatever reason. Then we got a gimbal. So this gimbal will make sure it's nice and smooth, that as you're walking, it's not like bouncing or doing anything crazy like that. It'll keep it nice and perfectly still. It also functions as a tripod, an incredibly expensive tripod. So don't buy it just because it's a tripod. The point I'm making is you can really get as carried away with this as you want to, but it's not imperative. It's not a must that you get this carried away. You can, if you want to. You can. The camera behind this one, Braden, what camera do we have that we're doing the live with? It's an A7R4. So that's one of the really good cameras. So that's actually what, let's see. We had a Sony A6500, and this is 66. I think the next one was this 7R4. You can get lighting, you can get audio, you can get as in-depth as you want to with it. The point that I'm trying to make, though, is it doesn't have to be this. I think people see this. People see us shooting. If you guys see us at like a Fence Tech or something, you guys see us shooting with some really like heavy duty gear and think that that's the bar, like that's the standard, and it's really not. Like that's the standard for this show, but for content that you're going to produce for your company starting out, the bar is a cell phone, right? So your cell phone is actually a higher bar than what I started content with those arc fences. The point, you don't have to be fully, comfortable. You don't have to be just super polished and speak really well. I don't, and I still do it, right? The most important thing is you just start doing it, right? So I've been talking about this for, the last 3 or 4 years.
The second most viewed video on our channel was shot on cell phone.
Braden, come here.
Oh, okay. No, I got it.
Yeah, we're bringing Braden in. What's that, number 4?
Yeah, it should be number 2.
Number 2?
Number 4 is that one. I guess I'm on here. I shouldn't have said anything. How's it going? So
this is Braden. Braden shoots our video content.
Hello. Yeah, I'm on. Okay. So the second most viewed video on our channel, that it was a YouTube short filmed a few weeks ago, was shot on my iPhone. So, I mean, obviously we shoot with these cameras all the time.
Yeah.
And they're really good and they're handy and they help with stuff. But
Sure.
yeah, if you you can do awesome things with the phone. So.
Well, and there's whole channels like D&J Projects. They're a UK-based fencing company. They shoot entirely with their cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not. I don't want you guys to think that the bar is set so incredibly high that you have to invest thousands of dollars in equipment. You likely have the technology on your person right now.
Definitely.
So the video, is that the same video?
Yeah, it's the same video.
So that's a video with Caleb. Did incredibly well on YouTube. Now it's doing incredibly well on TikTok.
Our most viewed TikTok video, actually.
Yeah, our most viewed TikTok video. So, content can be super straightforward.
Yep.
Or the equipment can be super straightforward. Very good. Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, let me jump into the chat real quick because I think a lot of the value here comes from the Q&A, the back and forth. I can try to guess at what you guys would like to talk about, and I can kind of present my my views on that, or we can have a Q&A and a dialogue here. We probably have a little bit more valuable back and forth. So let me scroll up. All right, let's see. All right, I think we started here. All right, it's a Joby Gorilla Pot. Look at you, Kevin. Thank you. Appreciate that. Do you still use it, or is it just the early days? We like it's for like travel content. If we're out doing stuff, we'll do it because you can absolutely bend this thing however you want to. So we can put a camera on, and this can be our just standoff one-handed camera setup. It can be a tripod. It can grip stuff. We do on now. The reason it's a travel setup is this can go in a backpack really easily, right? I think this particular one, I think we have a head issue with it. So I think we're probably going to end up replacing the head. Probably because I just throw it in my backpack and get going, and the backpack gets bumped around wherever it's going. But yeah, so the Joby Gorilla Pot, I've had this thing, I've got 5 or 6 years, and we're just now to where we're having to replace the ball head on it. So I like it, still use it. I'd recommend it. Tony says, good info. Thoughts on paying for Facebook local advertising? Okay. We do it. I like it. I think it's great. You need to understand what you're doing, though. So, and it's hard to give advice without giving you specifics, right? So, I'm located in Springfield, Missouri, and I can't tell you how many ads I see for fence companies because I follow fence company content, right? So Facebook knows I like watching this. So they'll serve me paid ads for fence companies in Amarillo, Texas, and Raleigh, North Carolina, and Portland, Oregon. Because what I think's happening, well, it could be one of two things. One, it could be someone boosted a post without going through and looking at all the settings, right? They just boost it, $100, let it go. Or the more dangerous aspect here is they might be hiring an agency, and the agency is saying, we served your ad to this many people saw it, this many people clicked on it, this many people, we're showing you this much engagement, and not saying really that engagement is necessarily in their neighborhood. A fence company showing me an ad for Portland, Oregon does them absolutely no good, but it said sponsored, so they paid for it. Somebody paid for it, either them or their ad agency. So Facebook local advertising, I think, is great because people are there to consume content. Now, let me clarify this, back this up a little bit. So it's great for brand recognition, right? We spend a lot on Facebook, but we understand that it's not going to make our phone ring today and tomorrow, right? Brand recognition just means as someone needs a fence, as they're thinking about a fence, they're going to remember the guy in orange that makes funny orange jokes or whatever the content is, right? That then they're going to have brand recall. Hopefully then give us a call, right? So now we have a quote tool assigned on we also have ads for our online quote tool that lead directly to the page. It gets a fair amount of traffic, but even that traffic doesn't convert nearly as quickly as like a Google paid ad. Now, the world of Google ads is a wild world that I don't understand, so I won't get into that content today. But I do understand Facebook, and we do all of our own Facebook in house. We'd had somebody else do a little bit of our Facebook in the past, but I like it. So you can start with boosted post, but understand that of your content budget. Facebook's own guidance says you would only use 20% of your total budget in boosted posts and the rest in your ads manager. It gets a little in the weeds on that. I'd be happy to help however I can. Joe at thefenceexpert.show. I'd be happy to help however I can. But the one thing, guys, when you're doing your own stuff on Facebook, make sure the location, the radius is set with your city, and then you can set the mile parameter around your zip code and only talk to people that live. There's a setting here. And I think the default is live or have been through whatever zip code is. You want to change that to be only people that live in this radius. I hope that helps. Matt Lowry's got a great question. I do walkthroughs, but I don't comment. Totally fine. I just video the fence. You think it works better with comments? I do. And here's why. It's because we're trying to bring your voice and hopefully in the future your face to your clients so they become familiar with you. In my example, this lady, when I knocked on her door and she opened her door, she knew me on sight. She made a joke about it. She's like, or I made a joke about it. She's like, you're that guy I see on Facebook. And I said, well, yeah, of course. Here's the thing is I'm too tight to go hire somebody to try to do that. And if I did, they wouldn't look like me. Right. And we had a good joke. But the point there is she knew me on sight. And I also have a distinctive voice is what I hear that from time to time. So when people hear me talk, they also remember me from the videos I do on Facebook, right? So I think it's important, Matt, that you do the commentaries once you feel comfortable, maybe a little bit before you feel comfortable, if we're being honest. It would be good to bring your personality to that company. Now, double-edged sword here, right? So we did a lot for me. I did a lot of the videos. We did a lot of the content with me in it. My sister Sarah runs a residential division. So she does the final project walkthrough. She is the point of contact. When we were running a lot of these ads really heavily that only had me in them, number one question, where's Joe? I thought Joe was going to be out here. Where's the guy from Facebook? Who are you? So just know, double-edged sword is you get people trained to know you and they get trained to look for you and that you are the person associated with the company. That's going to be the question is, where are you? if you have other people going out to do the job. So, yeah, Matt, to answer your question, I'd absolutely have you do the comments. And when you get comfortable, or slightly before then, I'd have you do some video with showing your face, because then people would recognize you, would be my suggestion. All right, let's see. Brendan wanted to know John's info. It's just Stony Creek Fence. I the DJI. Oh, there you go. All right. Ashley Roth is on it. There you go. Facebook.com/Stony Creek Fence Co. Bingo. You're very welcome, Brenda. Alejandro says a good gimbal is a game changer. I have a, oh man, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. I'll give it a shot. Is it a Fayutech? I don't know. G6 Max. Gimbals are great. So Brenda goes on to say, I have the DJI Osmo 5 or OM5 for the last year. I think I'm too old to learn it. You're never too old, Brenda. You're never too old. I think we've got a DJI Pocket 2 works for me. Perfect. Bingo. It really does add a really nice aspect to the video quality, right? In that it steadies the camera. So it makes it a little bit more watchable as you're walking. I would not. I guess I kind of included like the crazy one here. We've got some of the cell phone ones. I might should. We're gonna have to dig them out, and we already had this one out for some other stuff. So anyway, a gimbal is a great investment. It really is. Tiffany says, "Hey Joe, 100%. Love your videos and insights." Tiffany, thank you. I really appreciate that. Brenda says, "What's a good audio upgrade for Android or laptop video editing?" I already hear Braden getting up. Braden, you got a good solution?
I missed the first part of that question.
Just looking for what would be the audio upgrade. Well, it said for Android. So, because what we use, well, no, but it would work because it plugs into a head like a mic jack, right?
You mean the which one?
The wireless lavs.
Yeah, yeah, I mean anything that has a mic, yeah, the Rodes would work for that. Yeah, they would actually.
And Standing Still Expert says an iPhone. This will work for both. So wireless lav. Braden's going to grab one real quick. So what it does is it will go into a mic input. So even on an iPhone, you can buy the Lightning adapter for a mic, and it would just plug straight into that.
So that's what you would plug into your. Actually, sorry, wrong one. Yeah,
This is the mic part.
Yeah, so you'd plug that into your phone here.
Yep.
And then that would be the microphone.
So these are the Rode, that's spelled RODE, Wireless Go 2s. Really good. Now, the Wireless Go 2 is nice because you can have 2 transmitters and 1 receiver. And then the receiver would then wire from, it has an output here, into, like on my iPhone, I would have to have the Lightning adapter that would enable a mic, but then it would wire directly into this. Now, I'm not super familiar with the Androids, but the Androids I've seen still do have that input.
Some of them do, some of them don't.
Okay.
But either way, they'd still have it. Yeah, you can still do USB-C to 3.5. So
yeah, perfect. So these are really good. I think they're really good. Now, Brady uses a different one, or you use a different one, right?
yeah, the ones I like aren't actually wireless. They're just Tascam DR10Ls. They're really good, but they're like $200 a pop. So.
Okay. So these would be a good upgrade option. Yeah. Would be the Rode Wireless Go 2s. Or we used Rode Wireless Go's forever because it was 1 transmitter, 1 receiver, and it was just me doing the content. But if we've got 2 of these, then we can do like an interview setup. Yeah. So if you had a customer, then you could do an interview setup with them.
Definitely.
Rode Wireless Go or Wireless Go 2. Thank you, sir. Great, everybody.
Joe, I got a solution to that Android problem is to get an Apple device. That'll fix that right up.
I agree. Like literally everything here is Apple, which poses a bit of a problem because like a lot of the industry is Windows. So a lot of the people that produce like software and stuff it's all Windows. But I agree.
Yeah, man. Kenny Dugan says the Fence Life podcast or my Fence Life podcast has a good segment on Facebook, Google, and SEO.
Yeah, Facebook I think is completely obtainable for contractors just getting into it. I think Facebook themselves have a nice like intro training like regimen you can go through. Google, and this is just me, guys, but Google for me is like Wild West. I don't know what's going on. We have we have someone that handles our paid Google, just because I could figure it out, but I'm not good enough to really do it proficiently.
Yeah, man, that's me too, and that kind of brings us into our next speaker is Jacob Salem. So he can really dive into the weeds on that, because that's what he does, man. That he's a pro on that. So Joe, man, looks like you got a ton of questions. You answered a ton of questions. Hopefully, if you guys took some value away from this, please give us a thumbs up. Give Joe a thanks, Joe. Give him I don't know, whatever you want to give him, some hearts. If you're on Facebook, give us some hearts and some hugs and all that stuff, or even a mad face if you didn't like it. Give us something, and go from there. If you don't know, Joe has a show every Saturday, and on YouTube you can find his stuff there. Just type in fence and Joe Everett is going to come up, the guy in orange, so you'll find it. So Joe, man, I just can't thank you and Braden enough for taking the time out of your busy schedule to work with us on this, and
always happy to help.
Really deliver a great bunch of inspiration to a lot of people.
Happy to help, as always.
All right, man. Joe, where can we find you at?
Yeah, Joe Everest anywhere. You can search Joe Everest on Facebook. It's The Real Joe Everest, because apparently there's like 5 or 6 Joe Everests on Facebook. So The Real Joe Everest on Facebook gets you to my public page. YouTube is Joe Everest. TikTok's TikTok is The Fence Expert. So I was wrong. It's not Joe Everest everywhere. LinkedIn is Joe Everest as well.
Awesome, man. Well, stick around. I'm going to put you in the backstage. We got Jacob Salem coming up.
I'm ready to take notes.
Joe, thanks, man. I got my notebook out too. We'll see you soon. So, guys, I hope you enjoyed Joe. That was awesome. Jacob Salem is our next guest. He is the one who made everybody cry and got a standing ovation at the last Staining University. Professional speaker, but he is more than that, is a great friend, but also a master business owner from a company called Easy Metrics. And I'll let him tell his own story because it's bigger than life. But this guy has a great story, and he knows how to take your business presence on social media and turn it into a giant. And he's worked with us and a lot of other major brands. I say other major brands. He's worked with us and major brands like Zig Ziglar, Les Brown, and a lot of companies you've heard of. And if you've seen an ad on Facebook presented in front of you, there's a good chance Jacob Salem might have had something to do with it. So Jacob, man, welcome to Staining University's first virtual event, man. Thank you so much for coming.
Man, I'm honored to be here. I love seeing the chat and love seeing everything that you put together. So thank you so much for allowing me to spend a little bit of time with you guys.
Hey, man, it is my pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure. So I would love to give the steering wheel to you. So, man, if you want to jump right in and talk to these folks, people, hold your questions, bring your questions, because it's marketing based. It's social media. It's Google AdWords. He knows it all. Talk to us, Jacob, man. Introduce yourself and let's go.
Yeah, I'll go into some formality once I get I'll present and share a PowerPoint like most, but just want to say thank you again to Caleb. I love how he downplayed, guys. I'm sure you heard it there, where he called himself a major brand, but then like changed it. It's been crazy to see what you've done. You have built a major brand. I mean, you have hundreds of people literally on here all day. And I've actually got more done by attending this event and having it just play in the background. I'm not in the staining industry, as he mentioned. I'm a marketer. But I've gotten more done just by listening and getting ideas and thinking about my goals and strategizing and literally writing down in my notebook what I'm trying to accomplish in my business. And so it's awesome to be here. It's awesome to see what you've done, Caleb. You've built a monster of a business. We've been partnering together now for I don't know, 7 years, give or take.
Long time.
Man, it's been a journey. So yeah, I'll go into my formal. Let me actually see if I can get this to work, because I'm not used to StreamYard. Let me see if I can get my slides to so your computer.
Yep, just hit the present button at the bottom of the screen and we'll be off to the races.
So it's actually having me upload a file. Cool. I'm not used to this.
Well, you can probably just do a screen share if you want at the bottom when you click present, screen share, and you can just share your screen.
Share screen. Window, this window, share.
There
you see me?
Got it. There it is. It is on the screen. You may want to go to your presenter view, and I'll back out, man. Guys, get your notebooks out. It's going to be good. Thanks,
Sweet.
Dave.
Well, guys, give me a little bit of grace as I'm playing with the new platform. As I just screen shared, I just lost chat. And so literally, I just see my PowerPoint. So I hope you guys can still see me. Caleb, obviously you're in the background there. So if you can't see me or hear me just fine, you have to verbally tell me because I lost chat. But
all is well. We'll hold the questions to the end, and I will moderate those questions and put them up on the screen for you. So
perfect.
When you just give me the thumbs up, we got till 2:00. You give me the thumbs up when you're ready for questions, and I'll start throwing them up there.
Cool. Well, guys, listen, I am from the Chicago area. I actually live in Michigan now. And I really preface that just to say that means I talk incredibly fast. So I've paid a ton of speaker coaches over the last 9 years of being a speaker. And all of them tell me that I need to talk slower. So instead, I just fired them. And I let you guys know I'm going to speak really, really fast. So if you'll just listen faster to keep up, I'm going to do my best to share some stories. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to check that box or make everybody cry and everybody laugh on this thing. But I will share a little bit of my background and also give some real value. So a little bit of story time in the beginning, just so I can set the stage on who I am, where I come from. And then I'll also deliver some meat, some value. So again, you're going to want your pen. You're going to want a notebook because I will share actionable items that you should be doing in your business. Whether I heard a few of you are just starting out and some of you guys are already at 7 figures, 7, 8 figures. No matter where you are in your business, I will be able to share tips that you can take and actually implement in your business. So I plan to present today on how to maximize your marketing efforts without minimizing profits. So really quick, my name is Jacob Salem. I'm a follower of Jesus. I'm a husband. I'm a father. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've built and sold 2 companies successfully. I've now partnered in a handful of other companies, and I love doing that. I love partnering with companies and getting equity in them. So serial entrepreneur, and I'm here as a speaker, trainer, and coach. And so you can see a few of my highlights below. Speaking at Ziglar, I've had Zig Ziglar Ziglar Inc., the corporation, as a client now going on 9 years. I've had them since the very beginning. We partnered with Les Brown and Billy Cox. And you can, of course, see my pride and joy in the picture at the top there. I'm a father of now 3 baby girls. I need to update that. I have 3 baby girls. You see 2 of them pictured there. But that's me. So why should you listen to me more than the fact that Caleb just gave me the stage? What is that? Well, I was able to build this business from literally zero, negative $115,000 in student loan debt to over 7 figures in 4 years. And now we're actually in our 9th year. So we're 8 years in business. We're in our 9th year in business. I was literally able to go the rags to riches, living in my car, that whole story down, living in a van down by the river type of a story. I was able to do it. I was able to partner with the right people, learn what I needed to do, go through the trials and tribulations that some of you might be venturing into. And I want to try to help you avoid those by learning from someone who's already done it. And really, that's what business is all about, learning from somebody who's already achieved what you're trying to achieve, and maybe just take a little bit of this or a little bit of that and implement it in your life or in your business. Obviously, I partnered with Les Brown. We've said that. Partnered with Les Brown. So I got some celebrity endorsement as well. There's another reason to listen to me. We've served millions of people, both with digital marketing and with reaching them with the gospel. I have over 1 million followers on Facebook. I'd be forever grateful if you'd go look up Jacob Salem. Just Google Jacob Salem. Give me a like. Give me a follow. I'm at Chaplain Salem on all social platforms. We're reaching millions of people with hope and encouragement, so that way you can be more, do more, and have more. But it wasn't always this way. I literally have that story of I know what it's like to be broke. There was a span of my life where I just graduated seminary. Yes, you heard that right, seminary. I have a degree in religious studies, and I'm living in that little red car, a 1993 Geo Prism. And I want you to hold on to that because later in my systems presentation, I'm going to reference this car. And like where I'm at that point where I'm traveling around, I'm broke, I have no money, I'm really trying to figure out what I'm supposed to be doing. And to make it even worse, somebody even broke into that car, stole a bunch of stuff out of the car. And I was grabbing at straws, knowing that I was designed for accomplishment, engineered for success, and endowed with the seeds of greatness. That's what Mr. Zig Ziglar said. And I believe that about you as well. You, wherever you're watching this in the world, you were designed for accomplishment, engineered for success, and endowed with the seeds of greatness. I genuinely believe God doesn't make junk. Whatever you're trying to achieve in your life, I believe you can, especially when you partner with people like Caleb Roth and everybody he's brought to the table to help you be more, do more, and have more. So I'm at this point in my life where I'm traveling and preaching on behalf of my alma mater. So that's that left picture. So I'm actually preaching for love offerings. And for those not affiliated with the church, that essentially means when you get done preaching, whether there's 50 people in the church or whether there's 5,000 in the church, they're going to pass a plate And however much money gets put in that plate is how much you got paid. Many times I didn't even get enough money to cover the gas it took me to get there and back. Started driving seasonally for UPS, another source of income, right? We're those crazy people, so we'll do whatever it takes to make money. And then I also started doing side gig contractor jobs just to do whatever it could to pay the light bill, right? Some of you guys have been there where we're working countless jobs to still be what a job is, right? Just above broke, J-O-B, just over broke. And that's what I was, working these three things. But those three jobs allowed me to actually get a studio apartment so I could get out of my car. And then that same rental company had a house come up, a small, I forget the square footage, but really small, like 600 square foot house, 1-bedroom house. So I ended up moving into that. And like any good crazy entrepreneur, bought a bed, strapped it to the top of that car, right? We're going to do whatever it takes. Moved into that house. Now I'm finally getting somewhere in my life. I wanted to learn how to monetize this voice that I'm using here today. I wanted to learn how to make more money speaking. So that's how I now got my introduction to the Zig Ziglar Corporation. I made a big investment for me to go down and become a Ziglar Legacy certified speaker, trainer, and coach. It's really proud. And now I'm like, cool, I got the certification. I can go get paid. I surrounded myself with the right people. And I know I'm talking fast. I just want to get through story time and stay on time with you guys too. But I want to hold on this picture because this picture for me is exactly what you're doing right now in your own life. I surrounded myself with the right people. Now, this picture here is my who. It was the first group of people I surrounded myself with who were going to support me, who were going to encourage me, who were going to help me avoid the mistakes that I didn't even know I was going to make. And that's what you're doing right now with Staining University. You're surrounding yourself with the right people. So every single person in this picture played a role at one point or another in my success. And I didn't know that was going to happen when that picture was taken because, hey, I just paid to attend this event. These people just paid to attend the event too. And that's kind of what was happening there. So I feel like now my life is finally going to take off. I surrounded myself with the right people. I made the right investments. But for those of you who have been a few years along in life, you understand that life is all about peaks and valleys, right? Peaks and valleys. So if you're at a mountaintop right now, I got bad news for you. A valley is coming. And if you're in a valley, I have good news for you. Your mountaintop is coming. So I was at a mountaintop and I hadn't yet experienced my first real peak, right? I'd been broke and living in my car and gone through that. But now I'm at a mountaintop thinking I'm about to launch and catapult. Before I knew it, the contractor job went away. The UPS job went away. And then the icing on the cake of like, oh my goodness, what am I going to do? The keynotes, which I love traveling and preaching on behalf of my alma mater, Olivet, they went away because they were no longer able to send people who weren't active students at the university. I had literally lost every source of income, and I had just taken on more debt to become a speaker, trainer, and coach under the Zig Ziglar Corporation. This screenshot is literally a screenshot from Bank of America, who I no longer bank with now years later that I have money, because I was behind on student loans. I was behind on credit cards, bills, and rent. And this is a live screenshot from the bank at that time where they're literally saying you've overdrawn your account and you may, I love how they word this, and you may have been charged a fee. And some of you might know that feeling where like things can't get any worse, and then you overdraw, and then thanks to Bank of America, they're stacking on fees on top of the fact that I couldn't pay whatever charge was trying to come through. And some of you in the chat might feel that right now. And I just want to tell you, if you're there, this too will pass. Like that's one of the greatest statements in my life. This too will pass. If I'm in a great day, this too will pass. If I'm in a bad day, this too will pass. So keep your head up, keep going. As a crazy entrepreneur, right? I did whatever it would take. So if you get anything from this keynote, right? Just adopt that mantra. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to be successful, period. 24-hour days, whatever it takes. In this moment, I had this small little house that I was living in. I began subletting that home, right? Literally, I began sleeping on an air mattress. I went to another college kid, graduate student at Olivet that I knew needed a place. I literally was renting this dude my bedroom. I was renting this dude my home that I was renting that was already a really small home, and I was sleeping on an air mattress just to make enough money to pay the rent, right? In addition, this is where you're really stretching those entrepreneurial juices. I began flipping Swiffer wet jets for groceries. Now, let me explain how I did this. It probably wouldn't work today as it did in that year, but there was a major group on Facebook at that time where these women were couponing, and they were couponing and getting major deals on these Swiffer wet jets and then selling them on Facebook for like $10. So what I would do is I would go buy that Swiffer wet jet from them, a brand new Swiffer wet jet for like $10. And then I could return it to Kroger without a receipt, of course, for in-store credit, which was like $24.99 or whatever they were selling for. And I was making more than 100% of my money back. I was already an investor in Swiffer wet jets, and I was using that money to buy some groceries, buy the ramen noodles or whatever I could to get by, right? But this literally is a picture of what my life looked like at that time. I was tired, I was broke, and truly I was scared. Now, fortunately, at that point in my life, the only responsibility I really had for myself was me, right? I didn't have employees to pay. I didn't have insurance to pay. I didn't have a wife or children to support. So I was at a point where I could really, grab my, strap up my boots and get to work and fix this thing. So I remember asking myself, what am I supposed to do? So I'd remembered my mentor at that time, Tom Ziglar, had said, Jake, we have 1 million followers on the Zig Ziglar Facebook page. If you can figure out how to turn 1 million followers into $1 million, right, you will have job security for life. So I now have this speaking career. I have Tom Ziglar kind of giving me some advice about how to grow my business and how to leverage a different skill set. So I went over and did what anybody would do at that time. I went to King Google and said, how do I turn likes into revenue? How do I turn followers on a social media platform into revenue? Now, it's normally at this time in the keynote or whatever, where I'd kind of gauge the room and say, how many of you want to learn how do I turn likes into revenue? So I'm going to ask that, and I want you to actually put them in the chat because I want to make sure you're awake, but I can't read the chat. So I'll go scroll through this all at the end. How many of you actually want to learn how to turn some likes, how to turn your followers into revenue? I'm going to assume there's just a ton of people commenting, but obviously I'm making it up. So I Googled it. I started finding out this information like websites are dead, right? And I learned this from a guy, Russell Brunson, who is a king in the industry, in the marketing industry right now. And I started learning and studying under this guy where he was saying websites are dead, right? And that really is the fact of the matter. Most static, brochure websites are dead, where somebody can come over and learn about your product or services. They're not functioning, where you have kind of your standard menu. We really want to start using something called a funnel. Now, I did go to a Christian college. I am still an ordained minister, but when I started reading, I needed a funnel for my business. This was still the picture that came into my head, right? A drinking game, a drinking funnel for alcohol kind of came into my head, but that's really not what we mean here, and it's not what you need in your business. So this screen here is definitely where screenshotting, capturing, this truly is the epitome for me of how I've generated all my money over the last few years, including this. A little award behind me says that I used one funnel. There's 1 million different funnels you can use, but this award behind me, I'm not sure if you can see it or not. I was given and granted because we used one funnel proven system, our proven funnel system, to generate $1 million from one specific funnel, which I'm really proud of. So I'm going to talk about funnels in general, and I'm also going to talk about different funnels that you can use in your business, whether you're just starting out, whether you're the service-based, irregardless of what you're doing, we're going to talk about it. And so you have all these different traffic sources, right? You have Facebook, YouTube, Google, Twitter, TikTok, Truth, and whatever other platforms you can imagine where you can reach more people and drive traffic. In your business, you also have your referral partners as traffic, right? You have your real estate professionals that you're partnered with. You have the signage on your truck. You have maybe mailers that you may put out. You have I know Caleb is big on teaching you guys to actually leave, I don't even know what he call it, but like a stamp on the fence, like an actual plaque or something he puts on the fences that he stains. There's so many sources for traffic, right? It's not just social media. Yes, I love Facebook. Yes, my company manages we're over $1 million a month in ad spend for our customers for Facebook. And we're almost that high on Google as well. But Facebook and Google are not the know-all, say-all for driving traffic to your company. So yes, that's what we do. Yes, that's what we're great at. Yes, that's what I did to become successful. I'll talk more about that. But you guys have traffic from so many places. However, if your traffic isn't being sent into a proper funnel, you're literally just throwing money into the wind and hoping that you actually can grow a business. So from the traffic, you're sending them to a lead capture page. I'll talk more about that in a little bit, but a lead capture page where you're getting their name, email, and phone number. And in your guys' industry, typically that's for a free estimate, right? Hey, I'm interested in getting my deck my deck or my fence stained. I want to get an estimate. That's your lead capture. There's a lot of other lead captures you can use, but that's like the core of it, right? From there, you move them into your sales process. And I'll break this down more, but your sales process should be phone calls, text message, email, whatever it is. You get that order. Then you want to move them into an upsell. And then, of course, you can ascend them by asking them for referrals or even getting a returning customer to ask for this, that, or the other. You can do all of this on your website by building out a funnel process for each step in the process. But I'm going to keep on going. So like any entrepreneur, I saw this thing about a funnel. I knew I could do it. I knew in my business, I was growing a digital marketing agency at this time. So fast forward a little bit, I ended up signing Tom Ziglar as a client. That's how I got Zig Ziglar Corporation as a client, was shortly thereafter. I'm now building out an agency. I did a webinar. Hey, I'm speaking on a webinar right now, 9 years later. So obviously we have an impact and there's a reason for it. I invested all of my money thanks to Chase Credit, which I still have my Chase credit card. I had 454 people register for this webinar. I had an average cost per registration at $3.63. And this was before I had, I was a quote unquote expert, right? They say you become an expert when you have 10,000 hours. And now we've actually sat down and done the math since I got started. My team and I did this as an exercise one day, having fun. We estimated it's somewhere around 28,000 hours I have and actually hands-on implementing digital marketing. So this was when I first got started. And so if you've never ran a Facebook ad before and you're measuring $3.63 per registration, even in the year that I was doing this, that's really, really good. But there was something I was really, really missing, right? I was really missing the fact that I did not nurture, right? Nurture, we'll talk about that in a little bit, any of these 454 people. And so when it came to the day of the presentation, I have 454 people registered. I think my life's about to change. I literally only had one person show up to that presentation. Some of you guys in business might be that way. You might have gotten 400 leads, and out of 400 leads, you only close one deal. And maybe there's some hiccups that Caleb and his team are going to be able to help you overcome. But man, that was devastating to me, right? I'd maxed out my credit card. I had done everything that I thought I knew how to do. But I want to put a key on this. I went all the way back to Google, right? I Googled it. Hey, I need a funnel. I can do this by myself, right? And that's where I really went wrong in this scenario. I didn't have coaches or mentors or even an online course program to teach me how to do these things. I was like, I can run ads. I can get them to register for my webinar and I'm going to crush it, right? I've seen other people do it. I can do it. I don't need anybody's help, right? And because of it, I wasted a lot of money to get 454 registrations. Now, there is like a light at the end of the tunnel for me. It doesn't always work out that way for other people. The light at the end of the tunnel is I love presenting. I love capturing people's attention. And I also have really good offers that help people become successful. And so what started out as an incredibly negative situation, right? One person showed up. And actually in that moment, let me just hold in that moment. In that moment, right, I'm failing. I have $0 in my bank account. I drove with now my wife. She was my girlfriend at the time. We drove up to Michigan where we now live to visit my mom. I'm presenting this thing in the bedroom that I grew up in, right? When I saw only one person showed up, I was devastated and scared and heartbroken and almost probably had a tear in my eye. I wanted to close my laptop, right? I wanted to give up. I wanted to quit. But let's go to that light at the end of the tunnel. I didn't, right? I was like, you know what? I'm going to act like we got 1,000 people on here. And you can judge me for this. This is probably recorded. You can judge me for this. Man, I got on that presentation and I acted like there was 1,000 people on there. I was like, what's up, Chad? What's up, Fred, Jennifer, John? I was just making up names, right? What's up, everyone? I'm so excited to be here with you. I turned up that energy. I just kind of threw everything away. And I acted like I was presenting to 4,000 people. And now since then, and Caleb joked about this, right, when we were on a phone call just a few minutes ago, that I now have presented in front of 5 and 10,000 people. But in that moment, I was only presenting in front of one, but I still practiced as if everyone was there. So no matter what's happening in your life or in your business, still carry yourself with professionalism, still give it 100% because you don't know what that outcome is going to look like unless you give 100%. The only thing that is sure in business is when you quit, it's over. So don't quit. Always give 100%. Because I had one guy show up to that webinar. Okay, so here's the date. This is literally a screenshot. So this was June of 2015. I had one dude show up to this webinar. If you go back, I'd spent, the $1,600 on ads. And one dude show up, and he ended up buying a 12-week coaching program from me at that time, which was the most anybody had ever paid me for coaching. That gave me enough money, and it was instant in my account too. That gave me enough money to get home, enough money to pay my rent, and enough money to do it again, right? The 2,997 minus the 1,600 made 1,300 profit. So that way I paid off that credit card so I could do it again, right? I paid off my credit card, so now I could go do this thing again. And then I still had the 1,300 left over to live on to pay my bills and to keep getting by. And so once I had kind of cracked the code on that funnel, right? Once you crack the code on the ads that you need, and you talked a little bit with Joe about ads, once you crack the code on the ad that is generating people to either send messages to your page saying they want an estimate, or go to your website and fill out a form saying they want an estimate, or even just running a lead generation ad on Facebook saying they want an estimate, it's just wash, rinse, and repeat. Now you just start filling your pipeline and filling that funnel, right? And so there's so many other funnels that you can do, right? You have a product launch funnel, squeeze page funnels, two-step tripwire funnels, video sales letter funnels, which are awesome, especially if you know video like Joe does, membership funnels, event funnels, e-commerce funnels, ebook funnels, et cetera, et cetera. There's so many different funnels. That award that I got behind me, and I'll talk about it a little bit later, was from a two-step tripwire funnel where I was literally just selling a $9 offer, right? I'll just say the word offer because it doesn't matter what I'm selling for $9. I'm just selling for something for $9, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. So I discovered all these things the hard way, doing my best to give you the cheat sheet, to give you the easy way, so that way you can make some small tweaks in your business to get there. So I'm going to cover the secret, almost backward process to grow your business using social media. I'm going to teach you how to attract more customers and become the sought after person in your industry. And I'm going to teach you how to become hyper profitable using advertising, even if you don't have any marketing experience. Now, again, normally this is a time where I ask for engagement, but I can't see the chat. So I'm going to pretend that y'all are still hype. Y'all are still awake. I know I was kind of checking the clock to see where I'm at. But let's go into the secret, almost backward process that you need to grow your business using social media. This is where that 4-cylinder system comes in, referencing the 1993 Geo Prism. You see, when I got out of college, I drove that 1993 Geo Prism. And here's what I learned about a 4-cylinder engine. They're pretty slow, but it was incredibly economical. And actually, let me subtract. If I had even just one cylinder misfiring, and I did have to replace the engine in that, if you have even just one cylinder misfiring, you're probably not going anywhere at all, right? And so we've actually now coined this as the 4-cylinder marketing system that you need in your business. Out of every single funnel I've ever ran, if you do just this one funnel, irregardless of your business, irregardless of your industry, if you can get this system built correctly, just like my 1993 Geo Prism, I could depend on it. It would take me anywhere I needed to go in the world, and I didn't have to worry. And so that's where these 4 steps come in. I love the Bruce Lee quote. Says, "I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times." And that's really what this is. This 4-cylinder system is the one kick that we have now done thousands and thousands and thousands of times. And I guarantee you that if you will implement it in your business, it will help you grow exponentially. So the 4-cylinder system is pretty simple. Now, you have to do it in chronological order, right? You have to do this in chronological order, meaning step 1 to step 2 to step 3 to step 4. If you don't build them in this order, you're not going to have a true functioning 4-cylinder system. So first and foremost is that social proof. Actually going out there and building a social media platform, your website, your branding, before you really start pumping your advertising in, thinking through what you're marketing, who you're marketing it to, and what that needs to look like. This is also growing your presence on social media and choosing the platform or platforms that you want to actually build on. Is it Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube? And when I get the question of what platform do I need to grow on, the answer is really simple. What platform is your ideal customer hanging out on? Does your customer look for you on Google? Then you need a Google My Business profile. Does your customer look for you on Facebook? Or would they engage with you on Facebook? Then you need to build a Facebook. Or can you create content relevant for that social media platform? Will your ideal customer find you on YouTube? Well, some of you guys have faces for radio, right? And you'll get that in a second, right? Some of you guys have face for radio, and maybe YouTube isn't perfect, right? I don't grow my YouTube because I don't really love video. I'm not Joe. Joe is like Joe Everett is a whole nother level of an animal. He loves doing it. He's great at it. He's gone through it. I don't have a YouTube channel just because it's not me. I'm not good at creating video. This is about as good as it gets, right? I got a ring lamp in front of me and I'm having fun on a webinar. So you got to think through, are your ideal customers, let me keep going. Are your ideal customers on a podcast? Are they going to listen to you on a podcast? Is that worth your time, energy, and effort, and maybe ads? And then now you have, of course, TikTok. Can you create the video? Can you create reels for social media? And so you want to think about, where is your ideal customer? Now, I have 1 million followers on Facebook. I'm really biased, but that has been my medium. I've been really, really good at speaking at events in person and growing my presence on social media through likes, comments, and shares. So you need that social proof. The reason you need that social proof is when somebody sees your truck, or when they see your signage, or when they see an ad, say you're running a paid ad, they need to be able to go look you up and see that you have other people that know, like, and trust you. They need to see that you are actually posting something relevant on a regular basis. Doesn't need to be every day. It should be every day. It should be 10 times a day if you really want to beat it up the way you should. But they need to be able to come over and see that you actually have something posted. If the last time you posted on that social media platform was 2010, they may come over to your business and come over to your profile and think, man, is this guy even in business still, right? Excuse me. So you got to build some social proof first and foremost. It's probably the longest pause you'll get during my entire presentation. Then you need to send them to an opt-in. This is a place where somebody can give you their information. Now, excuse me. Typically, we're doing an opt-in where somebody's, giving our prospects something in exchange for that information. Sometimes it's a PDF or a webinar or a discount code or a free coupon, right? That's typically what you would see as a lead magnet. You're giving them something in exchange, but you guys are in an industry where your opt-in could literally just be a free estimate. That's a very quality opt-in. You're going to probably pay a little bit more if you're running paid ads to get somebody to actually say, yes, I want a free estimate. But that's the most quality opt-in you can get. Then, this is where I went wrong with that first webinar. Then after somebody opts in, you need to have a very good nurture and or sales process in place on how you're going to follow up with that lead. And I know Mandy did a great job breaking down how she gives estimates and how she's grown the service side and just absolutely crushed that presentation. You need to make sure you know when they're going to be called. Excuse me, I guess I need to take one more drink. Back where I was, you need to know that you already have a process in place of, are they getting an automated email after they opt in? Yes or no? Are you manually going to send an email? Are they getting an automated text message? Are you going to text message them? Are they getting a phone call? How frequently are they getting a phone call? And then everything that Mandy covered from the back end of, once you actually get them on the line, what does your process look like to go to actually get that sale? Right? It's really, really, really important to have that. If you don't have that, I guarantee you're leaving money on the table. Then and only then do we start paid traffic. So I'm a paid traffic, quote unquote, guru. We spend thousands of dollars in our own marketing. I spend about $70,000 a month in my very own company's paid traffic, right? I can't do that for me, and we can't do it for our clients unless they have social proof, opt-in, nurture. If they don't have this true sales process in place, we can't do that. And so that's the 4-cylinder system you have to have, irregardless, in order to grow your service-based business. All right, so then let's talk a little bit about social media. Stain and Seal experts and Joe, these guys are monsters at social media. And I mean, just absolute monsters. There's nothing that I do, just so we know this, nothing I do to help Stain and Seal experts social media. I run their ads, or my company does rather, but they are just monsters. They have a monster team. Caleb has always been great at social media. And with social media marketing, the reality is perception equals reality. So when you're posting, right, post the things that you want people to see, post the way that you want people to perceive you, because you can be anything you want on social media, right? There is a massive difference, and I'm going to end up running out of time, so I'm going to talk even faster, I guess. Social media, there's a big difference between social media marketing and digital marketing. And we've talked about it a little bit, so I'm going to try to one sentence this. Social media marketing is when you're playing on a platform that somebody else owns, right? Mark Zuckerberg owns Facebook. They make the rules. If you don't abide by their rules, they can take their ball and go home at any time, meaning they can shut down your account, they can shut down your ads, they can kick you out. When you are social media marketing, you are playing on somebody else's playground, so you have to play by their rules. If you don't, it could be game over for you. In digital marketing, you are leveraging social media marketing and other traffic sources to bring somebody into your marketing. If you come visit my website, I just pixeled your IP address. Now I can retarget you everywhere. If you've given me your name, your email, your phone number, I can send email marketing to you as frequently as I want until you unsubscribe, right? That is digital marketing. I can automatically message you. I can automatically text message you. And of course, then we have our team and our staff will pick up the phone and call you. So digital marketing, in my opinion, trumps social media marketing. And truly, I know I'm the Facebook guy, and I'm really, really known for that. I absolutely hate Facebook. I hope they're not listening. I'm sure they are. But like I do, it's a complete waste of time. I use social media like a toilet. It's just something I got to use to get out of the way. And I use it as a tool, as a resource in my life to make my life better. And so I literally plan everything around how do I want people to perceive me. I try my best not to scroll looking at reels, not to scroll looking at timeline, not to look at other stuff, and not to compare myself to others. And I actually think I have that as a slide. We'll skip that one for now. I've covered it. A big takeaway is with social media, post your highlight reels only, right? Post the good things. And I mentioned it. Don't compare yours to others, right? Just because you're getting started, right? Or I think the way I would like to say this is don't compare your chapter 3 to somebody else's chapter 20, right? We don't know what they went through. You just need to focus on you, focus on growing your business, and then post the things, post the before and after photos, post the highlight reels of your life, post the Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, and post the things that are going to get people to like, comment, and share, to know, like, and trust you. A thing that Gary Vaynerchuk is famous for saying is document your journey, don't create. And Caleb has done an amazing job over the years of documenting everything they're doing. Now he has a full team that's helping him with that, of course. So shout out to them. They're doing an amazing job. But document your journey. Don't force yourself to create content. Just document before pictures, after pictures, videos, just like Joe was talking about. I mean, there's so many ways to get content out there. All right, secret number 2. I got 9 minutes left. How to attract more customers and become the sought after person in your industry, right? And this is where Caleb has just cracked the code, just absolutely cracked the code. Nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care about them, right? So Theodore Roosevelt said the first part, Zig Ziglar added the about them at the end. And Caleb has cracked the code for Staining University and Staining Steel Experts because he's doing stuff just like this. He's delivering real and true value to you guys in exchange for your trust and your relationship, and hopefully you'll be able to do business with them and hire them or buy their products, right? And you and your business should be doing the same thing. How can you reach out and serve your local community? How can you educate your local community? And how can you deliver real value? I mean, even from, I'm not sure if you can see it, sponsoring local teams. I'm not sure if you guys can see that at all, and it's probably pretty far, but just a plaque from sponsoring a local, t-ball team or softball team. How can you serve your community in a deeper level than just, running Facebook ads, right? You're going to get out there. You're going to get those referrals by being that face and being that brand, maybe even doing free work, right? Staining, parks or whatever you got to do to get your name out there. There's so many ways to get out there. And then this one, so I want to elaborate on this one a little bit. Your guys' industry is a little bit unique. This is my last kind of main point to teach on. But how to become hyper profitable using paid advertising, right? Even if you don't have any marketing experience. Well, we really blew up in my business when I was able to create a break-even funnel. I think that's the next picture. Yeah, break-even funnel. And so I cracked the code on this in my own business in March of 2020. And this is where I began selling just a $9 offer, which qualified someone as a prospect, and then began upselling them in my process from there. This is why I have then and have now an unlimited ad budget within reason. Obviously, ads saturate, so sometimes you can only spend so much, which is why we spend about $70K a month on my own business. But finding something that you can sell, whether it be an info product, whether it be a DIY kit, something that you can sell in exchange for somebody's information and a goal to break even, really you're looking for homeowners and you're looking for businesses that are going to need staying, right? And so, and I know there's a couple other industries on here as well. So it's really hard for me to dial down on this, but I always love to plant the seed because I've had other people come back to me and give me ideas of what they turned it into. Like we had a guitar center or a guitar store, not guitar center. We had a guitar store take this idea and literally take and start selling guitar picks to get people to buy guitar picks for like $1 because they realized if we can break even selling guitar picks, that means somebody probably has a guitar, right? And so if they're buying guitar picks, it qualifies them. We can start sending them emails and communication to get them to come in to buy more strings, to buy a new guitar, to buy lessons. They literally use guitar picks as their tripwire. And so for me, the tripwire was a $9 course on how to run Facebook ads. So I knew if somebody bought this course and we now sell that thing for $1, by the way. I now know if somebody gives me $1 to say they want to learn how to run Facebook ads, they might be qualified as a business owner who might hire us to run their Facebook ads. And so thinking about how you can do that is a way that you break even on ads and thinking through what your real cost per acquisition is. In your industry, you personally may never build a break-even funnel, but something you really, really, really need to measure from day one for those of you getting started is your cost per acquisition, right? You can measure your cost per lead, you can measure your cost per click, but if you have to generate 100 leads to get one sale and those leads are costing you $10 and your average job is only $1,000, you're breaking even, which that might not be the end of the world because you still have 99 other leads in that scenario, right? But you really want to start measuring how much did I pay to acquire that lead? How much did I pay to get that job? And that's really, really important to measure because then that's how you can begin scaling your ads. And I'm still really close on time. So I always like to end with this. I end almost every presentation with a statement similar to this, right? Money is good. I love the Zig Ziglar quote that says money isn't the most important thing in life, but it is reasonably close to oxygen on the gotta have it scale. You know, it's okay to raise your prices wherever you are. It's okay not to be the cheapest. It's okay to make a profit. And I just want to be that guy to encourage you to say it's really okay to go build a 7 and 8 figure business. And it's okay if you make 25, 35, 50% margins. I don't know what margins you guys can do in your company, but it's okay to make profit. It's okay to provide for your family. I want to be the guy that tells you no matter where you are, whatever religion or faith background you have, it's really okay to go out there and be successful. And is that my last slide? I want to end. So here's information if you ever do want to contact me before I end the slide and go into the Q&A. I want to end with a quick little story, and then I'll answer some questions. There were these two young boys playing on a lake when all of a sudden the bigger of the two boys, let's call him a 10-year-old boy, fell through the ice, and his 6-year-old little brother started freaking out frantically, stomping on that ice, hitting it, banging it with his hands, trying to get through that ice so he could save his big brother and pull him back to safety. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw this big tree with a hanging branch. He shimmied up that tree as fast as he could. He grabbed the branch, this massive branch, came over to the ice, smashed through the ice, reached down, pulled out his bigger brother from this ice, saving his life, saving him from drowning. While the ambulance and paramedics were on the scene, there was two men standing on the shoreline, and one said to the other, "How in the world was that little boy able to save his big brother's life? How was he able to smash through the ice?" An old wise man was standing there listening to them, and he said, "It's really simple. That young boy was able to shimmy up that tree, grab that massive branch, jump down onto the ice, smash through the ice, and save his brother's life because there was nobody here to tell him that he couldn't do it." Some of you guys just need to surround yourself with the right people, which you're doing right now, to remind you that you can do it. No matter where you are in your life, no matter what level in income you are, no matter what your goals are, whatever you wrote down in the beginning as your 3-year goal, right? You can do it. I believe in you. Caleb believes in you. Every speaker that's coming on here today believes in you. Everybody at Stainless Steel Experts believes in you. And we are truly here to support you. So with that, I'm going to end up ending the screen share. If you want to contact me ever for anything at all, there's my email, my phone number, and you can find me on all social platforms at Chaplain Salem. And with that, I'm going to jump over to chat and see what we got for questions. Caleb, I can see you, my friend.
Jacob, man, that was powerful. Thank you so much. We got about 2 minutes to take a couple questions. Just remind everybody, get ready. Wizard of Wood is in the backstage. He's ready to come on. And so let's see what questions we got. We do have one or two. Let's see here.
Tammy said, do you use ClickFunnels? Yes, I love ClickFunnels. That's the award is from ClickFunnels. We use everything, though. ClickFunnels just is one great software. Where do I send the dollar? Oh, the Facebook ad course. Is that what you're talking about? Just go to ezmetrics.com, letter E, letter Z, metrics.com. There's a big red bar at the top that says, get my Facebook ad course for $1. It's right at the top of my website. Send you over to a ClickFunnel. Is it okay to pray for prosperity? That is a whole nother ball of wax, but I do. I believe, God wants to bless me. And so absolutely.
So I'll answer that one with a quick thing. There's a book called Thou Shall Prosper by Rabbi Daniel Lapin. Dave Ramsey recommended that book, and they talk about praying for prosperity. So there's your some homework.
Yeah.
Being on social media, most people don't watch full videos. What's the ideal length of a video for social media?
Depends on the platform. So Joe's the video guy. I'm not, but you got to figure your reels are 30 seconds or less. So it depends on, I'm going to speak to Facebook and Instagram because that's my superpower. And then also the other cool metric that we've noticed is if you get somebody to watch more than 18 seconds, they'll probably watch almost the whole thing. They're going to bounce in under 18 seconds, but Joe's probably the guy that asked the video question there. But reels, everything short. Keep everything short is my answer.
And last question before we move on. Remember, you can email Jacob.
Yep.
Is the content of the content important, or just the discipline of consistently posting?
My answer is consistently posting, and that's what we do in my own business. But relative to your business, relative to your personal life, as well, if you want to share that. I wouldn't just go cause a bunch of controversy. So
I think a great answer to that question is would you watch content that wasn't good content? There's your answer. Jacob, thank you so much, guys. Check them out.
This was fun.
EasyMetrics.com. Thank you again for being here for us. Really appreciate it. And I'm going to bring on our next guest. Thanks, man. All right, guys. The next speaker here needs no introduction. He's smiling in the background. This is a big dream of mine, long time coming. I remember sitting in my living room many, many years ago, reading this book, wondering what the heck is a wood brightener? What are these things? And he filled me in. So, guys, this is a big deal, the Wizard of Wood. I hope you guys are ready. But here it is, Mr. Everett Abrams. Thank you so much for coming. Welcome to our first virtual training class.
Thank you for having me, Caleb. Thank you and Ashley for having the event. It's a great thing you're doing. Really great.
Awesome, man. Well, you've done this for, I don't know how many years, the trade, and then also the teaching and the schooling. And so I'm sure you have something great prepared for us. And so I'm going to ask everybody to get your questions ready, but let's save them to the end so he can, because I'm sure you have a message and something that you want to put out. So let's go through it. And if you want to take the stage, man, if you want me to stay, I'll stay. If you want me to go, I would love to jump out and turn it all over to you.
Whichever you prefer. I'd love to have you stay.
I'll sit in the background and I will take notes. But you are famous and known for wood care and for being the Wizard of Wood, and I'm sure that name was probably put on you by your peers. I don't think you made that up. I think that was literally what people started calling you, and it stuck because of your reputation and the skill that you've learned. And there's a lot of backstory about you that people don't know about working with the old school stuff, the U.S. Forest Product Lab, and working with these people, talking to these people, and networking. So I just want you to share your knowledge and help us to understand what wood care is, because I think it's simpler than a lot of people think, and it's more complicated than a lot of people think. It's kind of like a woman, right? Simple and complicated at the same time. So help us out with that. What's modern wood care look like, man?
All right. So I guess if we're going to talk about modern trends, we should probably talk about where we were and where we are. And where we were, as you alluded to, back in the day, mostly everything was, if you went to a contractor, everybody was like, oh, UCWF. Every contractor said, put that on the deck after they were done building it. Let it sit for a year, put CWF, oil base. And then from there on, we just cleaned or we stripped, and it was sodium hydroxide or bleach. That's pretty much, it was a binary choice. And then that we rode that for a long time. And there were people that honed their skills and just did a little better, a little more, whether it would be the sanding, the prep. And I think Damie alluded to it earlier when he said something about putting a good coat on a bad coat or something along those lines. You never do that. So everything's in the prep. The better the end result. And in 2009, which to me, this is where I kind of go a little crazy with some of the stuff we're dealing with today. 2009 was really a big deal for not just the industry, but for the country and the world. We had a lot of problems with the economy. But the government also stepped in 2009 and got involved in VOC compliance. And when they did that, the coatings industry changed. It was crazy between water-based, oil-based, hybrids, using emulsification, so forth and so on. So the whole industry changed. A lot of companies were reformulating. There was a lot of adjustments at that time. Because of the economy and because of what was going on in the industry, and some of these states actually, California, New York, New Jersey, they went crazier with the compliance and the regulation. And a lot of people jumped out of the industry. So it seems like you had a lot of we'll call them the OGs now, myself included, that weathered through it and got through it. Then we had a lot of people that just kind of got out of it. And there was a lot of time and space from, say, 2009 to 2012, where there was a lot of frustration with coatings, with removing some of the water base, so forth and so on. And a lot of people jumped out. That's why today I'm kind of excited. Like, I'm excited to be on this today because I see some of the names. I love following some of them. I'm on your group is great. Justin is one, Mensis, that stands out to me. I hope I said his last name correctly. Um, when I see the results and what these guys are doing, it's amazing. But today, whether it's a window cleaner, a pressure washer, guys in this industry, the young guys, they're taking the stuff in like a sponge. They're understanding that the industry's different and the results are amazing again. I almost feel like I'm transformed back to before 2009 looking at some of these results because there was a period of time where people were just splashing, dashing, throwing on some coats and running. And we in the industry at the time, 2000, we'll go 11, 12, 13, 14, whatever, we had to deal with multiple coats. How do we remove this stuff? It was crazy. So basically, and I started a lot of conversations with this. Hopefully people can see this. We used this when we were about a year old, and we could figure out the square peg didn't go in the round hole. But today, we're still trying to do this in wood restoration. It's not a binary choice. You and I spoke the other day, and we talked about how different jobs are different. Each job can be different, almost like a snowflake. It could be it wasn't applied correctly. It could be the type of coating. It could be one of these hybrids. It could be the deck over or the deck helmet, deck correct, any of those type of products that are very difficult to remove. We deal with those. People that were frustrated a few years back said, okay, well, I'm running. And if you looked on the Facebook groups, you saw the Forrest Gump running or the fire, and everybody's running away from these type of jobs. And today, it's really neat when you hear Jamie Hodge talk about how he can remove some of these coatings now. And we look at the mechanical stuff. And my Wizard of the UK earlier, I listened to. That was great when he started talking about the mechanical part of it, because that's another part of restoration that we never really address, and you don't see people talking about as much in Facebook because they want that magic pill. They want that chemical that's going to take everything off, prep it, make it perfect, so that they can put on, whichever are products that they decide they're going to put on. And we've got to get away from that binary choice of bleach or sodium hydroxide. And just the knowledge that you bring to the table, that I bring to the table, and so many others are bringing to the table today is important, because the message has to change. And the message has to be gain knowledge, understand sodium metasilicate, understand potassium hydroxide, understand solvents, solvent-based strippers, understand other things, because there's times and situations where we need to adjust. Now, granted, we're probably going to use, a couple of main things all the time, but we need to know when we have those different jobs and those snowflakes that we're dealing with, what are we going to use? And maybe it's a couple things. Maybe we get 80% of the deck overall, but we have to sand 20%, or use one of the mechanical choices. I heard we were talking earlier. I think somebody mentioned about a piece of equipment over in the UK. You guys had mentioned it, that people are using. Over here, one of the things that we've had is a dimer brush, and there you can actually get, for a 20-inch dimer brush, you can put on your polisher, your floor polisher, and it's an attachment that actually planes the wood as well. I mean, there are other avenues and other tools out here that we can use. Another thing that we don't talk about mechanical is paper blasting or media blasting. So we can do things by hand. We can do things with chemicals. We can do things mechanical, or a combination of these things to achieve an excellent result. So wood restoration, to me, I guess, as just kind of speaking out here, is it's almost like the landscapers years ago. Everybody was a landscaper. And then all of a sudden, people became grass cutters. And you can't even get the guy today. Like, I can't even get the guy that cuts my grass to trim the shrubs and the bushes. I'm going to get somebody else for that. So it's become very specialized. I kind of see that in the wood restoration industry, where we have people that they're cleaners, and they can make a property look really nice. They can clean up a fence, make it look good for its sale, so forth and so on. But then there's people who actually restore it. And I heard things today that were just awesome to hear. I heard people talking about maintenance plans. I think maintenance plans are something that ties into everything today that we're talking about, because that is what builds your business. It's an asset. If you have maintenance plans set up, you have something to sell. If you're a one customer and done, then it's over. Maintenance plans really tie into what we're doing. When you sell the maintenance plan, that maintenance plan should be sold at your first contact with that customer. You're talking to them about a discounted maintenance plan, or what your maintenance plan is. Is it going to be yearly? Is it going to be twice or every other year? Is it a fence? Is it going to be 2 years? Is it going to be 3 years? Is it going to be 4 years? It's going to depend on your coatings. It's going to depend on their tolerance level. There's people that are going to want to see you every year. We have them. I heard that mentioned today. Great stuff. And there's some people that don't want to see you every year. They're going to see you every couple of years. You could change your price point to that as well. And then you track those. And then we call them. We don't wait for them to call us. We call them. And that keeps you professional. It keeps you in front of the customer. And then I think I also mentioned or heard mentioned about the add-ons. If you're a window cleaner, you're doing windows. I think window cleaners do route work. If there's any window cleaners on here today, you're doing route work. There's all kinds of wood furniture out there. There's all kinds of stuff that you're taking care of that we don't even talk about. If I go to the West Coast, people are taking care of their teak furniture. On the East Coast, they don't take care of it as much. All the people through the pandemic have all kinds of wood furniture they had out of their coffee shops, their restaurants, hospitals, hotels, you name it, because they had all these outdoor stuff. So there's a lot of wood out there to be done besides decks and fences and cabins and houses. There's other stuff as well. Maintenance plans tie into that. Landscapers have gotten into doing decks and fences because they're trying to add as well. And I think the trend we're starting to see, I think the message over the past few years, and I've heard a lot of people talk about packages, or specifically about customers. Isn't that what we're really looking for? That's the gold we're looking for, is that customer that is going to spend money year after year. They understand what we're saying to them. And I mean, they know that if we do a good job on one, we'll do a good job on others. So once you have a customer, you could seriously add anything from window cleaning to roof cleaning to landscaping. And there's the pool guys are doing this work as well. I mean, there's so much that ties into this. It ties us all together. I feel that one of the things that has been really advantageous to my company, or contracting company, is the reputation we have in Southern New Jersey. And I've heard Jamie Schmidt say it and others. Don't worry about Everett or his customers because you're not going to get them. Worry about everybody else. And that, to me, is like a badge of honor because that's what I want. I want the customer to just call us, Everett, you take care of this, you get this, you got this. And they don't leave us. Most of it is that maintenance plan. Keep it looking good all the time. When we talk about the professionalism and the results, we talk about education. That's why you want to, anybody attending this today, anybody who attends these classes, anybody who seeks out that extra education, the things you learn are crazy good. And one of them ties into the maintenance plan, and that's how wood wears, how vertical surfaces will last twice as long as the horizontal surfaces. So if you're figuring out your maintenance, you're going to do half as much on the verticals during your maintenance than you are the horizontals. So on a deck, when we come back to restore the deck on maintenance, if we do a 2-coat application, however we're doing that, spray, brush, whatever, year one, when we come back to do the maintenance, we're going to do 1 coat on the verticals, on the railings, and 2 coats on the floor, and it keeps it looking even all the time. Sell that to your customer. Sell that it's going to look even. It's going to look beautiful all the time. And you follow the maintenance plan. And it's amazing how these customers will react because once they see the result, they're in. One of my favorite customers is the customer who did it once because I know that I'm going to get them. They did it once. They're not doing it again. Too much work. Don't get the results. We've all seen the brush marks. We've seen 2 different colors. We've seen 10 different colors because they did it on 10 different weekends. When they had time, they had to answer the phone, all kinds of different things. You just name all the stuff that they do. So if they do it one time, I love that customer because it's an easy sell for us to sell what we do. So that's kind of where I start and kind of get into today's, the modernization of today is got to get the knowledge. You got to learn about this stuff. You got to learn about the equipment and never stop learning. Learn about all the different chemicals and whatever we're using today, the way technology is changing, there's going to be new stuff out there in a year and 2 years that's going to make it even easier for us. Now, where I'll tie this all into is where we really have to up our game is we're all talking about penetrating stains in products. They're the easiest to maintain. And it's easier for us when we go back. It's easier for the customer. You're still seeing the grain through the wood. The industry is trying to put solids out there, semi-solids. A lot of painters, a lot of people that are doing this. That's what we're having to deal with when we go out to a job. We don't want that to happen. The industry is stuck on durability, not on maintenance. That's where we can make the difference and sound different to our customers. We can add a service that's needed. They don't want that peeling mess. They don't want to have to deal with this stuff. If we really want any longevity in what we're doing, and there's enough wood out there for another 20, 30, 40 years plus that we're all dealing with now, we got to get this message right. Because all we're doing is driving people to what? Engineered products and composites. And do we really want vinyl? Do we really want that? A lot of people want to see the wood. It's a great alternative. There's a lot of people that just want wood. And then that adds to the professionalism. Hey, we need people that are going to be able to do this, restore it well, and do a good job. We don't get the message out about maintenance, maintaining your wood, holding on to that wood with the price of wood. We're sending the wrong message. That can be devastating to the industry because we're just pushing people towards these other products that really don't want, and we don't want them to either. Net, if we take care of the wood, it's going to last 25 years, and you get a 25-year plus. And you get a 25-year guarantee on these composite decking, generally speaking. So that's where we're at in the industry today. That's kind of where modern times have gotten us. I will also add that a lot of the composites, Trex, TimberTech, they're about 50% wood and about 50% recyclables. These companies over the last few years with the price of wood, they've changed that. Trex is going to about a 95% recyclables and 5% wood and adding recyclable plants to their facilities so that they can offset the cost. They're getting away from the wood. So again, We don't want that. We've got to send a good message. We've got to get a little more united. We've got to get a little better with the education as far as how do we restore wood? How do we take care of it? What are the best products? And then elevating our game to where we can help these customers restore wood, make it look beautiful, whether it's a wood-sided house, cedar shake home, it could be a log cabin, it's a deck, it's a fence, it's any of these things. So I think that's really important. So that's my initial comments.
You see me looking down every once in a while.
Yeah.
Taking notes.
Okay.
Taking notes.
You know,
I love it. So I love the history and love the idea of the future. So I had some questions wrote down for you that I wanted to bring to the table because I hear these a lot. And some of them are my own struggles, and some of them are maybe just something I think everybody should know. Since we're still talking about the industry, I'll go to my second question first. But where do you see the industry going as a whole? If we do, let's just say if we do all these things, if we unite, if we all work together better and get that message out, what do you think that could look like as far as the industry for the next 15, 20 years?
I think what it does is, I'll tell you where I feel it's going to go. I feel like it's starting to cost us a lot of money to run our companies, whether the cost of everyday everything, tools, supplies, so forth and so on. Got a way to elevate this industry because this low dollar amount that people are charging and betting is kind of ridiculous. And I think if we can add a little bit more credence, a little more professionalism, it kind of makes it easier and more profitable for us to run these businesses the way we should and deliver those results. I've heard people mention about labor today and so forth. I think the problem with labor today is productivity. How do we get people to be more productive? It could be in the tools and the equipment that we use. It could be in systems that we put in place and so forth. We have to figure out a way for productivity to increase. That's my feeling of what the issue is. I can get people. I overpay. We have no problems with labor. The problem I have is the productivity. Over the course of over 30 years now, I've seen where we do deck building as well. I can see where it takes 3 people to do what used to do 2. And that's what we have to offset is that productivity. So you take the productivity, you're spending a little more in labor because of that, and then you get all these other expenses. How are you going to offset that? Well, it's kind of hard when, I hate to say it, and it's kind of the pressure washing, grass cutting mentality that enters our industry is there's still people out there charging $1 a square foot. $1 a square foot was back in the 80s, 90s. I don't get that. We talk about composite decks and cleaning composite decks. There is some wood content in some of those, and people don't realize that. Sometimes you get those tannin bleeds, and that's what some of the black spots is in the composite decking. And that's a whole nother part of the industry. But there's people out there cleaning composite decks. Ready for this? Trex gets sued 20 years ago, whatever it was. And I helped them at the time come up with Quarter-Clean. They didn't realize using oxalic acid as a part 2, their process would be to neutralize the tannin bleed from the red oak they used. And part of it was in the process in the vat and so forth and so on. But I don't want to get too long into that. But I will tell you that I was with the PWNA at the time, and we had contractors through the PWNA clean composite decks for $2 a square foot. Composite decks. Now, I see people online criticizing roof cleaners and how they cannibalize the roof cleaning industry. They're getting thousands of dollars to clean a roof to a few $100. Well, it's not much different in the wood. I don't know why people are charging what they charge. It doesn't make sense. I think that is why, to answer your question, if we can elevate the standards, separate the cleaners from the restorers, if I may, then I think it changes. It's a game changer. I think just using the words, it changes. If I'm having somebody come out to clean something, I'm not expecting to pay as much as I am when I hear the word restoration. So I think restoration is a big deal. I think it's something we should hang our hat on. I think it's something we should charge correctly for. I know we're all going to charge different. That's not my point, but I'm just talking generally. And I think that's where we need to elevate it. I think we all benefit from that. And I think it's a need. I think the more people put these solid products down, I think the more people that, not everybody's happy with composites. I don't know how everybody feels, what they hear or see, yourself included, Caleb. Not everybody puts a composite deck down is happy. I know a lot of people have taken them out and put wood decks back. They're too hot. They're hot for the pets. They're too hot to sit around at the pool. They want to come out in their bare feet around the pool and they can't because it's too hot. I mean, there's a lot of people that don't like the composite. There's a lot of people that just like the feel of wood. And then when you start looking at some of the prices of some of the composite, you can compare that to mahogany or ipe or some of these other woods that are going to last even more than the 25 years. There's a reason I'm in southern New Jersey that in Atlantic City, they're using ipe on the boardwalk because they know how long that's going to last. And they can let it gray. They can let it just do whatever, but it's going to last. People could do the same thing at their homes, and it's an easy sell for the right customer. Those customers are going to be lifelong customers. And by the way, when I speak of ipe, I'm talking about sodium metasilicate for years, and it's been around for a long time. It was in the original composite deck cleaner, Porta cleaning. It was sodium percarbonate and sodium metasilicate. We've used it in the deck industry for 20 years, at least, because of the lifting ability. But yet, nobody wanted to mainstream talk about it for years, and I don't understand because I can tell you that if I put sodium metasilicate on the ipe deck versus bleach, sodium hypochlorite, there is no way somebody's going to tell me that sodium hypochlorite makes it look better. So I could go on with that too. I might as well. So I heard somebody, I don't know whether it was Jamie or not, or who mentioned it about the my feelings of bleach. My feelings of bleach are it's misused. I agree that it should be used as it's great on maintenance because you're getting rid of your organic growth that's already under a coating. So it's a real light house wash mix. I get that part of it. Sodium hypochlorite is not going to restore wood. If you're restoring wood, ain't going to happen. That's number one. Number two, sodium hypochlorite. If you have, I know people use it for organic growth, but if you have heavy organic growth, which we see a lot in wood because it gets neglected, it'll go 5-10 years, we have a lot of growth. I can't figure out for the life of me, and anybody can comment in questions or whatever. If somebody can tell me why you would clean a deck twice with bleach when you could do it once with sodium metasilicate or sodium hydroxide or an alternative, please explain. Because time is money. I don't care if you're doing it on your own. I don't care if you have employees. Why would you clean something twice when you don't have to? We're talking about labor costs going up, and yet we're going to do something twice. Doesn't make sense. There's easier products, better products to use that are more productive and give us a better result. There's different ways to skin a cat. Caleb, I heard you say that earlier. There's good, better, and best methods. Some people might use sodium hydroxide, potassium hydroxide, sodium metasilicate to get a result. Point being is that might be a better way, though, than using the sodium hypochlorite. The other part about sodium hypochlorite in the wood industry that I have a problem with, besides the misuse, is people just generally don't understand. I get it, we use it with building cleaning and pressure washing because it's meant for a non-porous surface. It works well. It creates on first contact, and it's done. So you get rid of your organic growth. It works great. Wood is not porous. So what are we doing? We can't get to the growth like we used to. And the other thing I've seen over the years, just again, I'm just spouting a little bit, but I feel like a lot of the growth is a little more resistant to the bleach. I get pictures all the time. People send me, Everett, I don't understand. This is what it looked like 3 months ago. This is what it looks like today. And it's all growth underneath the coating because it never got to the root of the growth. You've got to be able to get to the root of the growth. Hydrogen peroxide is better. Sodium percarbonate is better. Sodium metasilicate. There's other ways to get to that growth. You have wood that's been neglected for 5-10 years. You got that cedar shake roof. These are the things that we have to take as a snowflake. Each one's different and figure out what's going to be the best way to attack this. The other thing that we don't tie into enough is the wood industry is We talk about neglect, 5 years, 10 years, so forth. If we were talking about a building or concrete, what are we going to tell a customer? We're going to talk about pre-treat and post-treat. Why don't we talk about layout with wood? I'm watching people blowing the crap out of cedar shakes. What are you supposed to do after 10 years? You got white lichen in it. You got green lichen. You've got lichen on the end of the cedar shake. You look it up at the roof. How are you getting that off in one shot? Why don't we talk about post-treat? I have never not gotten a job, cedar shake roof. Never. In southern New Jersey. From a competitor that took one from me. Not because of price, not because of anything. I've never not gotten a cedar shake roof I've been with. Truth. And the reason I've never lost one is because I talk about post treat on the cedar shake roof. And I explained to them, you haven't had it done. It's better if we come back and hit it a second time in 2 weeks. And we post treat. Everybody is much happier with that rather than blasting it, rather than staining over the growth that's on the end of the shake or some of the white lichens that didn't come out and so forth. So we see that a lot. So selling a post treatment is to me huge in wood because we run into the same neglect. So I think you're better off doing that than you are trying to bleach the heck out of something. Bleach it twice. So for me, sodium hypochlorite is more of a maintenance clean, as was mentioned earlier. Doesn't have real restoration properties, especially with some of the stuff we run into. So that's my feeling.
I'd love to ask you. I'd love to ask you a question about that pre and post treat. And I've got your mic muted, so because I hear feedback, and so as soon as I answer the question, I'll unmute you and I'll mute mine. But you said pre and post treat. Could you unpack that a little bit for us? What that means to some people on the really tactical level? So I'm guessing you guys are cleaning and possibly brightening, and then waiting for that to dry, and then coming back and cleaning and brightening again with lower pressure than you would use just in one trip to blast it off.
That's correct. So when we come back to post treat, that's another one where great question, where you have to determine what are you going to use. So if I were to use like a sodium metasilica product initially, I might come back with a light house wash mix on the second one, put it on, get it right off, or I may come back with sodium metasilica again. Depends on what I'm looking at. I will come out and look at it before we come back for that second post treat. But I'd rather do 2 treatments. And look, there's a lot of people do shingle roofs. They do a second treatment. They'll do the same thing. They'll come back. I don't know why we don't do the same thing with wood, because to me, wood gets neglected more than a asphalt shingle roof does, but people will post treat that. So we come back, we'll take a look at it, and then determine whether or not we're going to use a lighthouse wash, or again come back at it a little hard again. One thing, if you're doing cedar shakes, and it usually applies to the cedar shake roofs, you got to be careful of the ends, and that's where a lot of the growth and the lichen's going to stick to the end of the shake. And that's where you really are trying to attack that part of it. But you sure don't want to take your pressure washer and pressure and hit the end of the shake and try to knock that growth off, because you'll damage that end of that shake. Yep. And that's where it attaches right to the end of that. Cedar shakes are very, very porous. So you got to be really careful. The other thing we don't talk about enough too is water. Like cedar shakes, I mean, your biggest friend is to soak the crap out of them. Get a lot of water in the shake, and make sure that your product that you're using is on the surface where it should be, not soaking into the cedar shake. You don't want chemicals left in the wood to dry the cedar shake out. So water, it's a great barrier, and you should apply all chemicals. If you follow the Forest Products Lab, they say all chemicals should be applied to a wet surface. Don't put it on dry wood. Does that answer better?
Yeah, that's a great change of lanes here that we can go to. A lot of people still don't understand, at least in my opinion, I feel like a lot of people don't understand the reasons why we would pre-wet wood. So can you kind of just give us the 30,000 foot view, or dig into that one just a little bit more?
Yeah. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to, people don't look at water as a barrier, but the truth of the matter is, if we fill the cells of the wood, whether we're stripping it, whether we're cleaning it, restoring it, whatever we're doing with the wood, everything from growth to coatings are closer to the surface. So if we wet the wood, then what we allow is when we apply the product that we're using to be closer to the surface for a more effective clean. Now, in real world, I can give you an example of someone who took my class many years ago, and he was using someone else's process, how they did cedar shake roofs. And what I explained to him after he came to the class, he took the other class first and was following that method. I said, don't do anything different, but the next time you get a chance, pre-wet the roof and then do the same process and tell me if there's a difference. What happened was he'd gone home, and it was about 2 or 3 weeks later. He did it. It did had two houses next to each other. He did one house the way he's been doing it, didn't change anything. The next day, it rained. He was going to cancel. He said, you know what? It's already wet. I'm going to listen to whatever it said. I'm going to go there. I'm going to re-wet it. I'm going to do it. And then I'll do everything else the same. He did. He pre-wet. Problem was, after he got done, he had to go back and redo the first one because the second one came out better. And it was just from pre-wetting. Your chemicals closer to the surface, they're working better closer to the surface. You're going to get a better end result. The better the end result, like I said earlier, the better the prep, the better the end result. Just pre-wetting makes a big difference. If you put, and I see this on YouTube all the time in different places, if you put the chemicals or your solution on dry wood, it's going to soak in. I mentioned wood is porous. It's like a sponge. It'll soak in, goes through where you want it to work, then it's not as effective. And you're going to use more product. Better off pre-wetting the wood and making the product right on the surface where it's going to work. That doesn't mean you still don't have to agitate. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be some problem areas, that kind of stuff, but it's going to be more effective. And I think that's part of the issue I run into a lot of times with people today is it's not just bleach, it's other chemicals and so forth. It's easy to read on Facebook on a group, guy said use sodium metasilicate. Okay, well, we'll use sodium metasilicate. For me, I'm not that type of person. I want to learn everything about sodium metasilicate at that point, and what are its advantages, its disadvantages, when should I use it, when shouldn't I? Then I'm going to go get old pallets and some pieces of wood. I'm going to try it. I'm going to do all kinds of stuff with it and try to really hone my craft and learn about it. I'm not just taking the word of what somebody said. I'll delve into one. I mentioned hydrogen peroxide, and I'll bring that up as well because I know that's kind of like a big hot topic these days too. Hydrogen peroxide, which a lot of people don't realize, people will talk about how bleach is bad for wood. A lot of people, where they get that is chlorine was used to break down lignin in paper making to separate the pulp to make paper. So it was used to destroy the lignin. That's chlorine. We're using sodium hypochlorite. And if we use it correctly and we dilute it the way we should, it's not going to be harmful to the wood if used correctly. It's when we misuse it. Hydrogen peroxide, just so everyone knows, is also used to destroy lignin to make paper in the paper making process. So I know everybody's talking about hydrogen peroxide. Hydrogen peroxide is better at getting to organic growth than sodium hypochlorite, but understand that that can also hurt the lignin as well. And we should still be pre-wetting, because I've seen some videos where that's not pre-wet. We should still be pre-wetting that as well. So there's sodium percarbonate, sodium hypochlorite, sodium, hydrogen peroxide, any of the things that are used as cleaners, still pre-wet. That's my message.
Your comment about hydrogen peroxide also being used to destroy wood in the pulp, in the paper making process. That's a golden nugget there for me, because I have never seen wood damaged so badly as people that have used hydrogen peroxide. I've always wondered, it's so safe, it has all these good attributes, but people are destroying wood with it, and I didn't know why, and that makes a whole lot of sense.
Again, it's the misuse. I mean, with all the chemicals we use, if we misuse them, that's what's going to happen. The reason people say sodium hypochlorite is bad for wood is because why? It's because, well, I'll tell you why. A bad copy of a bad copy of a bad copy. I wrote that down from earlier. And that's the truth. People see something or read it online or in a Facebook group, and they just assume that. Most people don't know that the reason you get that is because it breaks down the lignin in the wood. Well, hydrogen peroxide does the same thing, but nobody's talking about that message. I've seen the same damage you are. You know, hydrogen peroxide also, depending on the concentration, is not as safe as what people think. You should still need to wear your PPE. But I know a lot of people are talking about it. And I'm not against any product, anything. When I teach a class, I'm doing the same thing I am today. I'm talking about all of the different chemicals and their pluses and minuses and so forth. I will tell you sodium hydroxide, not much different. We're talking about, I'm going to tie this into hot water you mentioned earlier as well, too. Sodium hydroxide. Sodium hydroxide has been probably the main chemical in stripping for years. And nobody ever says anything about sodium hydroxide, how that's bad for you, how it's bad for the wood. It doesn't raise the grain. Sodium hydroxide will raise the grain. But nobody's talking about that. But yet, as I say in my classes, you probably put it in your mouth every morning because it's in toothpaste. How you use it, you misuse it. Talked about sodium hypochlorite, but yet what? It's in pools. People use it to shock their wells. It's used in food service as a sanitizer. Again, it's how we use it or misuse it. There's so many things that are out there that are tools in our arsenal. We just don't want to misuse the products and the chemicals that we have, at our call. I'll be honest with you. If I go back 20 to 30 years ago, I wish I knew more about sodium metasilicate, potassium hydroxide. Potassium hydroxide, on a molecular level, will break down coatings faster than sodium hydroxide. A good mix of the two is good. I think you could probably make the argument that potassium hydroxide, if you're going to pick one or the other singularly, potassium hydroxide is probably better than sodium hydroxide. But the expense is higher. And that's where we kind of get into some of the new formulations of products and things that are out there. But gosh, man, I wish I had all this stuff 20, 30 years ago and I knew about how I could use these products to restore wood because it makes it easier. That's what I think today, the people that are coming in. Caleb, you're a young guy. A lot of the younger people that are in this industry, they're coming in and they're soaking the stuff up like a sponge and it's working. I see the results. I see the stuff that's coming out. We didn't have that. We had a real problem. At 2009, 2000, as things adjusted for a few years, and man, now you can see the results. You see different products out there. You see people trying different things. You see the education, the connection. What we're doing here today is just amazing. I think you deserve a lot of credit for doing this. These are the kind of things that kind of push us along and elevate us. I think you bringing in Mr. Schreiner from the UK there today was great because you got to hear a lot of similarities, a lot of the same things that they're dealing with that we have to deal with. And you hear that somebody else talking about sodium. He mentioned sodium metasilicate. You just hear some of the same messaging. I think when we take a look at being successful in today's wood restoration, it's going to take the knowledge and the messaging and the people. I bring up Justin, and I don't mean to exclude other people. When you see the post of his work, these things getting done, you guys post things that your people do with your products as well, Caleb. You see those results. That's what people need to see. And then when they see the results online, hopefully they're going to ask, what product did you use? How did you use it? And then all of a sudden people start talking about all the different types of chemicals and products out there, and we're getting the message out across instead of just that binary solution that I alluded to in the beginning of this conversation. I would like to add, though, that I did not mention, and I think this is important too. We didn't talk about the brighteners and acids. And well, that's the step two, is when we use the brightener or we neutralize. A lot of people will talk about oxalic acid and then we'll talk about that environmentally friendly thing and talk about citric acid. We'll explain. I want to explain because I keep getting this a lot, and it's weird because it didn't happen like this a few years back. Oxalic acid is great for a lot of reasons. The biggest one is it gets rid of iron and metal stains. I mean, if you're restoring fences, I mean, nothing worse than restoring a fence and having nail bleed still there. If you're talking to today's decks, nobody's putting benches on decks today. They want that living space. They're putting that beautiful, nice new furniture out there. I mean, a lot of it is metal. So you get a lot of metal stains on decks. You know, oxalic acid will get rid of your metal stains. And that's one of the biggest, to me, pluses of using oxalic acid as a brightener. And I know some people who have blended acid, put citric acid in with oxalic and call it environmentally friendly. However we're doing it, I just feel like oxalic acid delivers a more professional result on the other end of it, than people going just citric. And I know the reason for selling citric acid is environmental, but you also have to weigh in result as well. So there's times maybe we don't use some products, but when we're also trying to deliver a result, again, the knowledge of knowing which one to use and when or how to use them is very important.
I love it. The oxalic, it also comes from a plant source, from my understanding. So I don't know if how terrible it is, but the citric acid, I've seen it and used it, and I've also seen the benefits of potassium. I know the strippers we make, we love potassium hydroxide because it seems to work faster, and it seems to be safer because you can get it in a flake form, and it's less likely to splash and get in your eye or something. So I love that. This leads me into my next question that I wrote down for you, and I've got two. But since we're talking about chemical, cleaner and brightener in one. Stephen over in the UK mentioned that they were using a product that had a cleaner and brightener in one, or did both at the same time, killed organic growth and cleaned and brightened. What do you think about that? That sounds like a real big time saver to me, and I'm working hard to come up with how is that even possible? Do you have any insight into that world?
I've seen a lot of people take the go down that road or down that avenue. I don't think I've seen anything at this point that replaces the two-step process as far as delivering the result. Definitely a time saver. If we can come up with the right product that will do both and leave the wood looking really good, then I'm all for it. I think where we're going to run into the issue is kind of running back into that smaller solution. And I think the coatings dictate what we're going to use. So, whether, and I'm not going to mention specifics, but I mean, there's companies out there that are urethane content to the product. How are you supposed to maintain or strip that off? Is there going to be one product that's going to take care of all the different scenarios? Probably not. We're still going to be stuck in this situation where we're going to have to use multiple products. But heck, if we could find that one where we get that new deck, the gray deck, fence, whatever it is, that's just needs minimal, that you can use a product to clean and brighten, I think it's a game changer. I haven't seen one that's delivered the result yet. My estimation.
I agree, and I think it's like we would love it, but I've not seen it yet. So here's the question of the century that you've answered 1,000 times in 1,000 different ways. What we see in the South for us in our market is if it's a brand new fencer deck or a 5, 10, 15-year-old fencer deck, cleaning it's very easy and straightforward. No fuzz. We can get in there and clean it without any fuzz. We tend to sand everything, but we don't necessarily have to on those projects. Now that 1-year-old to 3-year-old deck tends to be just, no matter what you do, you're going to get some fuzz. Can you give advice, whether it's maybe do experimentation with mixing, ratios, or give us some tactical advice on how to eliminate or get better at not fuzzing decking, particularly smooth decking boards?
Great question. I think the first thing we need to do is get away from the soft washing mentality. I did a video many years ago, controversial, the soft washing scam. It was only meant for the wood restoration side of it when I made the video, and I still to this day say the same thing. Salt washing tends to lead us down the road of let chemicals do the work. Chemicals do need to do the work, but in our neck of the woods, dwell time is more important. So instead of making something too strong, something to get it done quicker and faster and get us out of here, let's actually use the proper dwell time and make the solution or follow manufacturer recommendations as to how we should dilute something. And then we need to take into other things into account, like are there multiple coats? Add to the dwell time. Is it cooler out? Is it 50 degrees out versus 80 degrees out? These things are going to affect dwell time. So two things. One is we either make the chemical too strong, which will fuzz up the wood, or we could leave it on too long. We're better off if we just mix it correctly and then adhere to a proper dwell time. And I always tell people the proper dwell time, whether you take a yellow nylon stiff bristle brush or the heel of your boot, whatever it is, and as soon as that's coming off, that coating's melting, coming off, or we're ready to go, have at it. Let's get to it. So that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Let me ask you a question about that proper dwell time, and I'm going to use a very basic chemical. So let's say you have a 3-year-old deck that has never been stained before, and it's gray, and it's just got normal wear and tear, normal run-of-the-mill deck we see all the time, and you're using sodium metasilicate. What do you think would be the proper dwell time? And I know this is a loaded question, but proper average dwell time and average mix of sodium metasilicate, say, is it 2, 4, 6, 8 ounces per gallon? Can you give us some insight on that to give some guys just a really concrete place to start?
Sure. So I try to, with solid sodium hydroxide, sodium metasilicate, I think we're looking at a range. And usually that's 8 to 16 ounces. We usually don't want to put more than 16 ounces of any product into a gallon of water. You're asking too much. I know some people are chemists out there. They're mixing their butylene, they're mixing potassium and sodium together and all the other stuff. But realistically, what we're trying to do is you need to gauge whether we're just cleaning and the wood's just grade or it's new wood. Maybe we are using 6, 8 ounces. But if we're asking it to do a little more, like sodium metasilicate, I mentioned, has a lifting ability. So it can be used as a mild stripper. So if you have a little bit of stain, maybe the mat is a bad area where the umbrella stand is on a deck. Maybe there's a little bit underneath the cross pieces on a fence, and we're using sodium metasilicate. Then maybe it's a little longer dwell time, and we'll adjust from there. Typically, as you alluded to, the ranges, probably cleaning, you're probably 5 to 10 minutes. More than 10 minutes, if you're going to let it sit on the wood longer than 10 minutes, you're probably better off going to a different product or a different chemical, unless it's something where we're stripping. And then those things get into usually a 20 to 30-minute dwell time. Once again, and experience, unfortunately, experience does play into a lot of this. We know that there are certain products out there that take longer dwell time to remove. If there's multiple coatings, it's again adding to the dwell time. Then you got to be careful because we can burn the wood, fuzz the wood up, and you get too long. So you really got to rely on that. We'll call it a scuff test, where as soon as it's ready with that nylon bristle brush or your heel of your boot, as soon as that's breaking free, take it off, start rinsing. You don't want to start too early because then you're asking too much pressure or not the same result. But we also don't want to leave it on too long. We just don't sit there and go, well, it'll be an hour. I'm going to go do something else. I'm going to run, get some lunch. And meanwhile, you're leaving it on the wood. You come back, you go to rinse it off, and fuzzies everywhere. There's going to be some natural fuzzing in wood. There's not much we can do about that. We're trying to minimize it. I'd be honest with you. I've gotten some wood from different places, and I'm like, wow, I can't believe how much this fuzzed up. We didn't do anything different. So it also depends on the quality of the wood as well, where that's coming from, and we don't always have the answers to all that as well. So there's going to be times where we're going to have to break out the Osborne brushes or whatever we're doing to prep the wood, but keep the chemicals to the right solution. Don't make them too strong, and don't let them sit on the wood too long.
Makes perfect sense. So can you give us a little public safety announcement here? Because what is your opinion on too many ounces per gallon for something like a stripper, like a hydroxide or potassium or sodium hydroxide? Is it safe to go past 8 ounces per gallon? Is 16 ounces okay? Can you kind of give us an idea on that so that we just keep somebody from just going out here and maybe going a little too far?
So I always tell people use concentrations or liquids or pre-made products if you're even a little bit hesitant about mixing chemicals or mixing your own. I will tell you that many years ago, we used to do this. We used to actually buy like the containers you go to the deli and you get your potato salad, your macaroni salad in. So we would actually pre-package what we needed for the job. And we were always 8 to 16 ounces. We never went over 16 ounces, but we would use 16 ounces of sodium hydroxide for a tough job and a gallon of water for the strip deck. And that usually went into like we would know a certain manufacturer 16. If we have 16 ounces, it probably wasn't going to come off too easy. We needed to make it hot, we'll say. The problem is when you go over 16 ounces, that's where you get into the safety issue because a gallon of water can only hold so much chemical before it's too much. There's an example, and I'll use the name. There's Andrew Thies I've known for a long time. He's been doing this for a while, and it wasn't all that long ago. He made a post about it, so I'm not saying anything that I think would bother him. He put it out for a reason. He got a little aggressive, and I believe it was 32 ounces, but he put more than the 16 ounces that most of us would use, and it blew up. The gallon of water could not hold 32 ounces to a gallon, and it blew up. And one of the things that, I don't think people post enough about this, but when we fill our chemical, whether it's a pump up, whether it's a container, whatever, it's usually at the top, and we're putting the chemicals in the top. And when we're doing that or over a pump up sprayer, it's our head and our face. It's right over top. So when something blows, it's coming right up at us. I know a lot of people wear goggles. You should have a face shield to me. The face shield would be much better. You want to be careful if you're mixing your own chemicals. When you start getting into mixing your own and being aggressive and so forth, I kind of get it. You're trying to save a few bucks. I'm going to tell you what I would tell anybody else. If you're paying for your chemicals, you have the wrong business plan because the customers pay for the chemicals. I'm watching all these conversations about how much you're paying for bleach, and that really, the next time I see that conversation, I wish it would be the last. Does it matter if somebody's paying $3 or somebody's paying $3.50 for a gallon of bleach? I mean, I understand covering expenses and so forth, and you're figuring that kind of stuff out in general conversation. But somebody will post that, and then you see 100 and some comments. And who really cares? I mean, 50 cents a gallon of bleach, the customer's paying for this stuff. And I think when we get to the strippers, the sodium hydroxide, at the end of the day, you have to use what's user-friendly to you, what delivers the results, and you become an expert at what you're doing. Don't stray from it. Don't get aggressive. Don't sit there and say, okay, well, if 16 ounces did a good job, can I imagine what 32 ounces is going to do? Because that's when you get into the dangerous part of this. Another thing I'll end with that part of it is, if you guys aren't wearing elbow length gloves, rubber gloves when you're mixing, we're almost always in short sleeves when we're out in the wood and working and stuff. Elbow length rubber gloves and a face shield would be better when you're mixing than anything. I mean, just those couple of things, and make sure you have eye wash, even if it's just the portable ones on your van or on your rig.
I love that, and I will give a testimony here. This is not to be used as advice. I'm telling a story of my experience. But once upon a time, I had a burn on my ankle from bleach, from strong bleach, and it lasted for about 6 months. It was a chemical burn. It never stopped cooking, and I washed it. There's nothing I could do to make it stop burning, and it was like a thorn in my side. And one day I got oxalic. I just had this crazy idea. I was like, this thing's still on fire. I'm gonna neutralize this thing. So I put some oxalic acid on it, and it healed up within a week. It stopped it. And so what I have done and made it my practice, if I do ever get a strong chemical on my hands, obviously you want to wipe it off or go wash your hands. But a lot of times, especially with hydroxide, your skin will turn slick. You'll get it on you. And I never could figure out how to stop that process. And, I see a lot of guys, they get it on their face and it burns. In my experience, if it happened to me, I would put a neutralizer on there immediately. I don't care if it's the dry powder or even the liquid, I would neutralize any harsh chemicals I got on my skin right away. And it does not burn me when I do that. So I have learned that over the years just by trial and error. And that is what I do if I get a strong chemical on me.
Okay, so that is great. So if you go to an EMT or first aid, they're going to tell you not to do anything. Flood it with water. That's what you should do first. But I will tell you, as you just alluded to about neutralizing, we carry vinegar on the vehicles. Vinegar is a neutralizer. I've used it with methylene chloride doing furniture where it got through my glove. That stuff eats your skin off. I keep the vinegar right close by. I put the vinegar on. It stops that burn immediately. Vinegar is a neutralizer, and it works really good as a mild one or a good thing to keep on the vehicle for a situation like that. I'll tell you guys a funny story. Because Caleb reminded me of it. I went out to help. We had franchises back years ago. I went out to help a franchisee, and this was when there was issues with cabin. It was like shiny in areas, dull in areas. They couldn't figure it out. We had to strip it off. Son of a gun! If I was got the guy's stripper, and all of a sudden I feel like my ass is burning, and I'm feeling the tingle. I said, "Oh, geez." I look back, and he's got a hole in the hose of the sprayer, and it's squirting the back of me. What am I going to do? I got sodium hydroxide all over me. It's on my skin. I can feel the tingle. I took my pants right off on the people's deck, grabbed vinegar out of my trunk that I had. I put the vinegar on, went home in my underwear, and came back and finished the job about a half hour later. But I carried the vinegar with me.
Yeah, that's an important thing to know, though, because some people go home and live with it, and it'll burn them up for months or weeks, and especially in sensitive areas like your face. Good to know. Vinegar, much better probably than oxalic acid. That's good advice. Take some questions. Daryl says, wouldn't a maintenance plan end up costing more than the initial stain because it is to be cleaned and sanded at times prior to the follow-up application?
Okay, so on maintenance, we've already done all the work. We've done the sanding, for the most part. We might just take a little sand block or something, hit the handrails when we do the maintenance because that'll wear a little faster. Because again, that's a horizontal surface. But if we're only going to single coat a deck and we're doing the ballast, depending on where you're at, spindles, you guys may call it pickets where you're at, spindles, pickets, ballasters, whatever. You're only going to single coat those to make them look even. So you're going to do less work. And that's also the most labor intensive is doing the railings on a deck. On a fence or a home, that is one where the sunny side is always going to get the two coats, but the shaded side might get one coat to make it look even. So your maintenance always it's going to be determined by the elements, the sun, a whole bunch of stuff. But usually you'll do less work on the maintenance. And if you're going back over your own work, it's always a lot better than going over somebody else's work. We're going to do a lot of intensive stripping, more work the first time just to get it where we want it to maintain. Then we tell the customer, once we maintain it, we never have to go back and do all that other stuff. We're not going to strip it again. We're just doing a light clean, and we're maintaining the coating that's existing. So if you're using or any of the penetrating ones, basically what I tell people what it does is you're replenishing. So it's going to wear on the top and you replenish. Okay. Film formers, once they go away, they're gone. So the ones that are penetrating are easy to maintain, and then that way, once we've done that light clean and replenish, they're good to go for whatever that next maintenance is.
I love that. That's a great question, a great answer. Christian Foster. Actually, I'm going to add to that replenishing. I love what you said because I look at it as the pigmentation and the things on the top level of the wood. We consider that the sacrificial lamb and kind of like your gas gauge. the fuel gauge, when it starts getting low and it's time to replenish or to fill it up, that pigment is supposed to fade away so that it's time to top it off again. So I love that. Christian Foster says, how much differently do you charge for stripping oil-based products versus just cleaning moldy wood? Probably a man-hours question.
We actually will figure out man hours as well, but usually it's square footage, and a lot of people don't do this, and there's a whole different animal. But I would just tell you this. I mean, it would take a lot longer to explain this, but you got to develop a price list if you want to be successful. I mean, everybody, when you look at people are saying, hey, how much do you clean? How much for stripping? Well, follow this. If I'm going to clean and put a sealer on, that's one thing. And sealer just soaks the wood in. It's easy to do. Then if I put a clean and a semi-transparent, that's a little bit more labor intensive. If I put a solid, it's even more labor intensive. So that's just clean, and then the different coatings take a little more labor, so they're more time. So let's just say I'm at 253 and 350. Well, now what happens if I have to sand? So now it's clean sand and a sealer, clean sand and a semi, clean sand and a solid. Change the word clean to strip. Now I've got 12 different prices. That's how you look professional, and that's how you save money. You're going to add to your top line. You're going to get what the work you're doing. So many people I run into, they get frustrated because they say, I can't make money doing this. If you went up the scale 25 cents a square foot or 50 cents a square foot based on the coating and what you're actually putting into the job, whether it's cleaning or stripping, next thing you know, you have a range from, say, $2, $2.25 to $5.50 in pricing, and that's how you make money. 50 cents a square foot. I've already figured it out. 50 cents a square foot on 100 decks a year gets you roughly about on an average deck, and I'll say average is 700 square feet. It's going to end up making you $37,500 extra dollars for doing nothing more than you're already doing. Just developing a price list and changing 50 cents a square foot. Not one customer is ever going to not hire you because you charge 50 cents extra a square foot on a job. They're not hiring you for that. Not in wood restoration. So you've got to develop a price list, charge more for the coating as well as the task at hand. It's going to be harder it's going to be more time consuming to put on a solid than on a transparent. It's also going to be more if we're stripping versus cleaning.
I love that answer. That comes back to knowing your numbers. And what we found is that we are the most profitable on full restoration strip jobs, but we also have the most man hours in those. And so we tend to, we bid those at a place where we tend to not get them. We don't really want those. We prefer the 1 to 3 year old fencer deck that's never been stained for us in our business, because we can scale that the most. So knowing your numbers, and then that extra 50 cents a square foot, that's pure. It's 50 cents, but it's 50 cents on the net profit side. So it makes a huge difference at the end of the year. Tony asks, how would you attack a deck that was previously stained with a solid stain and is several years old and needs restoration? Would you stay with a solid, or would you make the effort of restoring the wood and go back with a semi-transparent?
Okay, so we drive the customer to basically one thing, and a lot of people have done the same thing, and that's a two-tone deck. We'll call it a two-tone. And basically, we leave the vertical solid, and we want to get the floor because that's the one that's peeling. That's the part that's bothering them, and that's going to be the hardest to maintain moving forward. We will do whatever we need to get that back to the wood, whether it's mechanical, whether it's the strippers, whatever it is, sanders, whatever it is, we're going to get that down back to wood. And then we're going to move forward with a transparent, whether whatever product we're using on the floor, and then keep the vertical solid. If you had to strip off the solid in today's market with what prices of wood are, you're probably better off, and labor, you're probably better off just you could rebuild the rail rather than have to strip it all off and go through that headache. So, and on the other end of it, what you would need to charge to make money on that kind of a job is also an issue. So it's a win-win for the customer and you if you get the floor back to wood and then leave a solid on the railing. And just so you know, people that use, like, they wanted an oak finish, you can put like a transparent oak type look on the floor, and still have an oak type solid stain on the railing. It doesn't always have to be a gray and white Cape Cod look, or, two completely different colors. They can still blend as well.
All right. I love that. So here's a great question, actually, from Christian. It says, can you talk more about agitating while cleaning? When to do it, when not to? What tools do you use for that?
Okay, so what we do on a lot of areas where, say it's a deck, first of all, then I'll go to like wood siding and cabins. There's areas where we have issues, and we want to make sure that when we rinse, we're rinsing evenly and getting that nice even look. So to do that, there's going to be areas where on a deck, it's a floor mat or the umbrella stand, like I mentioned. We want to agitate the strip in a good area right there, and just make sure that that's going to come off real nice when we go to rinse. That's one of the probably bane to a lot of guys restoring is they get done and they're like, I got to sand the mat, I got to sand the umbrella stand. You go and agitate those areas and work that in really good, and then rinse. A lot more of it's coming off, if not all of it. So agitating, everybody just doesn't want to grab the old elbow grease and grab the brush and do that kind of stuff, but agitating can be a big difference. Now go over to the log cabins in the home, they're just chock full of things where you can take, because you'll have the soffits where it doesn't wear as much and you might want to agitate underneath. Cabins, porches, a lot of those kind of things are on cabins. You got a nice a porch roof there. All those things are great areas where you would agitate. So my point being is, don't just always assume. That's part of the problem, I think. Is just assume that a stripper or a chemical is going to do all the work. Sometimes we have to, whether it's agitate, whether it's post treat, whatever. There's just other things we have to do. There is no magic pill. Every job out is going to just work perfectly and just make the wood look great. Sometimes we have to do a few extra things. And when you see problem areas, use the agitation method, brush it up a little bit, and then do your rinsing. I think you'll see a little more consistency in the result.
All right, that's wonderful. I want to be respectful of your time, so we just a few more questions. Here's a good one that's going to help Brenda. You probably know Brenda. How are you selling a maintenance plan at the initial sell if you don't know what it's going to look like in 2 years? She's basically saying she does not have clients that are just jumping up and down wanting maintenance every year. So help us understand.
We know what it's going to look like in 2 years. So by using the products that we use. So we have to create the vision, and then we have to sell on exactly what that maintenance plan is and what it's going to look like in 2 years, a year, 3 years, whatever that is. And then people are going to buy into the maintenance plan, especially if it's discounted, because they're going to have to go through the same process. If you do your job and it looks great when you're done this time, you're already got your foot in the door on the maintenance plan. They know what they're going to spend in the next year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever your maintenance plan that you're setting up for the customer. I know a lot of people go further into that where they might give them a cheaper price year one, a little more expensive year two, maybe year three, it's start over, or they give them a higher price. Year four, they start over. However, you're setting up your maintenance plan. But maintenance plans are very well received by the customer initially, and it's also a pre-qualifier. So the customer I'm looking for wants the maintenance plan. The person that doesn't want the maintenance plan is probably looking for, give it to me cheap now and give it to me cheap in 2 years. So I want the people that are buying into the maintenance plan, and again, it's a pre-qualifier. A lot of the questions we ask when a customer first calls are to qualify them, to kind of get an idea and gauge if they're our customer or not. From even telling what our minimum price is from the beginning. So we give our minimum price right on the phone while we're talking to them. And the person that says, oh, you're already too high, that's great. We don't have to waste their time on an estimate. I do like what Jamie alluded to earlier. A lot of, there's jobs where we can go out and we don't need to go out and look at a job. But if somebody mentions they have a coating on a deck, I think it's probably a good idea to go out, do that splash test or penetration test, and just get eyes on it and see what's going on with the deck, fence, whatever it is, just so you have a good idea. So, selling those maintenance plans and it's an asset. And if you ever, a lot of people get into this 2, 3, 4 years, and they say, you know what, 5 years, and say, hey, I don't want to do this anymore. It's not for me. Wouldn't you, if you spend 2 to 5 years on something, building it, then you get something for it? Don't just sell your equipment. I'd rather say, okay, now I'm going to call Everett and Caleb and say, hey, you know what? I've been doing this business for 5 years, but you know what? I'm not into it, but I got all these customers. They're great customers. They love me. I got them on maintenance plan. Now you got something to sell, because that's your asset is your customers. So if you're going to spend the time doing this, set up a maintenance plan, get your customers on it, and then you have an asset.
That's beautifully said. I love that. You touched on 2 points. One, we know the turnover in this industry is higher than some maybe, and what ends up happening is you get a guy who's got a stain company. He's been in business for 10 years or 5 years or 2 years, and he's wanting to get out, and he has no recurring revenue, no contracts, and they want to sell their business, and they think it's worth 6 figures, middle 6 figures or something. But then when they go talk to a business broker who sells businesses, they say, well, what have you got to sell? If you don't have processes in place and systems and people, and you don't have recurring revenue in place, you really don't have anything to sell. So that's one of my biggest missions, is to push to get recurring revenue. So we don't, you get 100 customers, and then you got to go find another 100 new customers next year. Why don't we just keep the same customers over and over? And something else we spent a lot of time on this year is identifying who our core customer is. And so you talked about how some customers, you pre-qualify them with the maintenance plan. If they're willing to do the maintenance plan, you're pre-qualifying. Another thing that just kind of hit me that was funny is pick the customers who drive the type of vehicle you want to drive. If you want to drive a really nice car, work for people who drive really nice cars, because those tend to be the people that are going to spend that extra money. And those are the people that can afford that service. So that was, I thought, was just an interesting thought process there. Next question. This may be a loaded question, but we may be able to talk about this delicately. What are your thoughts about Everseal or other? We won't name any names because I can't think of them, but these companies that sell 25-year coatings, they're in every market. Say whatever you'd like to say about that, or skip it if you like.
No, I'll say, I think anything that's going to last over 3 years, you got to ask yourself a question. What are the negatives of it? It could be a film forming product that, once it wears off, it's gone. And then what do you do when you have to restore it or redo? You're going to reinvent the whole wheel again, over again. If people have dogs, big dogs, and they're scraping it off, what do you do with that product that's supposed to last 5 years, 10 years? When you get into these one-time deck and 25-year decks, a lot of times too, what happens is no UV protection in those things that's going to last that long. So they may be on the wood, but that doesn't mean the wood doesn't gray. They may protect the wood, but what is the appearance? Also, another thing I don't like about some of those type of products is how many people are still in their home 25 years later. You're making a decision for a customer that may not be there. Then what happens when they get the deck and somebody comes in to do the work? What are they going to do? A lot of times, I hate to tell you this, but they end up ripping the deck out and they're putting in a composite deck. So I think it's making a decision long term that the customer may not be there for. I think most of the times they're more difficult to deal with, whether it comes to maintenance, appearance, aesthetics, or even some of the things we run into, like I mentioned, dogs and other things as well. Business, if we really sell, and again, we're selling maintenance plans, and we're selling that we're coming out there every 2 years, plus minus whatever it is, I think that kind of gets us where we should be. And the other thing I will tell a customer is, if we put up a wood deck, we put up a fence, we do the ceiling, and we do the staining and so forth, and we do the maintenance of it, probably going to spend just as much as you would if you put a composite deck and just spend all the money at once. Now, that's generally not always the case, but I mention that because a lot of people with composite decks, today they're going way out there and putting all the bells and whistles on them and so forth, which I'm still not sold on that, because you get a 25-year guarantee, but you're putting pergola, the outdoor kitchen, all the other stuff around it, and then what's this thing going to look like in 25 years? Is it really worth the money you put into it? A lot of people put six-figure, outdoor backyard experience in, and what's that going to look like 20, 25 years down the road? I just feel like some of these decisions are long, they're more permanent, and I think there's customers it may work out for, but for us and most of the customers we deal with, we're dealing with maintenance and we're dealing with getting out there and keeping it looking good at all times.
I agree. I love what you said about clear sealers don't have the UV protection, which is so true. And another thing, you can always go on the internet and read reviews. Just see what the consumer's saying about some of these products with these 25-year warranties, and just form your own opinion. And I think that one is a easy one to work through. It looks like there's a few more questions, but I think just about all of these have been answered. Is there anything you want to end with? Is there anything you want to talk about your products? Obviously, sitting behind you is a full array of all the products you guys make and sell. And anything you want to say to anybody or anything about your products now would be a great time to do it.
Caleb, I've kind of been probably like you too. You wouldn't be doing this otherwise. The products, my education, everything else to kind of speak for themselves. I try to be generic as possible. Especially when I teach the class and other stuff. If somebody wants to use our products, use our products. They want to use your products, use your products, or anyone else's. It's all about being user friendly for the person applying it. What's good for somebody else might not be good for someone. Hey, look, if there was a perfect product, we'd all be using it. And there's some that are more advantageous to others. So I don't really need to push the products. What I really would like to, the way I'd like to end this is, really appreciate you reaching out. I'm glad to do this. I really am thankful to you and Ashley and your group for putting this on. Love to see more of this. Just think the industry needs this. And it's good to see a guy like you, a young guy. I know we both know Ron Musgraves, and I tell Ron all the time, we need 6 more Everett, 6 more Calebs in this industry doing this. And there's a lot of other guys out there. We know Charlie Soden's another guy, who does great work, young guy, doesn't speak much. He's in your group. He just knows the craft. We got to get these people more involved. Even if we're just posting our results and stuff and the stuff we do, because then it begs the question for people to say, how did you do that? What did you use? What did you do? And we start sharing more. And we've got to get more into that and not be afraid to answer some of these questions at a professional level and get away from the gang mentality that are in some of the groups. I love your group, where somebody doesn't post something, that's not mainstream and it's something different, they gang up on them. But, I mentioned solvent-based strippers earlier. If I go into a log cabin group and I mention solvent-based strippers, they get it because they use all the coatings. They use an airless sprayer. Most people think you have to brush them on. You don't, especially today. They spray it on, they rinse them off. We talk about Osborne brushes in log cabin groups, but sometimes it falls on deaf ears in a pressure washing group. So I love what you're doing. I love what this is. I love education. I love that we have the platforms that we do today to get the message out. And I really believe that the people entering it today have a leg up. I think there's a lot of products out there that, and equipment to make this job a lot easier than it ever has been. We just got to get people to be educated, know that it's out there, and use the stuff. So thank you guys for doing this. Really appreciate it. Glad to be part of it.
Well, I'm so just honored that you're here, and there is no praise needed here because we're just doing what we love, just like you are. And here's a great testimonial from Ashley Townsend. She's from Dallas, Texas. Being new to the industry in my first staining university, I'm blown away by the level of knowledge and expertise shared today. Thank you, everyone. I'm looking forward to what 2023 will bring. And then here's Kenny Dugan, the Stain Man, says dinner in Nashville in February. I'll be at that dinner, and this is an open invitation. I know you're the busiest guy in wood care, but 16th and 17th of February, we will be doing the biggest every year we try to make the biggest wood care event we can do. And we hope to have about 500 people in Nashville this year, February 16th and 17th. You are more than welcome to come. We would love to have you if you're not, but you probably are booked. February is always so busy. But that's all I got, guys. Thank you so much. And thank you so much again. Just really appreciate it.
Thank you. Kenny's another one that does great work.
Yeah,
Love his stuff.
for sure. Hey, so I want to do this again. This event here online was it was so much more of a success than I anticipated. And so I'm very grateful and thankful. I want to do it again in the first quarter of 2023 at the end of the quarter, maybe in March. Would you consider coming back again?
Absolutely. 100%.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, that's it. I'm going to close it. I know you got work to do. So do I. And thank you so much for the hundreds of people that have been in and out of this. I'm just blown away by all the participation, and we'll call it quits. Thanks, guys. Have a great night. Thank you for joining us.
Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.